Before Xianxia could ask, Ran quickly introduced the ranking of the gods. First, in the god domain, gods were divided into 5 levels from high to low. They were the supreme god kings, and then the master gods, war gods, gods, and divine envoys. The duties of the god race were different. Some were in charge of light, some were in charge of order, some were in charge of life, and so on. Here, I will only introduce the gods whose duty is to fight. The God King took care of all his duties, so there was no doubt that the God King was the number 1 god race in terms of combat strength. As for the Master God level, the strongest Master God in charge of battles was called the Heavenly Punishment Master God. This Master God was the type of Thunder Bull emissary believed in. Then there was the Battle God level. The strongest warrior in this level was the Temple Battle God. Next up was a god. Among the 4th level, the one with the strongest combat strength was the war goddess that Xianxia had seen. In the end, it was the Divine Envoy. 100,000 divine envoys came from the dream world, but before they could enter the dream world, they were blocked by Wuxia. Only a small number of them quietly entered. For example, Star Monarch, Star Sea, Star Sand, and Star Dot were all the lowest level divine envoys. Therefore, excluding the other clergy if they were only ranked according to their combat strength. It should be like this: 1st grade God King, 2nd grade Heavenly Punishment Master Gods, 3rd grade Temple War Goddess, 4th grade War Goddess, 5th grade God Envoys. During the battle, the Divine Envoy could rely on the power of faith. In a relatively short period of time, he could borrow the divine power of the God he believed in. In a day, he could only borrow it 3 times at most. But it doesn't refresh the number of borrowings every day. Instead, it requires prayers from God's envoys to slowly accumulate the number of borrowings. Normally, an envoy would need a month's fixed prayer to obtain the number of times he could borrow the power of the God of faith. So many pseudo-gods were reluctant to use this method to fight. The more powerful the god spirits that the divine envoy believed in, the stronger the power that he could borrow. The power that the Star Sea could borrow from the Temple War God was naturally more powerful than the war goddess that Xianxia borrowed. As for how to choose the god spirits that he believed in, the relationship between them was complicated. Time passed and there wasn't much introduction. At the same time, the power of faith was also related to the divine envoy's own strength. For example, the divine envoy of the 5th level of Heavenly Tribulation was inferior to the divine envoy of the 6th level of Heavenly Tribulation. At this moment, in the Star Sea in the sky, his left hand suddenly pulled down a light shield and rushed towards Emperor Black Tortoise. Xianxia quickly asked, why didn't he borrow the light shield and the spear at the same time? Time passed and he said, this is considered a borrowing. If you borrow the light shield and the spear at the same time, it will be counted as 2 times. If you borrow the shield, spear, and warhorse together, it will be counted as borrowing 3 times. Time flies, and Xianxia's introduction was also to let Emperor Black Tortoise know what was going on. Great Emperor, be careful, many Black Tortoise clansmen shouted. The Black Tortoise Emperor frowned. He could feel how powerful the Starsea shield was. He raised his head to the sky and roared angrily. The power in his body began to surge wildly. He's going to use all of his strength, the big snake said. Emperor Black Tortoise clasped his fists together and roared, Blue Superstar, charge! Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. The Black Tortoise race experts that were with him could only use white dwarf star-level masses and neutron star-level explosions at most. However, even though this Black Tortoise Emperor was also at the 9th level of the Heavenly Tribulation, the power he grasped was even stronger. He was now a blue superstar. The 2 fists that Emperor Black Tortoise clasped together already possessed the quality of a blue superstar. However, seeing his incomparable punch, he smashed towards the divine shield in the starry sea without dodging or avoiding it. Boom! As the fist and shield collided, a heaven-destroying and earth-shattering backward shock wave shot out crazily. At that moment, everyone's hearts were filled with despair. It was impossible for them to withstand such a powerful shockwave. However, the Black Tortoise Emperor mercifully changed his direction. He turned his back to the universe and faced the infinite mountain. The backlash wave from this punch smashed into the divine shield happened to be coming from the shield and rushing into the depths of the universe. In an instant, the entire infinite mountain was illuminated, as if a great sun had suddenly descended on its head. The brightness made it impossible for people to look directly at it. Xianxia covered his eyes with his hands, and he was shocked to discover that within the distance visible to the naked eye, this reverse shockwave had actually engulfed and torn apart the two nearest satellites. The sea of stars was sent flying backwards by a terrifying force for thousands of meters. After he stopped, the left arm holding the divine shield was still trembling slightly. After the Black Tortoise Emperor punched down, his entire body was shaken by the backlash, causing him to flip back more than a dozen times. In the end, he coughed out a large mouthful of blood. As for his fists, they were actually fleshy, and some of the bone fragments had collapsed out. The hearts of the Black Tortoise clansmen trembled with despair. Emperor Black Tortoise released all of Blue Superstar's attacks, but he actually lost to the pseudo-divine Starcy. However, this impact caused the divine shield in Xinghai's hand to immediately weaken by a lot. It turned translucent and rapidly weakened. Great Emperor! An elder hurriedly rushed into the sky. He grabbed Emperor Black Tortoise's hands and said, "I will treat your injuries." After saying that, this person immediately sent a powerful healing power to the Black Tortoise Emperor's hand. Xinghai laughed loudly and said, "Too naive." Sure enough, that elder had risked his life to heal Emperor Black Tortoise, but Emperor Black Tortoise's hands were still tattered, showing no signs of recovery. Xianxia frowned and said, "The wounds caused by the god race's power are extremely difficult to heal." Xianxia was too clear about this. He was also injured by the god race's power, but it would take several hundred elders 3 hours to recover. "You go back." Emperor Black Tortoise pushed the elder away and stood face to face with the sea of stars. Xinghai licked his lips and said, "Emperor Black Tortoise, you're finished. Your hands are already crippled. This time, I'll take your life." After saying that, the sea of stars threw away the divine shield that was about to dissipate. It summoned a complete divine shield for the second time and rushed towards the Black Tortoise Emperor. The divine shield in its hand violently smashed down towards the Black Tortoise Emperor. Shit! Xianxia used the Black Tortoise body and was about to charge forward, but he was pulled back by time. She said, "Don't go, you can't stop it. This sea of stars is 2 levels higher than Xianxia." The power of this shield made everyone despair. The believers even cheered. A flash of light flashed in Emperor Black Tortoise's eyes. When Xianxia saw this light, his heart skipped a beat. He recognized this gaze. "Supernova! Black hole!" The Black Tortoise roared. Countless Black Tortoise clansmen cried out in sorrow. "Great Emperor, no! Release!" Xianxia pushed away time and turned into a bolt of lightning. He flew behind the Black Tortoise Emperor and shouted, "Great Emperor, I'll help you." Xianxia knew that without the power of the Dream Tao, no matter how great the sacrifice was, the Black Tortoise Emperor's move would not have any practical effect. Even if the Star Sea was shattered, it would still be able to recover. Xianxia, retreat. Don't die with me. The Black Tortoise Emperor cupped his fists and tilted his head slightly. Xianxia placed his right hand on Emperor Black Tortoise's shoulder and said, "I'll give you the qualifications to seriously injure him." With that, Xianxia activated his Dream Tao. In an instant, a dreamlike Xianxia placed his right hand on Emperor Black Tortoise's shoulder. The Black Tortoise Emperor's body began to expand, blocking Xianxia's back with his body. As for his fists, they possessed the terrifying power of supernovae when they erupted. This pair of large fists raised high in the universe was like the combined power of 2 fist-sized supernovae. That light made the pitch-black universe shine as bright as day. The sea of stars had already rushed up, and the divine shield in his hand had also begun to fall. This time, the power of the shield attack was unimaginable. The Black Tortoise Emperor's fatal blow had also arrived. He used his broken fists to violently smash onto the divine shield. Boom! The moment the fists and shields collided, an explosion sounded. However, the explosion only lasted for a short time before disappearing. The shocking collision had already exceeded the range of sound that could be carried. The explosion was so intense that no one on the scene could hear it. The entire infinite mountain was on the verge of collapse in the first instant. In the same instant, the old black tortoise carrying the infinite mountain suddenly turned around and flipped the entire infinite mountain over. Whoo! A boundless toroidal shockwave sliced out in all directions. The nearest asteroid belt, the gravel belt, was instantly flattened. The star sand was blasted apart, and the divine shield was directly shattered. He spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out. Emperor Black Tortoise, on the other hand, stood breathlessly on the spot, still maintaining the posture of his fists descending. The false god Starsea's left arm exploded, its left shoulder flesh and blood shattered, its bones fractured, and its chest exploded with a loud explosion. 6 broken ribs pierced through its chest and lifted it high into the air. At this moment, the Starsea was almost half dead. He looked at Emperor Black Tortoise in disbelief, then looked at Xianxia and weakly said, "It actually can really injure us, God, cough, God race. Great Emperor, are you all right?" Xianxia hurriedly examined the Great Emperor's wound. He was hiding behind the Emperor, and almost all of the impact was blocked by Emperor Black Tortoise alone. "Are you all right? That's great." Xianxia was overjoyed. He saw that Emperor Black Tortoise's entire body was completely preserved, and he didn't find any damage. However, at this moment, the infinite mountain was once again turned back, and the old black tortoise carrying the infinite mountain let out a wailing cry. All the Black Tortoise clansmen knelt on the ground and began to cry. The serpent said, "Xianxia brat, something's wrong. This Emperor Black Tortoise is going to be finished." "How?" Xianxia's pupils shrank. At this moment, the Black Tortoise Emperor revealed a rare and benevolent smile. He looked at his own Black Tortoise clansman and said, "My child, this is all I can do for you. Xianxia, my Black Tortoise clan, I hope you." Before he could finish speaking, the Black Tortoise Emperor's arms began to shed flesh, bones, and ashes. "Great Emperor, don't die." Xianxia's heart ached endlessly. He ignored all the broken pieces of his body and tried to grab them back and stick them on the Black Tortoise Emperor's body. Xianxia's eyes turned red as tears rolled down his cheeks. Who said that the man didn't shed tears? Xianxia already knew from time past that it was the Black Tortoise Emperor who personally nodded his head, and those elders only rescued him. Although they had only known each other for a short while, he had already greatly admired Emperor Black Tortoise. This person was as great as the late Demon Emperor. However, no matter how hard Xianxia tried, the disintegration of the Black Tortoise Emperor did not slow down at all. "Hurry up and save her!" Xianxia shouted at Infinite Mountain. "Come quickly! All the elders come over. Freeze the Great Emperor and save him like you saved me. What are you standing there for?" The serpent sighed and said, "Kid Xianxia, do you know what a supernova explosion means? That would mean the death of a star." At this moment, a large tongue suddenly rolled around Xianxia and flew into the distance. Xianxia suddenly saw that it was the old Black Tortoise carrying the Infinite Mountain. The old Black Tortoise threw Xianxia back to the Infinite Mountain and brought the entire Infinite Mountain with him. He directly broke through space and jumped into the void. The half-dead pseudo-god didn't dare to stay any longer and also rushed into the void. At the last moment, Xianxia suddenly turned around and saw such a scene. Perhaps this scene was a tribute to the fall of a superstar. He would forever stay in this vast universe and continue to pay attention to everything in this universe and his people. As old Black Tortoise escaped into the void with the Infinite Mountain, the Black Tortoise Emperor suddenly shrank and turned into a black hole. Countless amounts of matter began to shrink into the black hole. Space collapsed and light was also pulled into it. Supernovae erupt, leaving behind neutron stars after death. The supernova exploded, leaving behind black holes when it died. As the space closed, old Black Tortoise rescued everyone, including the believers on the boundless mountain. Xianxia stared blankly at the closed universe and the endless darkness in front of him. His tears suddenly stopped. He suddenly turned around and looked at the false god Starsea. Countless believers cheered loudly and threw their weapons into the sky to celebrate the victory of this battle. All of the Black Tortoise clansmen knelt on the ground and cried out, The pseudo-god gasped for breath for a while and laughed loudly. It's not in vain that I wasted 2 times my power of faith. In the end, I still managed to take down this infinite mountain. As he spoke, he waved his hand and said, "Today is the day the Black Tortoise clan will be expelled from the Black Tortoise clan. Don't forget, I'm still here." Suddenly, an ice-cold voice sounded. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw that the person who spoke was Xianxia. "You?" Xianxia laughed loudly. "You alone don't even have the qualifications to fight me. Once Emperor Black Tortoise dies, all of you will be finished." Xianxia's eyes were red as he roared, "Quench the sun!" Boom! A big sun fell on him. Sun quenching. The sun quenched twice, and another big sun descended. Black Tortoise body. Eye of anger. Xianxia opened up all sorts of states, then angrily rushed towards the sea of stars. He turned into a ray of light. A ray of light illuminated the void. "You're courting death." The starseed raised its only right arm. The image of the temple war god in the sky shone with a beam of holy light, enveloping the starseed. "Xianxia, don't. You can't beat him." Xianxia simply couldn't care less about that. He knew that before Emperor Black Tortoise died, he hadn't finished his words to entrust the Black Tortoise clan to him. He definitely couldn't allow the Black Tortoise race to be annihilated in front of him, no matter what. Xianxia raised his death blade and charged towards the sea of stars. Xianxia raised his right fist and shouted, "Temple Heavy Strike, Warhammer." The divine light in his right hand surged as it suddenly condensed into a huge light warhammer, smashing down fiercely towards Xianxia. Boom! The blade of the dead collided with the divine light warhammer, and Xianxia was immediately sent flying. Blood sprayed out from his body, his flesh and blood shattered, and his bones shattered. However, this strike was completely caused by the shocking power. Xianxia was not directly hit by the divine power. The collapsing Xianxia began to recover at a terrifying speed. He said in a deep voice, "This is impossible. How could this be?" His realm had risen and he possessed the Black Tortoise body, but he was unable to defeat a 5th-level Heavenly Tribulation starseed. Xianxia laughed loudly. "You really think of me as Xianxia's trash? Do you think that you have the chance to kill me just because I'm 2 small realms higher than Xianxia? But let me tell you, I am only 2 small realms higher than Xianxia, but the premise of these 2 small realms is that I am at the 2nd level of the divine grade 5 meridians. Xianxia, you will die today." The 3rd-level Heavenly Tribulation Starsand was already able to fight to the death with the 6th-level Heavenly Tribulation Xianxia. This in itself proved that the pseudo-god realm contained far more gold than Xianxia's. However, the current starseed was at the 5th level of the Heavenly Tribulation. The 2 small realms that he was higher than Xianxia could not be compared with the realm of a martial artist. Under the premise of the divine grade 5 meridians, the strength span brought about by each small realm increase was astonishing. At this moment, the half-dead sea of stars was completely confident of victory. He turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed towards Xianxia, saying, "White lightning, instant attack." Xianxia immediately fought with the giant saber. With a single saber strike, he collided with the fist smashed over from the sea of stars. Crack! The 2 types of lightning quickly exploded together, densely packed with raging lightning, wildly scattering in all directions. Xianxia's lightning was fiercely fighting against the lightning in the sea of stars. However, the white lightning in the sea of stars began to quickly devour Xianxia's lightning and gradually gained the upper hand. The giant ball of lightning that the 2 of them collided with originally belonged to Xianxia and half to the starseed. However, in just a second, 2/3 of it belonged to the starseed and 1/3 to Xianxia. Another second later, the lightning in the sea of stars completely covered Xianxia's lightning. It was also at this moment that countless white lightning bolts frantically pierced through Xianxia's body after devouring him. Streaks of white lightning pierced through Xianxia's chest, stomach, shoulders, arms, and legs. "You also want to fight me?" Xianxia grabbed Xianxia's neck and said coldly, "Why?" He pinched Xianxia's neck with his right hand, but the lightning on his body was still piercing through Xianxia's body. Xiang Nan's body was rapidly dying and repairing. The most important thing was that his meridians were imperishable and could always provide spiritual energy for his body to recover. But very quickly, Xiang Nan's recovery speed couldn't keep up with the destruction speed of the star sea. Not good. If this goes on, you will really die in less than 20 seconds. The serpent cried out in alarm. At this moment, the sea of stars had already raised its right hand high up. In the sky, within the phantom image of the temple war god, the divine spear had already begun to tremble. He was about to summon the divine spear, and the divine spear was borrowed divine power. He could ignore Xiang Nan's recovery. Xiang Nan gritted his teeth and slapped Xinghai's face. The rolling eternal flame ignited Xinghai's entire body. Xinghai laughed loudly and said, "It's useless to use the lightning attributes of our god race to deal with me. If you want to defeat me, use your true strength." Phaseless tribulation finger. Xiang Nan leaned against Xinghai's chest and shot out a tribulation-free finger. However, this time Xiang Nan was stunned. The phaseless tribulation finger was ineffective against that sea of stars. On the contrary, Xiang Nan himself had fallen by half a realm. "This kind of martial skill is useless to me. I am not part of your dream world system," Xinghai said. "Do you really think that I didn't know that you learned the tribulation-free finger? And why do you think I dared to fight you close? Because I don't care at all." Seeing that Xiang Nan's body was getting more and more damaged, other than the undying nether golden meridians, Xiang Nan's other parts of his body were rapidly dying. If this continued, the only thing left for Xiang Nan would be an empty network of meridians. "Quick! Innate heart! Quick! Hand over your innate talent and give it to Xiang Nan." The elders of the Black Tortoise race had yet to recover from their grief. An elder cried sadly, "The great emperor is dead. We must not lose our innate talent. Otherwise, our Black Tortoise clan will have no successors. The Black Tortoise race is going to be exterminated. The entire dream world is about to be destroyed. Once the dream world dies, what incense inheritance do you want?" He shouted angrily as he grabbed onto the collar of the elder. "A bunch of damned bastards. It's Xiang Nan who is protecting you regardless of life and death. Don't be ungrateful. Hurry up." As if struck by lightning, the elders looked at Xiang Nan, who was fighting desperately for the Black Warrior race. Everyone's hearts trembled. All the elders nodded to each other and raised their hands at the same time, saying, "Please have a heart of talent." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire infinite mountain began to shine. A luminous body slowly floated up from the top of the mountain. This thing was like a small ball only the size of a peach. Inside the ball of light was a streamline symbol. This symbol represented water from the 5 elements. "Quickly snatch it." All the believers flew up at the same time and rushed towards the innate heart. However, all of them had passed through the heart of talent. The 13 silver envoys quickly grabbed it with both hands, but their innate hearts were completely useless, unable to grab it in their hands. The Starsea pseudo-god shouted, "You can't touch the heart of innate without the permission of this dream master. Let me do it." Xiang Nan would be completely dead in 10 seconds. Xinghai, on the other hand, was not willing to let go, nor was he busy grabbing the innate heart. He had to wait until after Xiang Nan's death to get rid of all future troubles before he could grab the innate heart. Apart from him, only Xiang Nan was qualified to touch the heart of innate. He had to be foolproof. Time flew out anxiously, wanting to deliver the heart of talent to Xiang Nan, but she reached out and grabbed it empty-handed. Time passed and he was stunned on the spot. He angrily slapped himself fiercely. He hated why he had washed away his godhead. Now, when he needed Xiang Nan's help, he could no longer touch that innate heart. Everyone raised their heads and stared at the innate heart. Even the Black Tortoise race couldn't touch it. The innate heart floated in the air, motionless. Only 2 people could touch it, but one of them was killing the other. The tyrannical white lightning was still piercing through Xiang Nan's body. Xinghai waved his right hand and was ready to summon the divine spear. At this moment, Xiang Nan pulled his hands down and said, "The Tao of Dream has descended." With a wave of his hand, he actually failed. He waved again, but he failed again. Wave again. Fail again. There were only 4 seconds left, and the last 4 seconds were Xiangnan's death. Xiangnan clenched his teeth and roared, "Damn it! The Tao of Dreams, descend on me!" Boom! A wave of ripples shook. The white lightning that shot through Xiangnan's body in the sea of stars began to fall into the air. Lightning bolts continuously passed through Xiangnan's body, but Xiangnan's body was instantly alive. What? How is this possible? The sea of stars was shocked, and he quickly took a few steps back. He raised his right hand and shot a beam of light at Xiangnan's heart. The beam of light easily pierced through Xiangnan's heart, but it didn't leave a single wound. Xiangnan said with a cold face, "Are you a god? But this is my world. In my world, I am a god." Nonsense. The sea of stars was furious and bombarded Xiangnan indiscriminately. Countless god race energies pierced through Xiangnan without leaving a single wound. The sea of stars was extremely furious. With a wave of his right hand, the phantom image of the temple battle god droned in the sky. The divine spear fell into the hands of the sea of stars with a whoosh. Xinghai borrowed the spear and stabbed it out. The spear pierced through Xiangnan's stomach. Xiangnan lowered his head and looked, feeling no pain. What? Xinghai sucked in a breath of cold air and said in shock, "Even the power of faith." Xiangnan punched Xinghai in the face, causing lightning to rage as he said, "Here, I am the god." Xinghai's heart trembled. He quickly turned around and rushed towards the Heart of Talent. He wanted to seize the Heart of Talent in advance. Xiangnan grabbed Xinghai's shoulder with both hands and grabbed him firmly. He shouted, "Go!" As soon as he finished speaking, Xiangnan's dream body suddenly separated from his true body. The dream body circled the sea of stars and flew towards the infinite mountain. "No! Stop!" Xinghai roared angrily, releasing sharp white lightning towards Xiangnan. However, those white lightning bolts were still unable to deal any damage to the dream body. Thus, a shocking scene occurred. The innate heart that no one could grasp was actually hugged by Xiangnan's dream body. "Who?" The Black Tortoise race and the believers all cried out in shock. All the Black Tortoise clansmen knelt on the ground and said, "He is indeed the chosen one." When the Black Tortoise race spoke of gods, it was naturally impossible for them to refer to false gods. Instead, they referred to the creator of this dream world. Xinghai's brain exploded. Although he already knew that Xiangnan was the only human who possessed the Tao of Dream, seeing Xiangnan being able to touch the heart of Innate with his own eyes was a blow that was even more intense than he had imagined. The dream body flew back and didn't even return the innate heart to Xiangnan. Instead, it directly pushed the innate heart into Xiangnan's body. A loud buzzing sound rang out from Xiangnan's head, and the heavenly water veins within his body began to stir. "Kid Xiangnan, hurry up and meditate cross-legged. Your water vein talent is about to be promoted to divine grade," the big snake said. Xiangnan immediately sat in the void and began to circulate all of his meridians, spiritual chi, dipper chi, and lightning power. When his innate talent changed, his entire martial Tao system would change as well, and he had to adjust accordingly. Xinghai refused to give Xiangnan such a chance. He gave Xiangnan a chaotic call, but in the end, it was in vain. Xiangnan's dream Tao time was still very abundant. He had 19 minutes, so he was not afraid at all. "Xiangnan, hurry up and spit out your innate talent. Otherwise, I will slaughter the entire Black Tortoise clan right now." Xiangnan shouted as he realized that he couldn't interfere with Xiangnan. "Shameless! Despicable!" The Black Tortoise clansmen cursed angrily. However, Xiangnan remained indifferent. He was still sitting in the void, while another shadow stood in front of the sea of stars. That was Xiangnan's dream body. Normally, Xiangnan's dream body could not appear in reality alone unless he summoned it into his true body or exchanged it with his true body. But now, under the environment of a great dream, reality and dreams overlapped. Half of reality and half of dreams were entangled together, allowing Xiangnan's true body and dream body to appear in the same world at the same time. As the sea of stars sprinted towards the infinite mountain, Xianxia attacked and blocked all sorts of attacks. Although Xianxia's dream body couldn't defeat the star sea, he wouldn't die. Even if he released all kinds of martial skills, he would still be able to stop the star sea from advancing. The sea of stars used the speed of thunder and lightning to bypass the dream body, but the dream body also had the power of thunder and lightning, similarly possessing the speed of light. The star sea had failed 3 times and 4 times, and he roared angrily, "Believers, attack! Kill the black tortoise race!" Thus, the bald black tortoise expert shouted, "Pick up your weapon and fight. No matter what, you must buy time for Xianxia." A war between the two sides was about to break out. Countless believers and black tortoise clansmen launched an earth-shattering battle at the peak of the infinite mountain. All sorts of martial techniques, all sorts of dipper chi, and Yao Chi flew and exploded everywhere in the sky. Time passed, and he also held the profound heaven sword in his hand and joined the battle. He stood back to back with the black tortoise expert and said, "Can you hold on?" The black tortoise expert quickly said, "Although I can't beat him, I can still hold on for an hour or 2. Time passed and nodded. Seeing the 13 silver envoys charging back and forth in the crowd, no one was able to stop them. He shouted, "Little Sparrow, hit them!" The little sparrow was wearing armor and a small pocket cloak. He raised his hand majestically and pointed, "Ah! I'll kill you all to death." As he spoke, the little fellow picked up a 50 centimeters long spear and rushed towards the silver envoys. There was still a point in the light screen of the Elder's Hall that could withstand the attacks of the silver envoys for at most 10 seconds. The black tortoise clansmen all rushed out of the light screen to fight against the enemy. Once they were at a disadvantage, they quickly retreated back to the light screen. After resting for a while, they rushed out to continue stalling the enemy, preventing them from having the time to attack the light screen. Little Sparrow, on the other hand, entangled 13 silver envoys. He listened to Big Snake's suggestion and knew that he could not drag 13 people along by himself, so he did not take the initiative to attack. As long as he saw a silver envoy kill someone, he would rush forward and shoot them, only obstructing, not attacking. The little bird's incomparably strong defense and resistance made the silver special envoy extremely annoyed. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, 10 minutes had passed. Xianxia was still rapidly absorbing his innate talent. His water vein talent had already reached the demigod stage. As for his lightning talent, it was also due to the appearance of a new divine talent, and it was also being strengthened. 11 minutes, 14 minutes, 15 minutes. Xianxia was about to finish absorbing his innate talent. 16 minutes, 17 minutes. Boom! At that 17th minute, a powerful explosion suddenly occurred in Xianxia's body. Divine grade water vein. Complete. The explosion was so fierce that a gust of wind blew up. Even the clothes of the 2 warring sides of the boundless mountain were blown into disarray. Everyone abruptly turned around. The believers were greatly shocked, while the Black Tortoise clan was filled with sorrow and joy. Xianxia lowered his head and silently looked at his right hand. He clenched his palm and a surging lightning bolt shot out ferociously. Xianxia took a deep breath and said, "Indeed, the divine grade lightning meridian talent has been strengthened." At this moment, Xianxia suddenly frowned and felt that all the world-exterminating divine lightning in his body was beginning to stir. What's going on? Xianxia was shocked. He felt that he was almost unable to control the world-exterminating divine lightning. There was a strange power that jumped back and forth between the world-exterminating divine lightning and attempted to pull out a world-exterminating divine lightning. Xianxia had never encountered such a situation before. Even from the Heavenly Thunder Martial King's cultivation method, he had never heard of such a thing. Presumably, even the Heavenly Thunder Martial King did not expect this scene to happen. Not only did Xianxia possess the divine grade lightning meridian talent, he also possessed an extremely powerful divine grade lightning meridian. Before Xianxia could react, the strongest yang flame divine lightning suddenly rushed out of Xianxia's spiritual sea. "Not good," the big snake exclaimed. Xianxia stretched out his hand to grab it, but he did not grab the yang flame divine lightning. After the divine lightning actually flew out of Xiangnan's body, it began to revolve around Xiangnan. This Xiangnan suddenly felt that the power of the yang flame divine lightning had actually returned to its peak state. What's going on? Xiangnan took 3 deep breaths. The serpent said, "Ah, so that's how it is. Your lightning talent is too powerful. You no longer need to rely on the 9 transformations of thunder to suppress the world-exterminating divine lightning. One of the world-exterminating divine lightning is completely enslaved by you. It can leave your body and help you fight with its integrity." Xiangnan had already figured out that when he absorbed the world extinction divine lightning, he could not possess all of the power of the world extinction divine lightning. He could only possess a portion of the power and attributes of the world extinction divine lightning. After all, Xiangnan absorbed the divine lightning, and his own body was the main body. After entering his body, the world-devastating divine lightning would be absorbed and diluted by Xiangnan's body, greatly reducing its power. It was like pouring a basin of wine into a jar of water, and the alcohol concentration would definitely be greatly reduced. But now, the yang flame divine lightning had already left Xiangnan's spiritual sea and was rotating around him. It restored the power it should have possessed. When Xiangnan first saw the yang flame divine lightning, it was exactly what it was now. It possessed the same power as the yang flame divine lightning. A terrifying and unbearably hot temperature immediately engulfed the entire infinite mountain. Xiangnan was very close to the peak of the infinite mountain range, turning it into the number 3 civilized fallen star mountain range. Everything was on fire, including the believers and the black tortoise race. Ah! The believers hugged their heads and ran around in pain. A few silver envoys shouted, "Calm down! Calm down! All of you! Quick luck to resist this fire." These people hurriedly used their techniques to resist the power of the eternal flame. After all, their realms had reached the peak. They were at the 9th level of the heavenly tribulation. They were much stronger than those believers at the 5th and 6th levels of the heavenly tribulation who had entered the fallen star mountain range with the 3rd level of civilization. Even if he faced the yang flame divine lightning now, he could still survive as long as he resisted it with all his might. Needless to say, the black tortoise race, which had stronger defenses, could also resist the burning power of the yang flame divine lightning. Xiangnan transformed into a bolt of lightning and flew directly over the peak of the infinite mountain. He flew over all the believers and sprinkled an eternal flame. The yang flame divine lightning that was revolving around Xiangnan sprayed flames everywhere. This was another and even more intense eternal flame. The burning believers screamed miserably and their strength began to plummet. When Xiangnan flew over their heads, it was the same as yang flame divine lightning flying over their heads. At such a close distance, even if he were to circulate his cultivation technique, he would not be able to withstand it anymore. Apart from the exceptionally talented silver envoy, who was still safe and sound, there was already a straight line that was burned to ashes by the believers that Xiangnan had flown over the closest distance. Xiangnan turned a corner and flew back. He flew past the believers' army and flew out in a straight line. The eternal flames scattered on this line burned hundreds of believers into charcoal on the spot. The believers who were unable to come into contact with the yang flame divine lightning were also burned in pain in the distance, and they cried out in pain one after another. "Too ruthless," the serpent said excitedly. "This is the complete form of the yang flame divine lightning. Not to mention fighting Xiangnan, those believers would be burned alive just by getting close to Xiangnan. He didn't even have a chance to make a move." Who? At this moment, a strong wind blew out from the sea of stars. This breath actually blew away all the eternal flames on the summit of the mountain. "I almost ignored him." Xiangnan suddenly turned around and looked at the sea of stars. Xinghai stared coldly at Xiangnan and said, "You have taken away my innate talent. You must pay the price. Didn't you use your Dream Dao ability to maintain your invincibility? Let me see how long your Dream Dao can last." The serpent said, "Kid Xiangnan, there's still 1 minute and 50 seconds left in Dream Dao. Hurry up and deal with the star sea." Xiangnan immediately used his Eye of Anger, the black tortoise body, to temper the sun 3 times. With the addition of a divine talent, the amount of sun quenching could reach rank 3. With the addition of the Eye of Anger, Xianxia, who was at the 8th level of the heavenly tribulation, charged into the Sea of Stars. Under the holy light of the temple battle god, the Sea of Stars also rushed towards Xianxia, and the two of them collided heavily. The two types of lightning immediately exploded. Boom! Xianxia's lightning power had greatly increased, and he was actually able to fight against that Sea of Stars to the point of no victory or defeat. In the last battle, Xianxia didn't even last for 3 seconds before he was completely crushed by the Sea of Stars. But this time it was even. Xinghai's expression changed drastically as he said, "Heavens! How could your strength have improved so much?" Xianxia slashed down with his saber. Xinghai raised his leg and kicked the blade, causing another crackling sound of thunder and lightning to explode. The two of them fought hundreds of times in a row, lightning flashing wildly in the void. "There's still 1 minute left. Kid Xianxia, hurry up," the big snake hurriedly said. Xianxia had already put in a lot of effort. He had used almost all of his methods, but he still could not gain the upper hand. That half-dead Sea of Stars actually had the advantage of 3 divine talents, and was still able to withstand Xianxia's attack. "Ha ha ha!" Xinghai laughed loudly. "Even if you become stronger, so what? You still don't have the qualifications to kill me. But I can." After saying that, Xinghai's body trembled, and a divine colt of light suddenly appeared beneath him. White lightning charged the temple. The Star Sea riding divine stallion exploded in place, smashing Xianxia into pieces. Xianxia instantly healed, but before he could react, he was shattered by the Sea of Stars again. The speed of this divine horse had already exceeded the normal speed of light. After reaching 700,000 li per second, it broke free from the restraints of the grand laws. The impact of this divine horse's blessing on the Star Sea was unimaginable. Xianxia was revived continuously, but the divine steed brought along a Sea of Stars and even smashed Xianxia apart, not giving him any chance to fight back. "This divine steed's flexibility is simply heaven-defying," the big snake said in shock. Xianxia said, "How is that possible? He has already used the power of faith 3 times. How can he borrow it again?" "A day has passed. It's dawn of the next day," said the snake. "But why hasn't my dream Tao time been remade?" Xianxia was shocked. "Nonsense, your Tao of dreams has been reset today. Yesterday, you did not officially attack." Only then did Xianxia realize that after the final collision between the Star Sea and Emperor Black Tortoise, it was exactly the alternating point between the 2 days. It had been 3 years since the god race had arrived at the dream world. After accumulating it, the number of times the Star Sea had obtained faith power was at least 36. You can use it 3 times a day, but very quickly, the divine cult gradually disappeared as time went on. "There are still 40 seconds left. Kid Xianxia," the big snake said anxiously. "There are 2 more times." "He has 2 more times." Xianxia impatiently attacked Xinghai with the intention of killing him. But that Sea of Stars could still borrow the power of faith twice. "We have to give him a fatal blow. Our chances of winning are too small." The big snake panicked. Even if he were to receive a fatal blow, he would still be able to summon a divine shield at least twice to resist. "There's a chance. There's still a chance." Xianxia looked at Xinghai's half-dead appearance and said, "He is much weaker than when he fought against Emperor Black Tortoise. The power of faith he relied on must have declined. Catch him." Following Xianxia's explosive shout, Dream Body immediately rushed forward and tightly hugged the Sea of Stars. On the other hand, Xianxia himself had the gorgeous bird smash space into pieces, bringing the Sea of Stars back to the universe from nothingness. That old Black Tortoise also brought the infinite mountain back to the universe. This universe had already moved along with old Black Tortoise, leaving its previous range and the area threatened by the black hole that the Black Tortoise Emperor had transformed into. "Are you going to?" the big snake said. Xianxia immediately flew into the distance and said, "That's right. There is no resistance in the void, but I need resistance, friction, and energy." Stay with him. Xianxia used both his mind and body to wrap his dream body around the sea of stars, while he turned into a bolt of lightning and flew towards the distant universe. 600,000 li in a second, 1.2 million li in 2 seconds. Xianxia flew into the distance at the maximum speed of pure light. In just a few seconds, Xianxia turned into a small bright spot in the distance and disappeared. As for the dream form, unlike the avatar outside, it was limited by the distance. He had always been there. The dream body stubbornly entangled itself with the sea of stars, preventing it from chasing after Xianxia. As for Xinghai, he knew that Xianxia was not Xianxia's true self, and he was unwilling to use the power of faith to deal with him. Kid Xianxia, there are still 25 seconds left, the serpent roared. Xianxia gritted his teeth and continued to fly wildly without saying a word. He had already flown for 5 seconds. Dream Dao time continued to be counted down by the serpent. 24, 23, 22, 18, 17, 16, 15. Return. Xianxia shouted and immediately sprinted towards the direction of the infinite mountain. 30 seconds. 15 seconds to stay away. 15 seconds to return. Xianxia gambled everything on this attack. If he failed, the dream Dao time would disappear, and at the same time, the time for the eye of all lives would pass. No matter what, he would undoubtedly die. Charge. Put everything on the line. Ah! Charge. 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 Xianxia roared as he frantically increased his strength, sending out the heavenly spill astral chi at any cost, superimposing it on his body. Every second, a massive amount of astral chi surged out and was pushed forward by Xianxia. In the universe, the speed of light didn't change, unable to break through, but the power could be continuously superimposed. Through the friction of space increased the impact force. Charge. Charge. Charge again. Black tortoise body. Boom. 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 As Xianxia sprinted crazily, he unleashed a stage-by-stage explosion. Every time he exploded, the quality of his astral chi would increase by a large margin, and the friction would be even more shocking. In fact, Xianxia was sprinting crazily as he continuously threw out a fist of lightning towards the rear. In this way, the heavenly spill astral chi would be emitted backwards to increase his thrust. His dipper chi had already accumulated to the point that it was impossible to calculate. His entire body was already equivalent to an asteroid. At first, Xianxia was only a thin beam of light, but now, even if he was far away, he could still be observed by the infinite mountain. At this moment, the thickness of Xianxia's beam had already exceeded 100 li in diameter. However, he continued to increase his charging strength. His fists continuously blasted backwards, and his legs continuously kicked out explosive heavenly thunder astral chi. The diameters of the light he had formed were still rapidly increasing, reaching a distance of 1,000 kilometers. His body was also gradually unable to withstand this terrifying spatial friction. His right shoulder, which was sprinting forward, was rapidly burning, consuming, and being shredded into pieces by the power of the charge. Xianxia quickly changed his posture and placed his left shoulder in front of him. He covered his right arm. Not only did he not slow down, he continued to detonate the lightning. Boom! 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 His left shoulder had also been worn away, and his right shoulder had recovered, so he turned around and continued to bear it with his right shoulder. Charge! Kid Xianxia, you don't want to die, the serpent roared. Xianxia didn't care about that at all. His body's wear and tear was getting faster and faster. He continuously adjusted his posture, using his right shoulder to withstand it, changing to his left shoulder, and even using his back to withstand the aura in front of him, flying back wildly, using his back to withstand the friction. In the entire infinite mountain, everyone was stunned. Countless pairs of eyes were extremely shocked as they looked at the beam of light that was getting closer and closer in the distance. The beam of light passed through the ocean of the universe, and the surface was covered in dense thunder and lightning. It's too fast, too fierce. When Xianxia passed by a planet, he only brushed past the star. Countless thunder and lightning densely adhered to the surface of the planet, directly dragging the asteroid into a nebula. But Xianxia was still charging, still sprinting. He was still continuously releasing his martial arts and techniques in the opposite direction. He could use all the means he could to continue accelerating and increase his charging power. He could be revived in a second under the Great Dream Tao. But now, this kind of instant work was almost unable to catch up with his friction. "We're almost there, we still have 4 seconds," the big snake said. Xiangxia's back had been rubbed away many times, revealing his dense spine. He constantly changed his position, even letting his body spiral forward. Every second, he let his left shoulder, right shoulder, back, and chest withstand the friction from the front. However, his body was still rubbed into a half-skeleton, half-human's burning light. "There are still 3 seconds left," the serpent roared. All of the Black Tortoise clan flew up and looked at Xianxia in the distance. The elders widened their eyes and their hearts beat wildly. The vanguard warriors clenched their fists tightly and gritted their teeth. The bald expert shouted, "Charge! Break him! Shatter him!" The Black Tortoise race clansmen shouted hysterically, cheering for Xianxia. "There are still 2 seconds left." The big snake roared, "It's time!" Xianxia had already rushed out of his human form. He was like a broken man who only had half of his body, while the other half was constantly being worn away, yet was constantly being revived. He stood against the light, and at this moment he was that light. Xinghai sucked in a breath of cold air. He felt Xiangxia's invincible and terrifying charge. He hurriedly wanted to dodge, but he was hugged tightly by Xiangxia's dream body. "1 more second," the serpent roared. "Divine Shield!" Xinghai Yazi summoned the temple Divine Shield. This time, he used his elbow to stare at the inside of the shield, using his entire shoulder to resist the upper edge of the shield and block it with all his strength. "We're here," the serpent roared. "Tai Divine Art, Nature Energy Diagram." Xianxia roared angrily and pulled out the revolving Heavenly Tribulation 9th layer saber light from the dream. Xianxia was a beam of light from the depths of the universe. He held onto his old friend, the Blade of the Dead. The blade was pierced through the 9th level of Heavenly Tribulation. With unparalleled speed and strength, he heavily smashed into the divine shield of the temple in the Starry Sea. Boom! A shockwave spread out. Xianxia had already adjusted his angle. There was no concept of the upper, lower, left, and right in the universe. He rushed over in a straight direction with respect to the infinite mountain. This infinitely diffusing circular shock wave happened to spread vertically, perfectly avoiding the infinite mountain. At that moment, both Xianxia and the Star Sea were engulfed by lightning and lightning. Everyone was so frightened that they fell to the ground. After a long time of light, the universe returned to calm. However, the strong light was still slowly dissipating, making it impossible for people to look directly at it. The Black Tortoise clansmen and believers widened their eyes as they stared at the center of the light. Who won? This was the only thought left in everyone's hearts. Did Xianxia win, or did Xinghai win? Who exactly survived? Or were both dead? She covered her face and her eyes turned red. Slowly, the light became weaker and weaker. Within the light, a figure slowly floated over, becoming clearer and clearer. The figure was holding one in his hand. Bring. Saber. Boom. At this moment, the entire Black Tortoise clan of the Infinite Mountain began to cheer. All the believers were sitting on the ground, their faces ashen. The last moment, the last half-second. In just half a second, Xianxia crushed the Temple Divine Shield and the Star Sea. He used the last half a second to complete a perfect resurrection. Right now, Xianxia was in his peak condition, completely unharmed. He held his saber, squinted his eyes, and floated towards the infinite mountain. Many believers stared blankly at Xianxia. A silver envoy shouted, "My God! Lost!" Xianxia pointed his saber at the infinite mountain and said coldly, "Your time for death has come. This is my world, and your gods will not be able to save you." The death of the Sea of Stars represented the death of the third false god. The followers of the Infinite Mountain were all dragons without a leader and fell into a state of great collapse. Most importantly, their fighting spirit was gone. Xianxia had killed the greatest and most powerful god in their hearts in public. This blow was akin to a calamity for all the believers present. Xianxia took out the remaining silver envoys and killed them all, causing the Black Tortoise race's army of false gods to completely collapse. After a fierce battle, all the remaining believers were hanged. After paying an extremely heavy price, the Black Tortoise clan finally welcomed the dawn of victory. However, this victory was not worth celebrating. Everyone observed a 5-minute silence in memory of the Black Tortoise Emperor who had sacrificed himself for the Black Tortoise clan. Xianxia's heart was filled with admiration for this great man. Furthermore, if Emperor Black Tortoise hadn't severely injured the Star Sea in advance, Xianxia wouldn't have been able to defeat it with his strength. At this moment, the Infinite Mountain was no longer safe. After losing the Black Tortoise Emperor, the Infinite Mountain was no longer as glorious as before. Xianxia said, "Follow me back to the maelstrom. The sky there is vast. Brothers of the Black Tortoise race can settle down there." The elders began their close talks. As for the Black Tortoise race warriors, their eyes were filled with eagerness. They were all eager to go to the vortex, hoping that they could fight alongside warriors like Xianxia in the future. At this moment, in the hearts of the Black Tortoise race, Xianxia was practically on par with the battle god. He was the only person who could grasp the heart of innate, and also the only person who had the ability to kill a false god. Even the Black Tortoise Emperor was unable to do this. The once glorious and great Infinite Mountain had now become exceptionally quiet. The black crowd stood on the summit of the Infinite Mountain and looked eagerly towards the Elders' Hall, hoping that the final answer would be what they expected. As for Xianxia, he put away the Yang Flame Divine Lightning. This world-exterminating divine lightning had been rotating outside of his body. It was very unwise because there wouldn't be many people who could get close to him. After a long time, there was a warm applause from the crowd. Finally, the elders came out. An elders representative stepped forward and stood opposite Xianxia. "We can agree to go to the New World," he said. As soon as these words were spoken, the audience applauded warmly and cheered like thunder. The elder shook his head and said, "Be quiet first. After listening to me, we can go to the New World to settle down. However, there are 3 conditions that you humans must agree to and answer." "Can you represent the New World?" "He can." Before Xianxia could reply, Timefly had already confirmed Xianxia's identity. Xianxia glanced at Timeran and didn't say anything else. Right now, the supreme leader of the New World was at the beginning of the month, and Timeran was also at the beginning of the month. The Great Elder said, "All right, the first question is your New World willing to accept us?" "No problem," Xianxia said. "There were originally demons in the New World. To you, they were the Mou clan." The Elder said, "Second question, if we go to the New World, can you promise not to interfere in our Black Tortoise race's internal affairs? We are still an independent race and do not wish to be forcefully interfered in by the human race and asked to marry the human race. We need to have our own territory and not live with humans." Xianxia burst into laughter and said, "There's no problem with that either. The current demons didn't mix with humans either. They were just under the same sky." The elder said, "The third question is that we must have a fair and equal partnership with the human race, not a superior-subordinate relationship. We do not listen to the orders of humans." Xianxia said, "There is also an elder council in the New World. The Black Tortoise clan's elders can all enter the elder council. They have absolute right to speak and vote on everything in the New World. This is fair." The elder nodded and said, "One last condition. If the human race violates the above 3 conditions at any time, our Black Tortoise race will immediately leave the New World." "No problem," Xianxia said. "If you want to leave, no one will stop you. But there is one thing that I must make clear." The elder said, "Please speak." Xianxia raised his head and said righteously, "We didn't let the Black Tortoise race enter the New World to beg you, but to save you. I hope you all know this. Therefore, I can agree to all 3 questions. However, I do not wish for similar and unfriendly questions to arise in the future. Elders, I didn't expect Xianxia to suddenly say such powerful words. Everyone was silent for a moment and nodded in agreement. Time flew towards Xianxia and quietly gave him a thumbs up. This daddy is not humble. I beg you to go to the new world and glorify our ancestors. Your Black Tortoise clan was almost annihilated by Glory God's teachings. We are helping you, so it's best that you don't keep feeling like we humans owe you. Xianxia's personal will was friendly, but humanity's firm stand must also be made clear. Afterwards, the two sides reached an agreement. That old black tortoise was carrying an infinite mountain and was heading towards the new world of the Great Whirlpool. During this process, at the beginning of this month, my true self had already informed the Council of Elders of the New World about this matter, so that everyone could be mentally prepared in advance. As for accepting the Black Tortoise race, the Council of Elders had also held a lengthy meeting. In the end, they agreed. After returning to the new world of the Great Whirlpool, Xianxia naturally would not interfere in the Black Tortoise race's specific affairs, nor would he have the time to do so. All of this was left to the Council of Elders to arrange for them to discuss with the Black Tortoise clan elders. Next, Xianxia prepared to leave. Before Xianxia was about to leave, the bald expert of the Black Tortoise race, along with the 19 strong men, came to find Xianxia in advance. I heard you're leaving, the bald expert said. Xianxia looked at them in surprise. He knew that these 20 people were the only vanguard warriors left. After the destruction of the Black Tortoise clan, there were only 31 vanguard warriors left, and the one in front of them was precisely a portion of them. Xianxia said, "Yes, I'm going to the White Tiger territory. Since we have shared weal and woe together, I won't hide anything from you. I went to the White Tiger territory this time to obtain the White Tiger clan's innate talent and earth vein." As he said this, Xianxia looked at his right arm consciously. Only after obtaining the earth vein heart could he truly refine the netherworld gold, possess the netherworld gold physique, and strengthen the netherworld gold. Only then would he be able to completely seal Rosen's hellfire, and this ghost hand could be used at will. When the bald expert heard this, his expression was very embarrassed. He said, "I'm afraid it won't be easy. First of all, do you know where the White Tiger race's territory is?" Xianxia shook his head with a smile and said, "I was just about to ask you about this." The bald expert said, "You don't know, but I do. However, there are some things I still need to explain to you in advance." Xianxia didn't know much about the 5 spirits. Most of them only scanned through the legends and said that they didn't really count as much. As for the bald expert, he gave Xianxia a detailed description of the specific situation regarding the 5 spirits. Apart from the disintegrated MOU clan, the 4 spirits of the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise were the most intact. Their races were different, and their personalities and styles weren't very similar. The dragons were arrogant, the White Tigers were violent, the Vermilion Bird was mysterious, and the Black Tortoise amongst them, the Dragon race and White Tiger race, enjoyed fighting the most, and they were also the 2 races with the strongest fighting strength among the 4 spirits. Although they were all 4 spirits, compared to the White Dragon Tiger, Black Tortoise's combat strength wasn't the slightest bit weaker. First of all, the strongest expert of the Black Tortoise clan was the Black Tortoise Emperor. His strength was inferior to True Dragon Emperor and White Tiger Emperor, and slightly inferior to Vermilion Bird Emperor. Secondly, in the rankings of experts below the Great Emperor, the Black Tortoise clan was completely inadequate. Below the Black Tortoise Emperor was a group of ordinary Black Tortoise elders, and the only combat strength the Black Tortoise clan could use was none other than vanguard warriors. However, the Dragon race and the White Tiger race were completely different. Below the True Dragon Emperor, there were 8 Dragon Kings. The strength of the 8 Dragon Kings was all heaven-reaching, only slightly inferior to that of the True Dragon Emperor. Beneath the 8 Dragon Kings, there were Super Black Dragon Warriors, 1st Grade Fire Dragon Warriors, 2nd Grade Flying Dragon Warriors, and so on. The White Tiger did the same thing. Below the White Tiger Emperor, there were also 6 Great Tiger Kings. Below the Tiger King, there were even Saturn Tiger Guards. They divided their strengths from 1 star to 5 stars. Therefore, in terms of overall strength, the Black Tortoise race was not worth mentioning compared to the White Tiger of the Dragon race. The dragon race was characterized by their contempt for others. They didn't even put the other four spirits in their eyes, believing that the dragon race was the most noble in the world. The white tiger race was even more troublesome than the dragon race. Each of these white tigers had a violent temper, and they were unreasonable and bellicose. The vermilion bird race was the most mysterious and the only spirit race that was proficient in the profound Tao. Furthermore, they refused to cooperate and refused to engage in diplomacy. After hearing the bald expert's introduction, Xianxia finally understood why the dragon warrior, Xinghao, had recommended him to the black tortoise race first. The bald expert said, "So, it's even harder for you to obtain a talent heart from the white tiger. But now, there is such an opportunity, and we have to seize the time." "What chance?" Xianxia said. The bald expert said, "The glory god cult is not only attacking our black tortoise race, it is also attacking the white tiger race. However, their attitudes towards us are different. The glory god sect came with the intention of exterminating our black tortoise race. However, they know that the white tiger race is tough and hard to chew on, so they are planning to slow down. Before our black tortoise race was completely invaded by glory god cult, we had already received an invitation from the white tiger race. They invited the descendants of the five spirits to White Tiger Mountain to compete for the heart of innate talent." Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. What? Fighting for the heart of innate? Are they willing to hand over the heart of innate? The bald expert said, "Here's the thing. It turned out that the glory god cult was trying to rope in the white tiger race, but the white tiger race was uncertain and had a faint intention of leaning towards the glory god cult. According to the invitation letter sent by the white tiger race to the black tortoise race, the white tiger race did not believe in glory god religion, but they did not believe in the humans of the New World. They believed that glory god religion and the New World were different. They both said that they were righteous, but there was no way to distinguish between them. The white tiger emperor went to look for Bai Wuya, but he didn't believe him either. According to the glory god cult, Bai Wuya was the madman who wanted to destroy this world, and the god race was the guardian of this world. However, Bai Wuya was full of tricks, imprisoning and suppressing the god race, preventing them from coming out. Xianxia frowned when he heard this. Those false gods had actually reversed right and wrong. The bald expert continued to introduce him. Therefore, the white tiger race had made such a decision. Whoever was right and who was wrong had no basis in their words. They simply decided to compete for superiority with their strength. The white tiger race invited the dragon race, the black tortoise race, and the vermilion bird race to the White Tiger Mountain to engage in a battle of strength with the glory god cult. The final winner would be able to obtain the earth vein innate heart. At the same time, the white tiger race would submit to the strongest side. "Are they really willing to submit?" Xianxia asked. The bald expert shook his head and said, "Actually, the white tiger race wants to find an opportunity to command the glory god cult, because they firmly believe that the final winner will be the white tiger race itself." There was no one left with this confidence. "But we humans didn't receive an invitation," Xianxia said. The bald expert nodded. "Naturally, they won't receive it because they don't even treat humans as competitors. They treat humans as inferior slaves that are ruled by the five spirits. So if you want to go to the white tiger territory this time, you must have me with you. Otherwise, you won't even be able to enter." Xianxia nodded and said, "Then it's settled. Take me into White Tiger Mountain and leave everything to me. However, with all due respect, your strength is a little bit lacking. Before we set off, I will help you raise your strength by another level." "You still have this kind of ability?" the bald expert asked curiously, but looking at his expression, it was obvious that he did not believe it. Xianxia smiled and didn't explain much before he called Long Chenner over. Xianxia ordered the 20 vanguard warriors to line up and let Long Chenner start with the bald expert. Long Chenner gently pressed her palm against the bald warrior's forehead. Immediately after, the bald warrior suddenly began to shine, and his strength suddenly exploded. The bald warrior was shocked. He took 2 steps back and pointed at Long Chenner, shouting, "False god!" Xianxia said, "She is not a hypocrite. She has not blessed you. She has only exploited your potential. At least now, if you meet the Silver Special Envoy again, you will be able to fight them. The bald expert said, I see. After that, Long Chenner gave the remaining 19 Vanguard warriors their full potential, causing their battle prowess to explode. Could be said that they were completely reborn. In the end, Xianxia solemnly asked, there aren't many Vanguard warriors left in your Black Tortoise race. Do you really decide to follow me? It's important to know that this trip is very dangerous. None of the 20 Vanguard warriors frowned. The bald expert said, we are warriors, so we should be on the battlefield. Now that the Black Tortoise race has fallen, we must stand up and fight for the honor of the Black Tortoise race. Xianxia nodded and said, this is your choice. I respect it. Because this was also a diplomatic incident, Xianxia brought a few elders of the Council of Elders with him in order to show the importance of humanity. After everything was settled, Xianxia released the colorful bird. Everyone embarked on their journey again, leaving the vortex and heading towards the White Tiger territory. However, there was one thing that made Xianxia feel very strange. He originally thought that Timefly would definitely pester him and follow him to White Tiger Mountain. But in reality, there was no trace of Timefly even 2 days before Xianxia left. Originally, I was still having a headache. How should I persuade her to stay? Now it's easy. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. He felt that he was unwilling to put time into danger. The White Tiger territory was hidden within a complex nebula at the border of the rings. Inside this nebula, there were intricate spatial distortions. There were even spatial turbulence and temporal turbulence. If someone who didn't know their background blindly rushed in, they might be thrown into the spatial Jedi and the time-still swamp. Both of them were fatal danger zones. In the vast universe, the colorful bird led Xianxia, 10 elders, 20 Vanguard warriors of the Black Tortoise race, and 5 elders of the Black Tortoise race on a long journey. Xianxia sat cross-legged on the head of the gorgeous bird, quietly circulating his cultivation to recuperate from his newly advanced 7th heavenly tribulation. He was adapting to his new realm and his new water vein divine grade talent. Occasionally, he would silently touch his right arm. There was also the famous Rosen Hellfire sealed there. This thing was even more frightening than the Yang Flame divine lightning. The serpent said, Little Xianxia, we are determined to obtain it this time. We must obtain the earth vein heart. Only in this way can we use your ghost hand in peace of mind. Xianxia nodded and thought to himself, well, I thought that after obtaining the water vein divine grade talent, I would be able to absorb Rosen's hellfire. However, you saw the result of yesterday's attempt. Still a bit lacking. I'm afraid that I'll really have to wait until the 8th level of the heavenly tribulation. Before that, the earth vein's heart must be obtained. As he spoke, a strange spatial ripple suddenly appeared in the space beside the gorgeous bird. At this moment, all the Vanguard warriors jumped up with their weapons and said, Prepare to meet the enemy. All of a sudden, everyone was on guard. The gorgeous bird also slowly stopped moving and stared at the spatial ripple as if it was facing a great enemy. Xianxia subconsciously touched his blade of the dead, while his left hand held the profound heaven sword. Gradually, as everyone's nerves tensed up, a gigantic flying ship suddenly appeared within the spatial ripples. When Xianxia saw the flying ship, he was stunned. The flying ship was a unique means of transportation for humans. Furthermore, looking at the pattern on the flying ship, it was actually the national emblem of the Haotian Empire. The hull was antique, made of pure wooden structure, with all kinds of beautiful flowers carved on the sides, most of which were tulips. Usually, long-haul airships must be made of metal, and wood is difficult to withstand wind and waves. But Xianxia immediately knew the reason. This was because the flying ship was accompanied by dense black wings that resembled the ocean. Demons? A celebrity elder said in shock. It was the demons. Tens of thousands of demon armies surrounded and protected the flying ship, protecting it as an unbreakable barrier. The quality of these MO armies was truly frightening. There were even a large number of MO army masters at the level of lords and realm masters among them. Could it be Xianxia's heart skipped a beat? Sure enough, a graceful figure walked out of the cabin of the flying ship. Apart from the beginning of the month, who else could the demon army of the realm master level be able to protect? Xianxia shook his head with a bitter smile and muttered to himself, "No wonder she didn't pester me. It turns out that her real body is also going to White Tiger Mountain." On the bow of the flying ship stood a beautiful woman wearing a cat mask. There was no need to look at this woman's face. Just from her figure, one could tell how soul-seizing she was. The vanguard warriors were stunned and said, "There is actually such a thing in the world." A celebrity elder hurriedly covered his mouth and whispered, "Never speak nonsense." Many demons stared covetously at the humans on the little bird's back and made way for a path. This path led straight to the beginning of the month at the bow of the ship. At the beginning of that month, he looked down on the world with his hands behind his back and said, "Friends of the human race, if you want to go to White Tiger Mountain, why don't I take you on a trip?" Xianxia looked at the beginning of the month and had a new feeling in his heart. Although they were the same person at the beginning of the month, their temperaments were completely different. Even the most powerful imagination could not outline her appearance, but she was more like a beautiful girl. At the beginning of the month, however, it was different. Her original body was closer to the demon race than to the demon race like Timefly. Moreover, Timefly was not a girl, but a woman with more charm. Xianxia knew that she was just Timefly's, but looking at her at this moment, he still felt that she was somewhat unfamiliar. "Sounds great." A human elder cupped his fists and said, "With the help of the demons, we will definitely save a lot of time on our way to White Tiger Mountain." The unreachable, iceberg-like beauty of the beginning of the month nodded slightly and said, "Then, please come up, friends of the human race." After obtaining Xianxia's approval, the gorgeous bird moved closer to the flying ship. The bald expert tugged at Xianxia's sleeve and said, "Are they the MOU clan?" Xianxia said, "Sort of. Actually, he is a descendant of the MOU clan. MOU is divided into two branches. One is the Demon Clan, and the other is the Nine Desolate Eye Clan. And this happened after the five spirits fell asleep, so you don't know much about it." As they spoke, everyone stepped onto the flying ship. However, everyone still had a feeling that they were being monitored. The countless demon armies circling the flying ship were still eyeing the human race covetously. Racial differences on the one hand, and security concerns at the beginning of the month on the other. At the beginning of that month, he acted very naturally and did not pay too much attention to Xianxia. His gaze only swept past Xianxia and landed on the elders of the human race. Xianxia also knew that he had an ambiguous relationship with Timefly, but his identity at the beginning of the month was not trivial. This kind of relationship was not easy to reveal. However, Xianxia was also a little angry. This damn girl had clearly received an invitation letter from the White Tiger race, but she didn't reveal it to him in advance. Thinking of this, Xianxia was indignant. He cupped his fists and smiled. "Lord Yuchu, so you also received an invitation from the White Tiger race." When she heard that at the beginning of that month, she knew that Xianxia was being petty. She smiled and said, "The invitation letter was not sent directly to the new world of the Maelstrom. Instead, it was sent to Senior Nine Flowers." "Senior Nine Flowers. I personally sent the invitation letter to the demons the day before yesterday." "This is the case." Xianxia let out an "oh," feeling slightly better in his heart. At the beginning of that month, he glared at Xianxia through the cat face mask. Only Xianxia could see this small gesture with his small eyes. But it was this glance that hooked Xianxia's soul away, so much so that he stared blankly at the mask at the beginning of the month, unable to recover his strength for a long time. This time, the demons did not agree. "How dare you? How dare you be so rude to my king?" A demon race world master berated Xianxia angrily. "Retrieve your disrespectful gaze. Otherwise, you will be considered Xianxia, and my demon race will not agree." Xianxia knew that he had lost his composure and hurriedly clasped his fists and said, "I'm sorry." At the beginning of that month, he blinked at Xianxia and was secretly delighted that he could charm Xianxia. "Young Master Xianxia, I've heard a lot about you." At the beginning of that month, he nodded to Xianxia and said, "There are some things that I need to consult. Can I talk to you alone? Hearing this, the two demon race realm masters immediately landed and guarded her around the beginning of the month to protect her. Xianxia discovered that the two of them were also at the 9th level of the heavenly tribulation, but the demon army at the realm master level did not seem to be able to reach such a high level. At the beginning of the month, he waved his hand and said, "Step down. I'll be alone with Xianxia." But the two realm masters were still worried. One of them said, "Let us stay by your side." At the beginning of the month, he said coldly, "We have been cooperating with the human race for a long time. If we do not even have this little bit of trust, what is there to talk about peaceful coexistence?" This subordinate does not dare. The two realm masters hurriedly bowed and retreated. In that manner, they were extremely respectful towards the beginning of the month. At the beginning of the month, he looked at Xianxia and said, "Come." With her hands behind her back, she entered the cabin first. "She's a head taller than time flies," Xianxia muttered to himself. Standing on the flat ground facing the beginning of the month, he discovered that the figure at the beginning of the month was taller than time. It was also when Xianxia entered the cabin that he felt that there was a gaze in the demon army that attached great importance to him. He turned around and saw Feng Luo amongst the experts. Feng Luo's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared fiercely at Xianxia with a provocative look. Xianxia smiled, turned around and entered the cabin, closing the door behind him. When the cabin door was just closed, a fiery body suddenly leaned over and hugged Xianxia tightly. Xianxia's heart softened, and the two of them embraced each other affectionately. After we split up, Xianxia looked at her face in astonishment. This face was not inferior to Time Fly in the slightest, but it was more mature and charming. The pair of eyes that rose from the ground were exceptionally soul-catching, and the corners of his eyes curved slightly downwards. It could even make any man in the world unable to extricate himself. Xianxia pushed her away with great difficulty and smiled bitterly. "This is not good. There are many people outside, afraid that they will hear." Outside, the demon army was heavily guarded, and their expressions were solemn. Xianxia said, The difference between you and Timefly is too great. Are you the same person or not? You can't be lying to me, right?" At the beginning of that month, he covered his mouth and smiled. "It's the same person, but my true body and my clone are different. We have the same consciousness, but our personalities and temperaments are different. It's really too strange." Xianxia was curious. It turned out that an avatar cultivated by a single person could be so different from his true self. "But why did you call me in?" At the beginning of the month, he said, "There are many people and many eyes. I just want to spend some time alone with you." Xianxia said, "That means there is nothing important. However, I have two things here. Please ask how long before we arrive at White Tiger Mountain." The two of them walked out of the cabin and put their hands behind their backs at the beginning of the month, as if they were ruling over the world. They said, "How long before we reach White Tiger Mountain?" A realm master cupped his fists and said, "We have already made 3 spatial jumps. There are about 20 hours left. According to the White Tiger Mountain invitation letter, there should be enough time for a battle for the Heart of Talent in 48 hours. Behind the cat face mask, the corner of his eye glanced at Xianxia at the beginning of the month. "Is there still 20 hours left?" Xianxia nodded and said, "I have 2 weapons that need to be refined together. These 20 hours should be barely enough." Hearing this, the eyes of the demons all shone. Xianxia was crowned the #1 weaponry master of the 6 Emperors continent. Everyone knew this a long time ago. Everyone was looking forward to how good the weapon he wanted to personally train was. "But that profound heaven sword?" she asked at the beginning of the month. Xianxia cupped his fists and said, "Reporting to Lord Demon King, it is the profound heaven sword." At the beginning of the month, he said, "These weapons are rumored to be half-grade divine weapons. They are only half a grade lower than my netherworld sword. I would like to have a good look. Come, young Master Xianxia, you forge weapons. I'll watch from the sidelines and broaden my horizons." Several demon generals also expressed their desire to see the process of forging weapons, but for safety reasons, they still refused at the beginning of the month. Bottom compartment. The Saint Great equipment refining furnace was already set up, and the profound heaven sword and the dead blade were placed in front of them. Xianxia's expression was solemn. He didn't cause any trouble at the beginning of that month. He stood quietly by the side and watched. "Don't you have any forging materials?" he said. Xianxia said seriously, "My blade of the dead is made of nether gold. It no longer requires any refining materials. The nether gold is extremely spiritual and can contain everything. When this profound heaven sword is tempered with my death blade, it should be able to obtain a demigod-grade weapon." At the beginning of the month, she took off her cat face mask and raised her chin with a finger. "It doesn't sound easy. With your good fortune, how long will it take to complete it?" "How confident are you?" she mused. 16 hours is enough." Xianxian smiled confidently. Hearing Xianxian's words, he was relieved at the beginning of the month and said, "You just said that there are 2 things. What about the other one?" Xianxian held the little gorgeous bird in his palm and said, "Look." At the beginning of the month, he suddenly said, "You want to refine the feathers of the colorful sparrow to create a personal protective garment." Xianxian said, "The colorful bird has already found it, but it has never had the chance to refine a set of protective clothing for itself. It can complete these 2 things while it is on its way. This thing is proportional, directly defending against enemy attacks. The stronger the enemy's offensive power, the more effective it will be. I'll also refine one for you. It's also good for you to wear it." As he spoke, Xianxian grabbed onto the wrist at the beginning of the month and carefully sensed it. He discovered that the beginning of the month was really much stronger than Timefly. Whether it was cultivation or physique, the 2 women were not on the same level. They were indeed worthy of being their true bodies. After that, Xianxian immediately entered the weaponry refining stage. The profound heaven sword was a very good precious weapon. Although it could not compare to the nether sword, it could still be considered strong enough. Many people were used to directly throwing away their weapons after acquiring stronger weapons. However, Xianxian was a nostalgic person and was unwilling to abandon his saber. In this way, the profound heaven sword and the dead blade would be refined together. At the highest, they could only reach the level of the profound heaven sword. This was equivalent to working in vain, but it was still very meaningful to Xianxian. Xianxian first released the eternal flame, then threw the profound heaven sword into the smelting furnace. Weapon forging had officially begun. However, nearly half an hour later, the profound heaven sword remained motionless. At the beginning of the month, he said, "Is the temperature not enough? This profound heaven sword's grade is too high. It seems that your flames can no longer melt it. What should I do?" Xianxian smiled confidently and said, "It doesn't matter. I have more powerful methods, but you need to help me seal this cabin with your strength. Don't let the temperature leak out." At the beginning of the month, he said, "This is simple." She waved her hand and sprinkled a demonic light, completely isolating this small cabin that was used as a tool refining room, forming an internal protective layer. Then, Xianxian took a deep breath and released the Yang Flame Divine Lightning from his body. Once this thing came out, her expression changed drastically at the beginning of the month. She realized that the defensive demonic light she emitted would soon be unable to withstand the temperature of the Yang Flame Divine Lightning. She could only get serious and further strengthen the demonic light. She said, "This is the world exterminating divine lightning. 6th place on the divine lightning rankings, Yang Flame Divine Lightning," Xianxian said. At the beginning of the month, he looked at the fireball in shock and said, "This is truly an eye-opener. So it turns out that our god race's power can mutate into such a terrifying thing after a long period of evolution in this dream world." At this moment, it was the true body of the Yang Flame Divine Lightning that released the eternal flame to burn the profound heaven sword. In less than half an hour, the profound heaven sword had already shown signs of melting. Xianxian nodded his head in satisfaction and said, "We have made progress. The next step is the long forging time." Weapon forging. Xianxian's fortune was already extremely high. Especially when he forged many times, he forged the same weapon, which was his own saber. As such, his proficiency was naturally frighteningly high. In fact, Xianxia was able to distract himself from chatting with him at the beginning of that month while he had to concentrate on forging. There was one thing that Nan had been holding in his heart. He was unwilling to ask the demons unless he had to. That was the innate heart that the Mou clan guarded. Because the demons and humans were cooperating in this sensitive relationship, Xianxia was worried that he would create a gap between the two races by directly asking the treasures that they had guarded for generations. But now that the Demon King was his woman at the beginning of the month, there was nothing to worry about. However, Xianxia did not expect the result of the inquiry. The Mou clan was guarding the heart of the wind vein. This wind was only a general term for gas in human civilization. In fact, the wind element was referred to as the empty element. Air, space, and all kinds of gaseous substances could all be considered a variant of wind elementium, so the demons possessed complex abilities such as spatial jumping, spatial shuttling, and so on. But what Xianxia hadn't expected was that the wind meridian heart had actually been lost. According to what she said at the beginning of the month, in the history of the demon race, the wind vein heart had disappeared a long time ago. The heart of innate talent was the foundation of the five spirits. After losing the heart of innate talent, the reproduction and bloodline of the five spirits would be affected. The Creator separated the universe, causing the other four spirits of the five spirits to fall asleep. Only the Mou clan did not fall asleep because they had lost their hearts of the wind veins. At the beginning of the month, after losing the heart of the wind vein, the reproduction of the Mou clan became a problem. Therefore, in order to survive instinctively, the clan had to be divided into two different races, the Demon Clan and the Nine Desolate Eye Clan. Only then did they regain the ability to reproduce, but because of this, they had to pay the price of impurity in bloodline. Xianxia was very disappointed. He had originally thought that the wind meridian heart was the easiest innate talent he could obtain, but he had never thought that it would become the hardest to obtain. But now, there was no other way to solve this problem, so he could only take one step ahead of the other. 10 hours later, the new weapon was finally ready. Xianxia slapped open the smelting furnace and saw a streak of light flying out. He jumped out of thin air and grabbed the light in his hand. What caught his eye was an ancient saber that was smooth, concise, and thick. What a beautiful weapon! Wuxia couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. This new saber had merged with the temperament of the profound heaven sword, causing the violence that a weapon like the saber should possess to diminish a bit and become even more agile. Xianxia weighed it in his hand, feeling very satisfied. Although the saber did not look so exaggerated, it was actually twice as heavy as before. After all, the two weapons were completely fused together. It's a good weapon. Xianxia also nodded and praised. It's the same grade as the profound heaven sword from before. It belongs to a half-step divine weapon. Next, let's refine the personal protective clothing. The feathers of the colorful sparrow possessed an extremely strong defensive ability, and the characteristics of this defensive ability were very interesting. It directly ignored the enemy's attacks in a proportional manner. A 9th-level heavenly tribulation expert would be overlooked by the armor. As for an ordinary person, even if he used a hoe, his armor would still not be able to defend against it. He could only ignore 1/5 of the damage done by the hoe. In other words, if this thing was given to an ordinary person, it was basically better to wear a piece of scrap metal on his body. However, if he gave it to a heavenly tribulation realm expert, it would be a priceless treasure. Xianxia originally wanted to refine a few more sets, but because time was limited, he could only refine 4 sets in the end. One set was for Xianxia himself, one set for the beginning of the month, and the other set for the bald expert that Xianxia was most familiar with among the vanguard warriors. With the last set, Xianxia arrived on the deck and flew towards Feng Luo. "Put this on." Xianxia handed the protective garment to Feng Luo and said, "Put it close to your body. Its tensile strength is excellent, and you can expand and shrink it at will." "You should know that I've always looked down on you," said Fontaine as he took the armor. Xianxia chuckled and said, "How have I ever seen you pleasing to the eye? However, our personal grudges are nothing at all in the face of a great enemy." Don't get me wrong. I'll give you this armor just because you're a demon general fighting on the front lines. Otherwise, I'll give it to the other demon brothers as well. Feng Luo took a deep look at Xiang Nan and put on his protective clothes. He nodded and said, "After the enemy retreats, I will challenge you." Xiang Nan smiled heroically and said, "I'm waiting for that day. I hope you won't kneel down and beg for mercy." "You think too much," Fontaine laughed. The rest of the demon warriors nodded their heads. Although everyone belonged to different races, they still recognized Xiang Nan's heart. At this moment, the demon army reported, "My king, the White Tiger Mountain territory is right in front of us." In front of him was a messy nebula, and the nebula was filled with complex changes, along with countless shattered meteorite belts. If he rashly barged in, he would be doomed. Thus, at the beginning of the month, the vanguard warriors of the Black Tortoise clan tossed out the invitation letter in their hands. The invitation letter was a token. The two tokens turned into two arcs of light and instantly disappeared into the vast nebula. Not long after, he saw a burly but exceptionally agile man tossing and turning back and forth from the distant nebula, jumping freely on all the rubble, and the reddest man came to the front of the flying ship. "This is the White Tiger race's warrior." Xiang Nan looked at the man carefully. Both the White Tiger race and the Black Tortoise race were sturdy, but their sturdiness was completely different. The strength of the Black Tortoise race was all-round, and it could be said to be a tiger with a bare waist and a rock-like body. The White Tiger race's strength was even more streamlined. Although they were incomparably strong, their waist was very thin. Their entire upper body was in a standard inverted triangle, and their slender long legs reflected their body proportions to the extreme beauty of strength. At first glance, the Black Tortoise race gave off the impression that it was a ferocious monster. At first glance, the White Tiger race gave off the impression that he was an Iron Man. The biggest difference was that the White Tiger had hair, and its long, snow-white hair was combed backwards, giving it the look of a proud lion. Thus, the White Tiger warrior cupped his fists and said, "So it's the MOU clan. I thought that your two clans would not show their respect when the brothers from the Black Tortoise clan arrived." The bald man said, "I am the Black Tortoise clan's vanguard warrior, Ling Su." Xiang Nan let out an "oh." He had just discovered that he didn't know the name of this person until now. At the beginning of the month, he stood tall on the bow of the ship and nodded slightly. King of the demons at the beginning of the month. The White Tiger was obviously more respectful towards the beginning of the month when he announced his name. He immediately bowed slightly to the beginning of the month and said, "Back then, within the five spirits, the MOU clan and my White Tiger clan were the closest. It is our honor to have you here." At the beginning of the month, she nodded slightly, not showing much. At this moment, she was a standard iceberg beauty. Xiang Nan thought to himself, "They say that the White Tiger group is unreasonable, but it doesn't seem to be the case now." Seeing that the White Tiger race was well-mannered, the human elders were also delighted. From the looks of it, there shouldn't be any problem communicating with the White Tiger race. But very quickly, the White Tiger warrior looked at Xiang Nan's group of humans and said, "You two, either scram or die." The human elders were stunned. An elder angrily said, "This is outrageous. Is this how you White Tiger race treat guests? I want to see your immediate superior." The White Tiger warrior laughed loudly. "The brothers of the Black Tortoise and Mayo race are guests. You filthy and lowly humans, aren't you? This gathering only contains our glorious five spirits. The rest of the low-grade species are not allowed to enter." Ling Su hurriedly said, "We brought these human friends here. They are our Black Tortoise clan's guests." The White Tiger warrior waved his hand and said, "It's your guest, not ours. If I hadn't given you some thin noodles, I would have slaughtered all of these humans just now." At the beginning of the month, he frowned and said, "They are also friends of our demon race." The White Tiger warrior said, "Don't enter." At the beginning of that month, they exchanged a glance with Ling Su, both of them implying a mouthful of anger. At the same time they said, "If humans don't enter, neither will we." Unexpectedly, the White Tiger warrior clasped his fists and said, "If you don't entertain him properly, I forgive you for not sending him far away. This person actually wanted to prevent the dirty humans from entering White Tiger Mountain, and even refused the demons and the Black Tortoise race. Xianxia sneered and said, "The Glory God sect has entered, right? Those are also humans." The White Tiger warrior frowned. "Did I ask you something? Hold your tongue." "Oh, my temper." Xianxia pulled out a huge saber and was about to attack. A flash of light suddenly flashed from behind, followed by a large number of dragons. Huh? So the brothers of the Devil race and the Black Tortoise race came earlier than us. Many colorful dragons stopped outside the nebula. There were black dragons that represented destruction, volcanic dragons that represented flames, green dragons that represented life, earth dragons that represented mountains and rivers, and so on. The elders and warriors of this group of dragons were the most active group of dragons. They had also seen Xianxia's terrifying methods at the vortex. The elders recognized Xianxia at a glance, and their hearts sank. At this moment, seeing Xianxia and the beginning of the month standing together, he felt that Xianxia's identity was extraordinary. A grand elder hesitated for a moment. He didn't know if he should go forward to greet him, but seeing that Xianxia was also looking at him, there was nowhere to escape. He could only float over and cupped his hands towards Xianxia. "So young master has also come," he said. The White Tiger warrior was stunned. He could clearly see that the great elder of the dragon race did not greet the Black Tortoise race, nor did he talk to him at the beginning of the month. Instead, he went to see Xianxia first. It was he who went to see Xianxia, not Xianxia who went to see him. The dragons were different from Mou and Black Tortoise. They were powerful races that could stand on equal footing with the White Tiger. The White Tiger warrior's heart skipped a beat as he thought to himself, "Where did this human come from?" The White Tiger warrior was full of questions and wanted to ask the Dragon Clan Grand Elder. Unexpectedly, the Great Elder did not look at him. He only waved his hand and told the White Tiger warrior not to speak. He asked Xianxia in a low voice, "A question. Young master, are you here with good intentions or evil intentions?" Of course, Xianxia knew what he was asking. The dragons were determined to resist the Glory God cult, so he calmly replied, "Good intentions." Only then did the Great Elder let out a sigh of relief and put on a smile. "With you here, our hearts will be at ease." The dragons truly regarded Xianxia as a god race of unknown origin. Seeing this, Ling Su knew that this was an opportunity, so he hurriedly inserted a needle in his mouth and said, "Brother Xianxia is not an ordinary person. The fall of the two pseudo-gods was caused by him alone." Hiss, the entire dragon race, including the White Tiger warrior, sucked in a breath of cold air. The dragons could easily accept such horrifying news. They had witnessed Xianxia's methods with their own eyes. However, the White Tiger warrior did not believe it. He said, "Don't talk nonsense. The pseudo-god is not dead. How can he kill him?" Ling Su said with a serious expression, "You, the White Tiger race, still don't understand our Black Tortoise race's style? Have we ever lied?" The White Tiger warrior said, "I'm afraid you've listened to the rumors of some lowly people." Ling Su said, "I saw it with my own eyes. How can I be fake?" The 10 elders of the Black Tortoise clan also spoke up and said, "Yes, we have all witnessed this young Master Xianxia's hand blade, the false god, with our own eyes." The White Tiger warrior was stunned. Who could kill 2 god races in a row? Xianxia looked at the White Tiger warrior and said, "Can we enter now?" Although the White Tiger was violent, its brain was not stupid. Seeing that Xianxia's status was extremely high, he expected that he was not a good person to provoke. So he said, "Follow me." This person led the way and led the 4 races into the nebula. Although they did, the White Tiger race's attitude towards humans was still very unfriendly. This kind of feeling is like walking on the street and seeing a huge evil dog. You know that this dog can bite you to death if you pounce on it, and you don't want to provoke it easily. But in your heart, he is still a dog. He can't sit at the same table and eat or chat with you. Xianxia quickly felt this kind of racial discrimination. The White Tiger warrior flying in front only spoke to the dragon race, the Black Tortoise race, and the demon race, but he did not put the human race in his eyes at all. He did not even look at the human race. "Brother Xiang, do you still remember me?" A dragon warrior leaned over and propped his arm against Xiang. Xiang turned around and smiled. "Brother Xinghao, we meet again." Xinghao whispered in Xiang's ear. "Just now, the black tortoise race farmers were telling the truth?" "Farmer. They call the black tortoise race farmers." The arrogance of the dragons was not a joke. They even looked down on the black tortoise race. "Yes," Xiang nodded. Xinghao grinned when he heard this and said, "I really suspect that you are really a god race. They called you the heretical god when you were on Spirit Vulture Star. Now, oh right, for my sake, don't argue too much with the white tiger race. This bunch of idiots have always been like this. If you make a big fuss over White Tiger Mountain, you will suffer for us." The dragons had already decided in their hearts that Xiang was an evil god who could casually kill false gods. This was especially true for Xiang, the heretic god, who had already reached the 7th level of the heavenly tribulation. As for the other dragon clan elders, their attitudes towards Xiang were a bit complicated. They didn't know whether they should be closer or keep a distance. But before they could figure out their own position, White Tiger Mountain had already arrived. The so-called White Tiger Mountain was really just a name. It was completely different from the Infinite Mountain. This White Tiger Mountain was actually not a mountain, but a magnificent world of steel. The ecology of this world was extremely strange. The earth was some unknown metal, and its texture was extremely tough but not rigid. The jungle, mountains, and rivers were all metals, and they were alive and alive. Even a galloping river in the distance was still metal. At the beginning of the Xiangnan period, he thought that the river was molten rock, that is, magma, but after flying through the sky, he discovered that it was molten metal liquid, molten iron. The white tiger race's habitat was a dense mountain of steel. Countless peaks could not be seen. They were different in height and magnificence. Xinghao whispered in Xiangnan's ear, "The white tiger race all lives in the mountains. Every steel mountain peak is the home of a white tiger race member. The mountains were like the stars supporting the moon, arching over a towering mountain peak. That mountain peak was almost infinitely tall, and there was no top at all. Everyone flew up for a few minutes before they arrived at the top of the mountain. On the top of the mountain there were huge buildings. This was the core of White Tiger Mountain, the White Tiger Divine Palace. The Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise were all enormous creatures if they revealed their true bodies. Therefore, the buildings here were so big that people wanted to curse. Xiangnan walked on the road in the middle of the group of buildings like a small ant that accidentally intruded into a human city. Fortunately, he could fly. Otherwise, it would probably take about 10 minutes to walk from one building to the other. In this White Tiger Divine Hall, Xiangnan saw even more White Tiger clansmen. The densely packed iron men walked around the White Tiger Divine Hall. Their bodies varied in size and height. Some of the white tigers had turned into human figures, and their heights had reached more than 10 meters. Some of the white tigers were thin and weak, only 5 meters tall. Xinghao explained that the white tiger race also had many branches, and the 6 tiger kings were in charge of 6 different races. In astrology, the word white tiger represented fiend. This was very compatible with the temperament of the white tiger race. These clansmen were truly fierce, and their faces were filled with hostility. There was a feeling that, when you looked at him, he would rush over and tear you apart. A bunch of lowly idiots. Xinghao curled his lips in disdain. Xiangnan's heart trembled slightly. Fortunately, the white tiger race did not hear this and whispered, "Why do you always call them idiots?" Xinghao said proudly, "What is the most aggressive thing? Naturally, it's an uncivilized beast. This white tiger race is clearly a simple-minded, stupid creature with well-developed limbs. What else can it be if it's not an idiot? How can it be like our noble and elegant dragon race?" The other white tigers didn't hear it, but the white tiger warrior leading the way heard it. He turned around to look at Xinghao and said disdainfully, "Long worm." Xinghao said angrily, "What did you say?" The dragons were furious and pointed at the white tiger warrior. "You'd better take back what you said just now." The white tiger warrior was not afraid either. He raised his head and said, Long worm! With this explosive shout, many white tigers below rushed into the sky. How dare you! Today, our noble dragon race will teach you a lesson. This bunch of ignorant beasts. One of the dragon race's grand elders laughed furiously. Who? A dragon roar soared into the 9 heavens. Roar! The ferocious howl of a tiger shook the heavens and earth. This sudden scene caught Xianxia off guard. Ling Su had a headache and said, "These 2 groups of guys are starting again." At the beginning of the month, he frowned repeatedly, but he didn't want to get involved. The white tiger and the dragon race had always been in a competitive relationship. If they didn't agree with each other, they would have to fight until the sky darkened. Black Tortoise and MO had long since gotten used to it. Seeing that the gathering had yet to begin, a conflict between the 2 spirits was about to erupt. At this moment, a cloud of fire suddenly appeared in the distance. Immediately after, countless shadows of red, pink, purple, rose, and various colors floated over. Rolling flames filled the sky. The dragon race and white tiger race simultaneously turned their heads to look. However, in the infinite clouds of fire, a group of exquisite and graceful curves descended. Their figures were unparalleled, and one by one, they were like fish falling down a wild goose, and the sky was fragrant and the country was beautiful. These women's hair was a fire, a real fire, but admirably, it was not a ball of fire, but a cluster of fire, each strand of hair clearly distinguishable, the same thickness. Long hair condensed from flames could actually reach such a level of detail. Clearly, it was the Vermilion Bird clan that possessed the strongest ability to control fire in the entire world. A woman who was 6 meters tall and almost as beautiful as the beginning of the month smiled as she floated over. She slowly drifted along, leaving behind a beautiful path of flames that was like a dream. The path of fire seemed to be impervious, like a long red silk floating in the sky. It was extremely beautiful. Brother Long, brother who, give my sister some face. Let's let bygones be bygones with today's entanglement. This woman's cultivation is unfathomable. She probably isn't Emperor Vermilion Bird, and she should also be a king. Xianxia was very surprised. He really didn't expect that the Vermilion Bird clan was actually all female. What surprised Xianxia even more was that the dragon race and white tiger race were actually very willing to listen to the Vermilion Bird race's advice. Immediately, the anger on both sides was suppressed by half. A person floated out of the dragon race and said, "So Sister Sparrow Goddess arrived first. This dragon should be from the Fire Dragon clan. He should be the king of the Fire Dragon clan, standing in the ranks of the Grand Elders." The woman saluted the Fire Dragon King and said, "Is Big Brother Fire Dragon leading the team this time? It has been a long time since we separated 10 billion years ago. Let's find an opportunity today to talk about the fire elementium between Brother Fire Dragon and Sister Fire Dragon." The Fire Dragon King was very happy and said, "This is the best." Xianxia stared curiously at the Vermilion Bird clan, the woman known as the Sister of the Sparrow God. At the beginning of the month, he quietly floated to Xianxia's side and whispered through the cat-faced mask, "Don't let your eyeballs fly away. Cough." Xianxia was slightly embarrassed as he whispered, "I'm just curious. I don't have any other intentions." At the beginning of the month, she whispered, "I forgive you for not daring." No one heard the conversation with Xianxia at the beginning of the month, but the Sister God Sparrow actually heard it. From afar, she looked at Xianxia and the beginning of the month in astonishment and said meaningfully, "He is a descendant of the MOU clan. If that young master is not mistaken, he should be a human, right?" At the beginning of the month, he said, "The king of the demons, at the beginning of the month." Xianxia cupped his fists and said, "Human, Xianxia. You're Xianxia," the bird said mysteriously. Xianxia said, "Senior, have you heard of me?" Sparrow God covered his mouth and smiled. "Your name is like thunder. Since my race awakened, the name I've heard the most is about you." Xianxia had a new understanding of the Vermilion Bird. Although this group was known to be extremely mysterious and did not communicate with the outside world, they were well informed. The sparrow god looked at Xianxia with a pair of large, agile eyes, and then at the beginning of the month. Suddenly, an ambiguous expression flashed in his eyes. Xianxia instantly felt that this woman was no small matter. In front of her, it was as if he had been thoroughly seen by her. Only then did he suddenly recall that the Vermilion Bird clan was proficient in the profound Tao. At this moment, a deep voice came from a tall building in the distance. Since the friends of the five spirits have arrived, why not come and meet them? Hearing this, everyone's expressions changed slightly. The strongest person from the dragon race was the Fire Dragon King, while the Black Tortoise race only had a few elders and no one of high status. Needless to say, the Mou clan's so-called Emperor Mou had long since disappeared. Now, the one who could sustain his reputation was the Demon clan's king, Wuxia. Thinking about it, that Sparrow God sister should be a character who could be comparable to the Dragon King. However, one could tell from their reactions that the owner of the voice coming from the distant building was probably the White Tiger Emperor. As a result, the major races were no longer in the mood to chat and flew towards the building one after another. Xianxia also flew with everyone, but the closer he got, the worse he felt. On the outer wall of the huge building, there were 2,000-meter-long banner emblems hanging. One of the banner emblems had the design of a white tiger, while the other was the emblem of the glorious divine sect. Xianxia suddenly felt that something was wrong. Judging from this posture, even if the white tiger hadn't taken refuge in Glory God cult, the relationship between the two sides should be very close. As expected, he saw a large number of believers wearing red robes. "There's a fake god here." The serpent lowered its voice and said, "There is a fake god in that building." Xianxia narrowed his eyes, knowing that this trip would not go smoothly. When everyone landed in front of the building, they heard Xianxia's introduction. This magnificent palace was the White Tiger Hall, and it was also the White Tiger clan's elder's palace. For rows of 200 tiger guards stood on both sides of the palace gate. The 200 tiger guards were incomparably majestic, and their eyes were filled with a fierce killing aura that shocked the gods. The White Tiger Hall had already been divided into areas for the five spirits and Glory God cult. The 6 regions were divided into hexagram arrays. The 6 horns represented the White Tiger race, the Dragon race, the Black Tortoise race, the Vermilion Bird race, the Demon race, and the Radiant God religion. Apart from the 6 majestic Tiger Kings, the White Tiger clan also had many star-ranked tiger guards. At the top, there was a middle-aged man sitting on a tall chair. This person should be the White Tiger Emperor. This person's aura was very different from the other white tigers. His aura was reserved, but it was not steady. He was like a fierce tiger crawling in the grass, ready to pounce at any time. It would only appear before hunting. The White Tiger Emperor's eyes swept across the crowd outside the hall. Everyone who was seen by his gaze froze and remained motionless. It was like a prey being stared at by a ferocious tiger, producing a kind of fear from the depths of its heart and another kind of subconscious, unable to move. You absolutely can't move. If you move, you'll die. Even the Fire Dragon King, the Sparrow God, and the White Tiger Emperor's gaze swept past them at the beginning of the month, causing their bodies to stiffen. However, when his gaze landed on Xianxia, the White Tiger Emperor was slightly surprised. This was because Xianxia was the only person who could remain calm under the White Tiger Emperor's gaze. The other race's legs were already trembling and their heads were covered in cold sweat, while Xianxia remained unmoved and looked calm. Who was Xianxia? He had killed people, slaughtered demons, killed demons, captured ghosts from the 9 nether realm, and forcefully killed the god race. Super soldiers. Now, there was nothing that could scare Xianxia. What about the creator of this dream world? Xianxia still stood in front of him and answered freely. The other unstinting creature was Little Bird. This creature was not afraid of anything. He sat on Xianxia's shoulder, swaying his little feet, with half a big bug swinging in his mouth. Everyone present, including the Glory God cult, was shocked. They discovered that the White Tiger Emperor's gaze had stopped in one direction for too long. All eyes fell on Xianxia. Xianxia stood there upright. He only relied on himself and the saber on his back. Other than that, he had nothing else to worry about. He stood there like an ancient pine. The White Tiger Emperor narrowed his eyes and said, "Not long ago, Brother Black Tortoise died. It's true." When the Black Tortoise clan heard this, they were all extremely sad. One life elder said with red eyes, "The great emperor has gone." The White Tiger Emperor closed his eyes, took a deep breath and sighed. There were fewer and fewer old friends back then. Mou is gone, so is Black Tortoise. The remaining True Dragon and Vermilion Bird are not here to see me. Xianxia thought of all sorts of possibilities to begin with. He predicted that the White Tiger Emperor would give everyone a disincentive, but he never thought that it would be such a sad scene. "Come in." The White Tiger Emperor waved his hand. Only then did everyone begin to walk towards the White Tiger Hall. Xianxia could feel another gaze staring at him with exceptional sharpness. He followed his gaze and saw a man with sharp ears sitting on the left side of the Black Tortoise Emperor. This was a pseudo-god, and one that Xianxia had never seen before, especially since this person's realm had already reached the 7th level of the Heavenly Tribulation. A 5th level Heavenly Tribulation pseudo-god was enough to kill the Black Tortoise Emperor. What was that 7th level concept? Xianxia's heart sank. This person had already reached the 7th level of the Heavenly Tribulation. What about Star Lord? Wasn't it the 8th or even 9th stage of the Heavenly Tribulation? Stop! Right at this moment, the two long sticks suddenly stood up from the left and right, forming an X shape, blocking Xianxia's path. It happened to intercept Xianxia, who was just about to enter the door, behind him at the beginning of the month. Xianxia frowned slightly. At the beginning of the month, he said, "I brought them here." The guard ignored all of this and said expressionlessly, "Humans are not allowed to enter." Again, Xianxia burst into laughter and pointed in the direction of the Radiant God sect. "Those aren't humans?" he said. A Tiger King strode out from inside and stood in front of Xianxia. The Tiger King looked down at Xianxia condescendingly and said, "Back your mouth." "Who?" As soon as these words were spoken, the 200 Tiger Guards shouted harshly and aimed their long sticks at Xianxia. A circle of Tiger Guards surrounded Xianxia. The Tiger King looked down at Xianxia condescendingly and said, "Just listen to what we say and obey. There is no place for you to retaliate." As he spoke, the Tiger King put his hands behind his back and walked into the White Tiger Hall. After taking 3 steps, he turned to look at Xianxia and ordered, "Kneel at the door until the end of the meeting." The Tiger King's attitude was already very clear, clearly looking down on humans. Everyone else could enter the White Tiger Hall for a meeting, but he ordered Xianxia to kneel at the door and wait. Xianxia smiled. He saw that the White Tiger Emperor did not stop the Tiger King. Such arrogant and domineering behavior was considered tacit approval. Xianxia, this person was humiliated in the White Tiger territory. At the beginning of that month, killing intent quickly flashed through her eyes, but she suppressed it. She knew that she could not help Xianxia now, so she had to leave this matter to Xianxia to deal with. Otherwise, if a woman helped Xianxia stand up, it would make Xianxia even more embarrassed. "Kneel!" Many Tiger Guards pressed down on Xianxia's leg and shouted angrily. The group of Tiger Guards used all their strength to push Xianxia to his knees. However, their powerful strength did not work at all. Xianxia stood upright at the door, motionless. "Who?" At the same time, the Tiger Guards used all their strength to press down on the stick. Xianxia, however, remained motionless. "Drink!" Seeing this, the Tiger Guards pushed their strength to a new peak. A terrifying force was exerted on Xianxia's legs, and both sides began to get stronger. Everyone saw this scene clearly, but no one stopped them. Everyone was watching the play. But at this moment, the faces of the Tiger Guards changed. Cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. With the strength of their group of powerful Tiger Guards, they were actually unable to suppress a human. This was a shameful thing to do. The Tiger King frowned slightly and said, "Do you eat dry food? You can't even take down a tiny human." When the Tiger Guards heard the Tiger King's reprimand, their hearts grew even angrier. A little leader of the Tiger Guards angrily said to Xianxia, "What a shameless piece of trash! No wonder our subordinates are merciless." Attack! As soon as he spoke, all of the tiger guards had actually used their martial skills. In an instant, the roar of a tiger was deafening. Every tiger guard's spiritual energy soared into the sky. The spiritual energy circled and condensed in the sky, turning into a tiger's head that covered the sky and the sun. The long sticks that were pressing down on Xiangnan's bent legs immediately flickered with intense light. However, when he saw Xiangnan sneer, he pressed down with both his hands and his chi sunk into his dantian, stabilizing his body with his domineering aura. At this moment he heard endless banging sounds. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. The long sticks in the hands of the tiger guards were actually too forceful, and all of them were broken. A circle of long sticks, all of which were cut in half. However, Xiangnan was still standing upright, motionless. Xiangnan chuckled and said, "There are not many people in the world who can make me kneel. My parents can do it, my master can do it, and my senior benefactor can do it. But you white tigers don't have the ability to do so. What are you talking about?" All the white tiger clansmen present were furious. They were actually ridiculed by Xiangnan. The Tiger King snorted coldly. He turned around and flew towards Xiangnan like lightning. He took out a powerful palm and slapped it towards Xiangnan. The palm even displayed a faint phantom of a tiger claw. Xiangnan was not afraid, and he also received a palm strike. Their palms weren't fierce in the air. Instead, they collided with each other softly. Then, both sides began to release their own astral chi. Right now, what was competing was not the impact, but the cultivation of both sides. The Tiger King had a deep cultivation base, coupled with the advantage of his race, his demonic energy. Although it was demonic energy, it was more spiritual because the white tiger was a spirit beast. It could be said to be bottomless, like an endless whirlpool on the seabed. Xiangnan's aura was even more tyrannical. Under the blessing of his talent and nether gold vein, that sharp aura was as dazzling as the sun. The two of them clashed with each other's palms, but in reality, they secretly competed with each other in terms of astral energy. The Tiger King had just fought against Xiangnan's astral chi when his expression changed. His heart skipped a beat. He had never imagined that a human's astral chi would be so strong. The Tiger King could only hurry up and release more astral chi towards Xiangnan, trying to suppress him. However, the strongest wave of astral chi had already passed, and the subsequent release of astral chi seemed to be somewhat untimely. However, Xiangnan's dipper chi was getting stronger and stronger, becoming more and more majestic. The Tiger King's face turned slightly pale. He clearly felt that he was no longer a match for Xiangnan. He paled in shock, but he acted indifferently. He thought that he could not lose face in front of so many people no matter what. He immediately separated from Xiangnan and gently floated back. The Tiger King floated back a few meters with the demeanor of an expert. He put his hands behind his back and looked at Xiangnan arrogantly. However, the right hand hidden in the loose sleeve of the robe was already in a stalemate. Its 5 fingers were slightly open, and it trembled slightly. Xiangnan was completely unharmed. He took a deep breath and pressed down with his right hand to calm down the dipper chi. The experts on the scene cupped their fists and said, "The Tiger King really has the demeanor of a big family." The lesson for the younger generation is to stop there as soon as possible. One of the tiger guards said proudly, "Of course, this lowly human is only at the 7th level of the heavenly tribulation. If I, Wang Ruo, persevere any longer, this human will explode and die." In everyone's eyes, it was the Tiger King who showed mercy and took the initiative to let Xiangnan do it. However, there were still 2 people who could see the clue. One was the White Tiger Emperor and the other was the false god. The White Tiger Emperor solemnly re-examined Xiangnan and said, "The 5 spirits gathering did not invite humans. Our ability to allow you to enter the White Tiger territory is already a blessing in itself." Xiangnan put his hands behind his back, neither humble nor arrogant, and said loudly, "Whatever guests the White Tiger race wants to invite is your own business, and it has nothing to do with me. But you invited Glory God Cult. I can't ignore this matter." The Tiger King looked up and smiled. "From what you said, it seems that you still want to have a hard time with us White Tiger race? Don't be too arrogant and arrogant. If you have a little bit of strength in your hands, you will feel that you are omnipotent. Ah, really? Xianxia chuckled. He took 2 steps back and pulled out his saber. If you insist on giving your innate talent to Glory God Cult, then I have no choice but to make an enemy of the White Tiger race. Even if, he said. At this point, Xianxia put away his smile and said with a serious expression, even if we kill the White Tiger race, we will not hesitate to do so. The entire White Tiger race was enraged when these words were spoken. Drink! A furious roar resounded through the clouds. The White Tiger warriors surrounded the entire White Tiger Hall and trapped Xianxia within it. In this battle, even flies would have no way to escape. The Tiger King walked over to Xianxia and listened. What did you say? Say it again. Come, let this king hear it again. All of the weapons in the hands of the White Tiger warriors began to tremble, and Xianxia only needed to say it once before they would be annihilated. Xianxia was afraid of something. When he was about to speak, he heard a burst of hearty laughter. Ha ha ha! The White Tiger race is so powerful. Ling Su leapt into the air and directly jumped to Xianxia's side. He shouted, Xianxia has saved our Black Tortoise clan. Whoever dares to touch Xianxia's finger, even though our Black Tortoise clan is small in number, we have to fight them to the end with all our strength. There's also our demons. At the beginning of the month, he also walked out arrogantly and coldly, standing side by side with Xianxia. As soon as she stood, countless demon armies flew into the sky, surrounding the vast army of white tigers from the outside. And me! Xinghao had received Xianxia's life-saving kindness several times, so he chose to stand on Xianxia's side at this juncture. As soon as he left, the dragon elders hadn't spoken, but a large number of dragon warriors had already followed Long Hao to Xianxia's side. Not only did Xianxia save Xinghao, he also saved quite a few dragon warriors. This matter caused the dragon warriors to have a very good impression of Xianxia. The dragon warriors passed by. The elders of the dragon race weighed their options for a moment before leaving their seats and walking to Xianxia's side. At this moment, the situation became tense. The Black Tortoise, Demon Race, and Dragon Race all stood on Xianxia's side. As long as Xianxia went down ruthlessly and attacked the White Tiger, they would follow suit. The White Tiger Emperor narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Are you threatening this emperor?" Ha ha ha, the Radiant God Sect's pseudo-god stood up and said, "Great Emperor, don't worry. Our Radiant God Sect will die together with the White Tiger." After saying that, countless believers surrounded the demon army and the dragon warriors outside the White Tiger Hall. The White Tiger Emperor narrowed his eyes and said, "Xianxia, you are trying to start a war." Xianxia narrowed his eyes and said, "Judging from your attitude, I don't mind." At this moment, the White Tiger Emperor and the Tiger Kings knew that they had underestimated the energy of the human in front of them. The White Tiger Emperor smiled and said, "We invited everyone here for the sake of our innate talent. Now that we have fought together, we will lose the meaning of the meeting. I'll give the 3 races some face and let Xianxia in." This time, both the Radiant God Cult and the White Tiger race were extremely unhappy that the White Tiger Emperor had actually made a concession. All the hostile forces were eyeing Xianxia covetously. This time, they were really eyeing him covetously. Without the slightest bit of fear, Xianxia put away his huge saber, put his hands behind his back, and strode into the White Tiger Hall. At the negotiation table, there was originally no place for humans. This was a bit embarrassing. Everyone had seats, but Xianxia did not. The Black Tortoise race still had a large number of vacant seats, but Xianxia could not go over and live under someone else. The vanguard warrior, Ling Su, actually walked in front of Xianxia and lay on the ground, saying, "Brother, sit on my back." Everyone was shocked. The Black Tortoise clan was actually willing to make such a great sacrifice for a human. Xianxia hurriedly said, "I can't use it. Get up quickly." That Ling Su said seriously, "My Black Tortoise clan's ability to survive is all thanks to Brother Xianxia. There's no need to worry about such a trivial matter. Don't let the evil-hearted look down on you." As he spoke, Ling Su glared at the Radiant God Sect with hatred. "No need. The White Tiger Emperor saw that this development was unfavorable to the situation, so he shook his hand and gave Xianxia a separate chair. The Tiger King, who had made things difficult for Xianxia, immediately angrily whispered in the White Tiger Emperor's ear, "Great Emperor, why did you grant him?" The White Tiger Emperor tilted his head slightly and whispered, "This person is very popular. The more we suppress him, the more people he will gain. It will not be good for the negotiation." Hearing this, the Tiger King gave up. The scene became 7 councils, with the White Tiger in charge, Azure Dragon, Black Tortoise, Vermilion Bird, Demon Race, Radiant God Cult, and Human Race negotiating together. However, there was only a chair and a human on the human side. Xianxia was not good at negotiating, and the human elders stood behind Xianxia without saying a word. Negotiations like this were actually the trump cards in their hands. The humans were the least confident and had no trump cards to bargain with. It would be better if they could just sit in and forcefully interrupt. They could only continuously surrender and humiliate themselves. The negotiations that followed were long and boring. The White Tiger race advocated an alliance with Glory God Cult and called the false god of Glory God Cult demigod. Only then did Xianxia understand why the White Tiger race had set up a place for Glory God Cult. In the eyes of the White Tiger race, although these false gods were not true gods, they were still demigod race. Demigod naturally had the qualifications to talk to the 5 spirits. In the eyes of the White Tiger, the group of human followers of Glory God sect were not opponents to negotiation, but demigods, attendants. However, the Dragon race, the Black Tortoise race, and the Demon race strongly advocated a war with Glory God Cult and would not tolerate it. The dragons said that Glory God Cult intended to destroy the world. The White Tiger race said that this was only a one-sided statement. There was no clear evidence to prove it, and it was even more suspicious of being framed. Both sides held their own opinions, stalemate, and finally collapsed. The White Tiger Emperor slapped the table and said, "Since we can't convince each other, we can only use the most effective means to make decisions." Everyone nodded. The White Tiger Emperor said, "The heart of Innate is the guardian of our 5 spirits for generations. Humans have no right to interfere. This is not a rule laid down by our White Tiger Emperor, but the beginning of the universe. It is already like this." These words were extremely bad for humans, and Xianxia had no way to refute them. Indeed, the heart of Innate was given to the 5 spirits by the Creator, and he even used the heart of Innate to create the 5 spirits. This sentence alone excluded Xianxia. The White Tiger Emperor said, "However, the demigod race has appeared. Although they are not the guardians of the heart of Innate, they are the descendants of the Creator. There should be a reason to compete with us for the ownership of the heart of Innate." "Who said that?" The Fire Dragon King chuckled and said, "The Creator's heir? Why haven't I heard of him?" The pseudo-god smiled faintly and said, "Because we can bestow divine talent on humans. Isn't this enough to prove something?" The Fire Dragon King was speechless. The White Tiger Emperor nodded and said, "It's settled. The 6 races compete for the heart of Innate, and the strongest will obtain ownership of the heart of Earthvein. At the same time, they will be respected as the first race and command the races. Do you have any objections? Whoever wins will be the boss." Although this was simple and crude, there was no other way. "So what if I don't agree?" Even if he didn't agree, he still had to fight. If he agreed, he still had to fight. Since they were all fighting, it was better to fight righteously, leaving the losers speechless. At the beginning of the month, he said, "The human race must participate in the battle. If you refuse to agree, I have plenty of time to tangle with you." The White Tiger Emperor said, "I have already prepared myself mentally. The humans can participate in the battle, but they cannot be the main fighting party. They can only act as the assisting party to assist a certain race to fight for it." The dragon warrior Xianxia immediately beckoned to Xianxia. "Brother Xianxia, come to our dragon race's side." "Nonsense," Ling Su said angrily. "Brother Xianxia is a friend of our Black Tortoise clan. He is naturally here to help our Black Tortoise clan." Xianxia suddenly became a hot topic. Although the human race he represented could not compete for the heart of talent, he could help a race compete for it. The dragon race and black tortoise immediately extended an olive branch to Xianxia. Everyone knew that Xianxia was the only human that mattered, and the other human elders that followed him could be ignored. Who would have thought that the bird god would also wave at Xianxia and say, "Little brother, how about coming to big sister's side? What kind of mess are you making?" Xianxia said angrily, "Our dragon race has fought side by side with Brother Xiang many times. We have long since become familiar with each other. What does he have to do with you, vermilion bird?" Many dragon clan elders nodded their heads and glared at the vermilion bird clan. They firmly believed that Xianxia was also a defector of the god clan. If he resisted the god clan as a heretic god, he would definitely be able to bring Xianxia here without any harm. The fire dragon king chuckled and said, "Little sister bird god, we are close, but it's not honest to snatch people from us now. Don't blame big brother for turning against you." The two dragon elders whispered in private, "I wonder what character Xianxia has. If he likes women, wouldn't he be taken advantage of by the vermilion bird?" Another elder said, "The vermilion bird clan. Each of them has a national scent. I'm afraid that humans will not be able to withstand the temptation of their appearances." "Stop arguing," Ling Su shouted. "What's the use of quarreling? Naturally, it depends on Brother Xianxia's opinion." Ling Su firmly believed that Xianxia would come to his side. Their Black Tortoise clan had already formed a brotherly friendship with Xianxia. They had truly experienced life and death together. Xianxia smiled and walked to the beginning of the month. "Brother Xianxia, you are?" Xianxia was shocked. "Don't tell me that the affection between us is so unimportant." Ling Su also found it hard to understand, and said, "Brother, why don't you help our Black Tortoise clan?" Xianxia cupped his fists and said, "From beginning to end, we are all brothers of the demon race. The first to stand out to help us humans is the earliest and most trusted. Therefore, our humans still want to fight side by side with the demon race, regardless of life or death." "All right, outside." The demon army was delighted as they raised their fists and shouted. Feng Luo nodded his head and said, "It's not a waste of our devil race's efforts to help the human race. It can be considered that he, Xianxia, has a conscience." Although the dragon race and the black tortoise race weren't too happy, they understood in their hearts and didn't say anything else. The matter was settled. The White Tiger Emperor announced the rules for competing for the Heart of Talent. It was actually very simple. It was a battle. In order to exclude individual exceptions, each race had to select at least 100 people to participate in the battle. This was also the simplest and most violent arena competition. Moreover, the rules of this arena competition were extremely cruel and unprecedented. It is carried out in the manner of undying and unstepping off the stage. Questions were raised on this point. The White Tiger Emperor said, "Simply put, if the White Tiger and the Dragon race each send one person to fight, if our White Tiger race wins, then our victors will not need to step down and can directly start the next battle. Furthermore, in the next match, both sides can send out another warrior. In other words, it's the Dragon race alone. They want to deal with the two of us." At this moment, the entire audience was in an uproar. What the hell is this rule? Those who won would stay on stage and fight side by side with the next time they went on stage, becoming 2 versus 1. If he could still win, then the next outcome would be 3 versus 1. This meant that the sooner a person obtained victory, the greater the advantage. Once he won in a row, he would be almost invincible. Xianxia asked himself that he had also fought from the arena, but this kind of terrifying rule was truly unprecedented. The White Tiger Emperor said, "This is actually not cruel. It is a kind of battlefield rule." Everyone had nothing to say. "Isn't that right? When the two armies start to fight, a group of soldiers have died on your side. You can't ask the enemy to withdraw the same number of soldiers, right?" However, such rules were not friendly to the Black Tortoise race. There were only 20 vanguard warriors from the Black Tortoise race, and not even 100 of them could be gathered. But there's no other way. Who told you to have fewer troops? Are there any other rules? Ling Su asked angrily. The White Tiger Emperor said, "There is no time limit or venue for this match. There are only two ways to determine victory and defeat. One is to admit defeat automatically, and the other is to die. The last rule. The White Tiger Emperor looked at Xianxia and said, "You can't be a member of the starting lineup. He must be the last one to play." "No! At the beginning of the month," he said, "you are targeting our demons." The White Tiger Emperor said, "There is no discussion. You can choose to participate or withdraw from the competition. It is our host's right to set the rules, or you are not satisfied. Now our two races will fight to the death." At the beginning of the month, Xianxia whispered in his ear, "It doesn't matter." At the beginning of that month, he swallowed a mouthful of anger and didn't say anything else. The competition was settled just like that. Early the next morning, all the participants arrived at the White Tiger Territory's Tiger Hall. This Tiger Hall was an independent space within the White Tiger Territory. It was a world of its own. It was once used as a place for the White Tiger clan to cultivate. It was now used as the arena for the arena competition. It was said to be a stage competition, but there was no stage. The entire arena could fight, so there was no such rule as out of bounds. Any method can be used. All the methods you have are not restricted by the rules, no matter how sinister and vicious they may seem. The competition was divided into 3 groups and lots were drawn. The results of the first battle came out: the Dragon Race versus the Black Tortoise Race, the White Tiger versus the Vermilion Bird Race, and the Glory God Cult versus the Demon Race. The winner, went straight to the next lottery, and so on. Xianxia stood together with the demons at the beginning of that month. He couldn't go on stage at this moment, so he could only watch the fun with his shoulders crossed. His situation was very unfavorable. He had to be the last to appear. If the White Tiger Race or Glory God Cult were to win consecutively, then it was possible that they would end up with Xianxia alone, dealing with a group of people. Logically speaking, both sides should send their own kings, such as the Fire Dragon King and the Bird God, to participate in the battle as soon as possible to obtain the first victory. However, no one actually did this. Doing so was too risky. If the Dragon King lost in the first match, then there was no need for the Dragon Clan to continue fighting. They would just admit defeat. The 6 races hadn't fought for a long time, so they chose to observe the opponent's strength first. The first group of shopkeepers were the vanguard warriors of the Dragon Race and the Black Tortoise Race. The first one was a high-level dragon warrior at the 9th level of the Heavenly Tribulation of the Dragon Race, swallowing the sea, versus the vanguard warrior of the Black Tortoise Race, floating mountain. The experts from all sides stood at the edge of the Tiger Hall and watched the battle quietly. Xianxia had been observing Glory God Cult for a while, but the result was not ideal. The 5 prisoners who had escaped from Dao Prison Star had already entered Glory God Cult. Furthermore, they had come to participate in the battle this time. Each of the 5 prisoners had been bestowed with 3 divine talents. These 5 people, even if they were heavenly grade talents, they were still very powerful. Now, they were even more powerful and their situation was very bad. "This battle is not easy to fight," whispered the beginning of the month. Xianxia nodded. Tuanhai and Fushan had already appeared on the stage. The 2 of them nodded to each other. Tuanhai took out a dragon spear while Fushan took out a pair of battle axes. The White Tiger Emperor said, "There are no rules to point out. Life and death are destined to rest with the heavens. Let's begin." The sea-devouring dragon spear stood upright and said, "My friend Black Tortoise, I'm sorry. I'll take down this battle first." After saying that, Sea-Devouring immediately whistled away. Behind him, a huge dragon figure appeared, and the dragon's spear burned with a loud boom. Fushan crossed the 2 axes and shouted, "It's not certain who wins and who pays." Fushan had already been tapped by Long Chenner's potential. Her strength had soared, and she was very confident. Fushan held 2 large axes in his hands and fought with the sea-devouring dragon spear. As soon as they exchanged blows, Tuanhai immediately occupied a certain advantage, pressing down on Fushan to fight non-stop. The sea-devouring style was fierce and ruthless. All of its moves followed Fushan's orders. Fushan, on the other hand, was neither arrogant nor impetuous. He steadily fought and moved step by step. Xianxia watched the battle from the side at the beginning of the month. At the beginning of the month, he said, "What do you think? The dragon race, white tiger race, vermilion bird race, black tortoise race, and demon race have their own distinct fighting styles," Xianxia said. "The white tiger pays attention to strength. The vermilion bird pays attention to profound Tao. The black tortoise pays attention to speed, and the dragon race pays attention to balance. The power, defense, and speed of the sea-devouring realm have all reached a perfect balance. But Fushan's defense is clearly superior to strength and speed. It is inevitable that the Black Tortoise clan will have the advantage from the start, but the Black Tortoise clan will continue to exert their strength. According to the current situation, the sea-devouring clan will not be able to do so in less than 20 moves." The arena was so big, and Xianxia did not deliberately lower his voice. Everyone else heard him. At first, the dragon race's analysis of Xianxia was very disdainful, but as Xianxia had said, when all 20 moves were made, the sea-devouring attack gradually weakened. On the other hand, Fushan was getting more and more courageous. He was extremely endurance and gradually felt like he was swallowing the sea. This scene caused everyone to be very surprised. Xianxia's words weren't bad at all. It was exactly 20 moves that had changed. The situation on the scene had turned upside down, causing the dragons to be caught off guard. However, they did not know how to resolve this situation, and it was even more impossible for them to ask the hostile Xianxia. However, Xinghao's relationship with Xianxia was not shallow. When he saw the high hopes placed in the elder's eyes, he came to Xianxia with thick skin and said, "Brother Xiang, as far as you can see, why did big brother Hai Tun start to lose?" Hearing this, everyone looked at Xinghao in astonishment. They thought to themselves, how could someone else tell you such a thing? Unexpectedly, Xianxia actually hugged his shoulders and said, "Because of the style, the dragons are good at exploding. However, the explosive martial artists are most afraid of endurance-type martial artists. These two are natural opposites." Xinghao hurriedly said, "According to what you said, our dragon race has no chance of winning. Then what are we going to fight for?" Xianxia shook his head and said, "Actually, that's not the case. There are many reasons. One of the most fatal reasons is that you are in a hurry to succeed, sending out explosive warriors among explosive warriors, while Black Tortoise is used to steadiness, sending out steady warriors among steady warriors. The explosion in this explosion encountered a calm and steady one. Naturally, it wouldn't work." Sure enough, after 40 moves, Tuanhai was no longer able to retaliate and was approached by Fushan. Fushan slashed down with a heavy axe, sending the dragon spear in Hai Tuanhai's hand flying. Then, the axe rested on Hai Tuanhai's neck. Tuanhai sighed and said, "I admit defeat." The 20 vanguard warriors immediately raised their eyebrows and cheered. Their victory in the first battle was indeed good news. As for the dragons, they quickly absorbed their experience and prepared for the next battle. An elder of the dragon race whispered, "Since Fushan is stable, then in the second round, we can't send explosive warriors to deal with him. We need to send a balanced warrior." Of course, this was only wishful thinking. Whether the dragons would encounter the Black Tortoise in the next battle was still a matter of opinion. The second battle was between the White Tiger race and the Vermilion Bird race. In the last battle, the dragon race had already sent out super dragon warriors, while the Black Tortoise race had sent out the strongest vanguard warriors. Therefore, the White Tiger race had sent out the strongest 1-star Tiger Guards, and the 2-star 3-star rankings were not under consideration at all. Each race could send up to 100 people. Naturally, they were elites. On the field, the 1-star Tiger Guard cupped his fists at Vermilion Bird and said, "White Tiger race? 1-star Tiger Guard, steel forging." After saying that, the explosion of spiritual energy in this person's body caused one to be astonished. He was the strongest of the 6 races. The beautiful Vermilion Bird race woman bowed and said softly, "Vermilion Bird race, first grade sly artist, illusory sand." The competition began. The steel-forged tiger's body trembled, and it strode towards illusory sand. Huan Sha stretched out his left and right hands at the same time and formed seals at the same time. The seals formed by the two hands were different. Xiangnan's eyes lit up. Xiangnan had seen quite a few brilliant Xiandao cultivators who had formed seals with one hand, but it was still unprecedented for them to form two-hand seals with both hands at the same time. It seemed that the Vermilion Bird clan had an innate racial advantage in the mysterious Dao. A black ring diagram appeared on the palm seal formed by Huan Sha's left hand. The diagram was divided into 3 rings and emitted light. The outer ring was the darkest, the middle ring was gray, and the inner ring was light gray. The hand seal formed by her right hand showed the shadow of a fire bird. Judging from its shape, it should be a vermilion bird. The forged steel suddenly took a big step forward and punched out together. At this moment, he was still 50 meters away from illusory sand. This pair of fists, which were separated by space, forcefully fired a large air cannon with incomparable strength. The power of this cannon was astonishing. It was actually much more powerful than the 2 axes of floating mountain that had actually slashed down. The illusionary sand pushed the ring formation in his left hand out. When the formation encountered the air cannon, the first ring first withstood the power of the air cannon, weakening the air cannon by 3 points. The outer ring then collapsed. The middle ring gray withstood the air cannon by another 3 points, the middle ring collapsed, and finally the inner ring withstood the attack. The 3-ring formation weakened the air cannon by 3 points. After destroying the formation, the air cannon only had 10% of its power left. It was already insignificant. The key magic sand had been waiting for the moment when the ring formation collapsed. At the same time, its right hand had also been pushed out. The vermilion bird fire bird that could gather power from the profound Tao immediately flew out and shot towards the forged steel. The forged steel quickly retreated and threw a heavy punch at the fire bird. With a loud bang, the fire bird was scattered by a third. However, the bird instantly healed into a complete state and continued to chase after the forged steel. The forged steel continued to retreat. He condensed even more strength and punched again. 2/5 of the fire bird collapsed, but it still healed instantly. Seeing that the fire bird was helpless and was about to be caught up, he took a deep breath and roared, 10 times the destructive power. The strength in the forged steel body had suddenly increased tenfold. If he punched down, it would destroy the heavens and destroy the earth. That fist had already shown. Pong! A punch landed on the firebird, causing the firebird to collapse and dissipate. The White Tiger clan has always pursued the limits of their strength. They believe in strength, he said at the beginning of the month. After the forged steel shattered the firebird, Chen Sheng chased after it and charged towards the illusory sand. He jumped up and punched at the illusory sand's head. Before Huan Sha could escape, he hurriedly used his left hand to block the formation. However, at this moment, the forged steel was at the stage of exploding tenfold. Not only did this punch easily collapse the ring formation, but it also smashed Huan Sha's entire body into the ground and exploded on the spot. Everyone cried out in alarm. They didn't expect that someone had already died just as the competition started. However, the few experts present frowned slightly. The forged steel took a few steps back and muttered, "No, it's a bit slow." Before anyone else could understand the meaning of forged steel, a flash of fire suddenly flashed across the scene, and the illusionary sand jumped out of the flames intact and disrespectfully. The Vermilion Bird clan's rebirth after bathing in fire. Xiangnan muttered and nodded. This move was not new to him. Xinghao said, "It is indeed too slow. If you want to kill the Vermilion Bird race, you must catch them off guard. Once they are prepared before they die, they can continue to be reborn in flames." However, Xiangnan discovered that the Vermilion Bird clan's rebirth by bathing in fire was no small difference from his own rebirth by bathing in fire. There was a great limit to his rebirth by bathing in fire. Once the enemy used the martial skill of the water vein, his rebirth by bathing in fire would be ineffective. Obviously, the Vermilion Bird race did not have such restrictions. No matter what kind of attacks they had, it was impossible to suppress their rebirth from the bath of fire. They were not even afraid of water jails. But there were also shortcomings. There was no price to pay for Xiangnan's rebirth. But the Vermilion Bird clan did. After that illusionary sand was reborn, its strength had obviously dropped by a notch. Xianxia discovered that his rebirth by bathing in fire and Vermilion Bird's rebirth by bathing in fire had their own advantages and disadvantages, strengths and weaknesses. The forged steel attempted to chase after Xianxia and then punched him fatally. However, Xianxia had also prepared it in advance. This time, not only had she been reborn, even the firebird that she had released earlier had been reborn. In the sky, a graceful shadow soared into the sky and transformed into a firebird that had been smashed by the forged steel. The firebird screamed and charged towards the forged steel. At the same time, Xianxia pushed with his right hand and a second firebird appeared. The forged steel punch exploded the first firebird. The second firebird had already smashed into the forged steel's chest, knocking him back a few steps. A large burn mark appeared on his chest. The white tiger only pursued the limits of its strength, but its attainments in defense were inferior to those of the black tortoise race. The forged steel was in pain and smashed apart the second firebird. Unexpectedly, the first firebird had already revived. At the same time, the second firebird soared into the sky and revived again. At the same time, the fantasy sand released the third firebird. The three firebirds were entangled in the forged steel. One of the forged steel exploded, and the other came to attack him. With this, more and more firebirds appeared on the scene. More and more. In just a minute, 32 firebirds had already danced in the sky, and the entire arena was filled with fire shadows. The most troublesome thing was that there were more and more firebirds, and they couldn't be reduced. As long as illusory sand was given enough time, the number of firebirds would reach infinity. The forged steel was enraged and shouted, 11 times the destructive power. He raised his arms and threw a forward punch. His strength had already reached 11 times. This punch also sent out a fanned impact zone, crushing the 13 firebirds on the spot. He has already lost. Xianxia shook his head and said, he has lost his chance to win. If he fails to defeat illusory sand in the beginning, then it will become even more difficult for him. Sure enough, the forged steel was only struggling to the death. After he shattered the 13 firebirds, the other 19 had already entangled him. These firebirds dived down from the sky and bombarded the forged steel, completely suicidal attacks. However, all the exploded firebirds were quickly reborn. What was even more desperate was that illusory sand had already released the 33rd firebird, and it was still continuing. The forged steel couldn't even get close to the illusory sand. Every time he charged forward, he would be blasted back by the firebird, and then blasted back again. He desperately wanted to kill all of the firebirds. Before the firebirds were resurrected, he rushed in front of illusory sand in one breath. However, his attack range was no longer able to deal with such a large number of firebirds. At this moment, the total number of firebirds on the scene had reached 40. The forged steel was already tired of dealing with it. He smashed 7 firebirds, and the rest dived down to explode on his body. When he was blown back, the 7 firebirds were revived and continued to dive down to explode. When the 7 firebirds had just shattered, the other 33 had already been revived. Everyone felt their scalps go numb, but they saw that the forged steel had been blown up to the point that their entire body was drenched in blood. Their skin and flesh were cracked, and their bones were also broken a lot. At this moment, the flock of birds surrounded him and surrounded him completely. They only occasionally saw 2 punch waves burst out from the dense flaming wings, but they were already powerless to return to the sky. Surrender! An angry roar came from the firebird's shadow. Xianxia smiled faintly. She put away all the firebirds and cupped her fists at the forged steel. Big brother forged steel, I've offended you, she said. In this battle, Xianxia won. Xianxia smiled and walked towards the periphery, facing the cheers of her fellow sisters. Forged steel stood in the middle of the field, his head lowered, his face red like blood. He clenched his fists, his emotions becoming more and more intense, becoming more and more out of control. He was so angry that his eyeballs were about to explode. Xianxia whispered, "The white tiger race is truly worthy of its reputation." As soon as he finished speaking, the forged steel suddenly rushed towards the illusory sand without warning. His speed was extremely fast, and he rushed behind the illusory sand in a few steps. Before the screams of the audience could be heard, the forged steel was actually smashed into pieces by a single punch. It was the heart of the unguarded illusory sand. The big fist pierced through her heart and pierced through her chest. He crushed the heart and kicked Xianxia's body into a fan-shaped piece of flesh. Sneak attack. The Vermilion Bird clan would not be able to revive after being struck with a fatal blow without any precautions. Instantly, a burst of fury erupted from the scene. Xianxia himself was shocked. He had seen the scene of steel forging gritting his teeth in anger, but he had never expected that steel forging would do this. After killing Xianxia, the steel forger shouted, "If I lose, you won't be able to survive." The women of the Vermilion Bird race were all mad. The bird god angrily shouted, "You!" Before he could finish speaking, Zhengang laughed loudly. He raised his right fist and shouted, "This daddy did something wrong, but this is my personal action. It has nothing to do with the White Tiger race. This daddy will pay with his life." With that, the forged steel fist smashed into his head, causing his brain to explode, and he died on the spot. The scene fell silent. How do we handle this? The White Tiger Emperor's face was ashen, and he felt extremely embarrassed. The Black Tortoise race, Ling Su, and the others were dumbfounded. Ling Su said, "White Tiger's people, why is this happening?" The Sparrow God stared angrily at the White Tiger Emperor and said, "Emperor, you have to give me an explanation." The White Tiger Emperor thought for a moment and said, "The illusory sand has already won. It is something that our White Tiger clan should not have done. How about this? In the next match, the Vermilion Bird race can send out 2 warriors, one of whom will replace Xianxia." The bird's expression was terrible, and he angrily said, "What about human lives? Our Vermilion Bird clan's reproduction is already extremely difficult. It's 10 times more difficult than the Dragon clans. You know that. Could it be that Xianxia died in vain just like that?" At this time, a tiger guard jumped out of the White Tiger race and shouted, "What are you shouting about? At most, we, the White Tiger, will pay for our lives with 2 lives. After saying that, this tiger guard actually smashed his head open on the spot. "You guys," the bird stamped its feet, but didn't know what to do. Xianxia let out a long sigh of relief. He finally saw the White Tiger race's temper. The Black Tortoise clan's evaluation of the White Tiger was unreasonable. There really wasn't any deviation at all. The word unreasonable itself had a very bad meaning, but because it had been used to evaluate women's unruly and willful nature all year round, it gave these 4 words an unexpectedly adorable metaphor. But now, the true meaning of these 4 words had been carried forward by the White Tiger race. The White Tiger Emperor said, "The Vermilion Bird is difficult to reproduce, and its life is not fake. We White Tiger race do not have as much garbage as we want." Now, is the bird god satisfied? The sparrow god was angry in his heart, but he couldn't refute it. The most hateful thing was that the White Tiger Emperor looked like he was right, as if they were right instead. "Prepare for the next match," the White Tiger Emperor said indifferently. This battle was between the Radiant God sect and the demons. The demons sent out a high-ranking Realm Master level general for the 9th level of the Heavenly Tribulation. As for Glory God Cult, they directly sent out a prisoner follower. This person had a faint smile on his face and a red robe on his shoulder. His entire body was enveloped in the robe, and he looked like a high-ranking general of a human race. This person had long azure hair, and his pair of eyes were as deep as the water of a green lake. A prisoner. At the beginning of the month, his heart sank. The demon general cupped his fists and said, "Demon race Feng Xiu." The prisoner nodded slightly. Feng Xiu frowned and said, "Why don't you name yourself?" The blue-haired prisoner shook his head and smiled. "I won't talk nonsense with the dead." Feng Xiu smiled angrily and said, "What a big tone. Let me experience what kind of skill your Glory God cult has." Xianxia said, "Feng Xiu, be careful." Blue-haired prisoners were people who had lived from ancient times until now. The martial skills he had learned were not as incomplete as the silver envoys. Even in the era of the Spirit Vulture sect, prisoners were the best of the best. Looking in the direction of the Radiant God sect, the other 4 prisoners were also hugging their shoulders, their entire bodies shrouded in red robes. They looked calm and composed, and they were still chatting and laughing. Feng Xiu was enraged by this contempt. Without saying a word, he immediately turned into a black wind and rushed towards the blue-haired prisoner. Demon Shine, Fire Charge. With a boom, the wind sleeve ignited a surging black flame. Xiang Nan had seen this attack on Feng Luo's body. It was extremely powerful, and could even break through the defense of the Black Tortoise race. However, the blue-haired prisoner didn't seem to care. He smiled and said, "Heavenly Dipper Imperial Armament. Steel Cloak." Zhang. The blue-haired prisoner's robe suddenly stood up, and his collar became as straight as a knife. Shit! Xiang Nan's pupils shrank. Feng Xiu smashed a fire fist into the blue-haired prisoner's robe. This punch was extremely powerful, but the robe didn't even have a single dent in it. The blue-haired prisoner calmly approached Feng Xiu with a smile on his face. Feng Xiu gritted his teeth and took a few steps back, shouting, "Demonic light, spatial fire." Black flames erupted from Feng Xiu's body, and even his space was twisted. However, when he saw that he had condensed a spatial fire and was about to deliver a fatal blow. At this moment, the blue-haired prisoner smiled and covered Feng Xiu's face, easily throwing him to the ground. Feng Xiu was unable to react, and his entire body was pressed down on the ground, his head heavily hitting the ground. Too strong. The defense of the steel robe was incredibly strong. This incomparable steel robe not only gave the blue-haired prisoner incredible defense, it even gave him an unbreakable attack. Feng Xiu's fists carried spatial flames as they crazily smashed down on the blue-haired prisoner's right arm. One punch and one punch were like a storm of wind and rain. However, such a dense spatial fire fist was unable to shake the blue-haired prisoner's sleeves. Feng Xiu tried to break free, but he couldn't struggle no matter what. The blue-haired prisoner smiled faintly. He extended his left fingers and gently sliced across Feng Xiu's throat. He said indifferently, "Heavenly Dipper Imperial Sword Technique." His dipper chi condensed into a sharp sword, cutting off Feng Xiu's head. The entire hall was filled with gasps of cold air. "Wind sleeve," Feng Luo shouted as he stared at the bloody red eyeballs. But Feng Xiu was already dead. Even until he died, his head was pressed to the ground by the blue-haired prisoner, unable to move. This scene was too cruel. Xiang Nan gritted his teeth and said, "He is the chief disciple of the Spirit Vulture sect." "What?" Yu Chu said. When Xiang Nan went to Dao Prison Star, he had already heard that the chief disciple of the Spirit Vulture sect was imprisoned in that prison. He was also the strongest expert that the Spirit Vulture sect had ever seen. However, at that time he only possessed heavenly grade talent, but now he already possessed 3 divine grade talent, and it was simply a completely new growth. Everyone was shocked by the strength of Glory God cult. The White Tiger Emperor's expression was even more solemn. At this moment, the blue-haired prisoner looked at Xiang Nan with a smile and said, "That day in the Dao prison, I was the last to be liberated and the first to escape. But you must know that I didn't run away because I was afraid, but because I didn't have time to recover my cultivation. Xiang Nan, I look forward to fighting with you." As he spoke, the blue-haired prisoner smiled at Xiang Nan and made a wipe-his-neck gesture. The first round of the battle had already ended, and the victors were Black Tortoise, Vermilion Bird, and Glory God Cult. The second round did not require a break, so the drawing of lots began immediately. The first match of this second round was the Glory God Cult versus the Black Tortoise. This was a dramatic result, directly from the winner to the winner. The Black Tortoise race sent out 2 warriors. One was Fushan, who won the first match, and the second was the new Vanguard warrior, the Hump. The Glory God sect also sent out 2 people. The first person was the blue-haired prisoner who had just won, and the second person was only a silver envoy. Xiang Nan knew that these 2 Vanguard warriors were no match for the blue-haired prisoners. He said, "If you can't beat them, immediately admit defeat. Do not sacrifice yourself without fear. The moment the battle began, the blue-haired prisoner smiled and retreated to the edge. Everyone was stunned. The silver envoy turned to look at the blue-haired prisoner and said, "What are you doing?" The blue-haired prisoner smiled and made an invitation gesture. "Sorry, I'm not used to working with trash. You hit you. You!" The silver envoy was extremely shocked and angry. It was hard to imagine that he would actually be ridiculed by his own people. Seeing this, the rest of the audience heaved a sigh of relief. The prisoners were very strong, but they were exceptionally conceited. This was a good thing. Fushan and Hump exchanged glances, their eyes shining brightly. They thought that this was a good opportunity. Thinking of this, the two vanguard warriors immediately rushed towards the lonely silver envoy. The silver envoy spat and said, "So what? I can kill the vanguard warriors by myself. These people are just bluffing trash." He wanted to regain his confidence from these words, but he had wrongly predicted the strength of the vanguard warriors. The two vanguard warriors had already unearthed Long Chenner's potential, and their strengths were incomparable. As soon as the silver envoy came up, he pushed his hands forward. White Tiger Divine Art, Feminine Wall. The White Tiger Divine technique created against the Black Tortoise clan had a miraculous effect. Back in the Battle of the Infinite Mountain, this feminine wall had caused the vanguard warriors a headache. But now, the two vanguard warriors exchanged glances and directly circled the two ends of the wall. The silver envoy's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly realized that this wasn't the Infinite Mountain, and that there wasn't a terrifying spatial rift on either side. Others can bypass the wall. The silver envoy immediately panicked and hastily extended the feminine wall, converging into a barrel that surrounded him. The two vanguard warriors used their greatly enhanced combat strength and unexpectedly stabbed their bare hands into the feminine wall. With only 2 chuckles, the feminine wall was torn open by 2 gates. The two of them stepped in and punched the silver envoy in the head. "It can't be." The silver envoy gritted his teeth and slapped out 2 mountain-shattering palms at the two vanguard warriors. Bang bang! The silver envoy was knocked flying backwards by the collision of his palms and fists. He slammed into the feminine wall fiercely, and was smashed into the head by 2 vanguard warriors who were heading towards him with 1 punch each. The feminine wall collapsed on its own. The Black Tortoise clansmen immediately cheered. The Glory God cult side also dared to be unexpected. They didn't expect that the strength of the vanguard warriors would actually be a notch stronger than the description in the news. "You're the only one left." The two vanguard warriors rubbed their fists and walked towards the blue-haired prisoner. "Don't be careless," Xianxia hurriedly reminded, but the result was very little. The two vanguard warriors were filled with confidence. After they had unearthed their potential, Lianzhan had succeeded. They had first defeated the Super Dragon Warrior, Sea Devouring, and then personally killed the Silver Envoy. At this moment, their confidence had exploded. Fushan shook his body and held 2 huge axes in his hands. He said, "Our vanguard warrior's strength has increased dramatically, and the prisoners may not be able to do anything to us." So powerful! The blue-haired prisoner finally walked into the arena. He clapped his hands and applauded as he walked. "It's really amazing. It's just a mere talent. I'm willing to experience 2 high-level moves." The 2 vanguard warriors immediately rushed towards the blue-haired prisoner. The 2 of them jumped at the same time, and 4 axes slashed down towards the blue-haired prisoner. Red Superstar Erupt. The 2 of them instantly possessed the mass of a red giant star. However, they had never been able to do this before. They could only reach the white dwarf star level at most. "I heard that the Black Tortoise race's defense is astonishing." The blue-haired prisoner smiled. He wore a loose robe on his shoulder and said, "Heavenly Dipper Imperial Armament, Steel Cloak." Clang, 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 clang. There was a burst of explosion. The 4 axes struck the blue-haired prisoner's raised right arm at the same time, but they were unable to cut off his arm, not even his sleeves. The pupils of the 2 vanguard warriors contracted, and they immediately charged forward. The 2 of them hugged their shoulders and leaned against Iron Mountain. Physical strength was the Black Tortoise clan's most proud asset. They wanted to use their strongest advantage to fight against the blue-haired prisoner. Everyone felt that the blue-haired prisoner must use a beautiful movement technique to dodge. Unexpectedly, the blue-haired prisoner also picked up his shoulders and charged towards the two vanguard warriors. Everyone was dumbfounded. You actually want to face the black tortoise race head-on? The white tiger race was also greatly shocked. A tiger king said, "In the entire world, only our white tiger race is capable of confronting black tortoise head-on. Moreover, our white tiger race still has fewer victories and more defeats. When strength meets defense, strength naturally does not have an advantage." There was a loud boom. A shocking scene appeared. The blue-haired prisoner actually used his own strength to directly stop the two vanguard warriors of the black tortoise race. The two black tortoises collided with each other and stopped a prisoner. This Fushan and the others' expressions changed drastically. They simply couldn't believe what was happening at this moment. The blue-haired prisoner smiled and said, "I haven't exerted my strength yet." His expression was calm and unhurried, but the two vanguard warriors exerted too much force. Their faces had already begun to turn pale, and cold sweat dripped down their foreheads. The two of them fought with all their might, but they were unable to shake the blue-haired prisoner in the slightest. The blue-haired prisoner licked his lips and said, "It's my turn." After saying that, his body trembled slightly, and he actually moved forward against the vanguard warrior and began to walk. The two vanguard warriors tightly grabbed onto the ground with their feet, and even used their spiritual energy to transform into tree roots and veins, going deep into the ground and trapping the ground tightly. However, this still couldn't stop their backsliding. The two of them were separated from the blue-haired prisoner, their heads continuously sliding backwards, and even the ground was lifted up. What kind of power is this? All the races present were extremely shocked. "You know what, I'm tired of playing. I'm not interested in you guys at all." The blue-haired prisoner shook his head with a smile and said, "I'm not interested in any innate talent. I don't have any thoughts about your so-called five spirits. You can't stimulate my willingness to win. The only reason I came here was because of Xianxia. Don't look down on people." The two vanguard warriors were furious and shouted, "Neutron star," before he could finish his sentence. The blue-haired prisoner stopped them and said, "Sorry, I can't let you continue wasting my time." After saying that, the blue-haired prisoner raised his right fingers and said, "Heavenly Dipper Imperial Swordsmanship. Zhang." A strand of Dipper Chi sword light soared into the sky. "Retreat." Xiangnan's heart sank as he roared, "Quick! Quickly retreat. Damn it! That's Heavenly Spill Sword Chi." Swoosh! With a swing of his sword, the two vanguard warriors were slashed at the waist at the same time. Astral Chi Sword Chi, cutting through the black tortoise defense, was easy. Floating mountain hump? Ling Su's face flushed red as he cried out in sorrow. The vanguard warriors had almost died, but now that they had lost two more, it would undoubtedly add insult to injury. Very discerning. The blue-haired prisoner looked at Xianxia and said, "Even the Heavenly Spill Sword Chi can be recognized. However, you still saw wrongly that my move is not Heavenly Spill Sword Chi. It's Heavenly Dipper Sword Chi." "What?" Xianxia frowned. The blue-haired prisoner said, "You probably still don't know that the Sky Spill sect and the Spirit Vulture sect are from the same sect. Even the Spirit Chi Sensing section was created by our Spirit Vulture sect. Do you think we don't understand the Sky Spill Sword Chi?" Originally, the Spirit Vulture sect was divided into two sections. The two sects were jointly controlled by the two sects masters. One was the Chi sect representing Supreme Sky Evolution, and the other was the Tool sect representing Empyrean Spirit Vulture. However, due to the disagreement between the two ideas, the final disintegration was divided into two major sections. The blue-haired prisoner raised his two fingers and said, "The Heavenly Dipper Sword Chi is the predecessor of the Heavenly Spill Sword Chi. However, the Heavenly Dipper Sword Chi can not only rely on the strength of the meridians, but also the strength of the weapons. This is the difference." When Xianxia heard this, he suddenly understood. No wonder he felt that the Sky Spill sect and the Spirit Vulture sect were somewhat intertwined. Both sides were actually forging weapons. However, the Heavenly Evolution sect refined their meridians into weapons. In fact, the principles were the same. In other words, not only could the blue-haired prisoner use his clothes and weapons to strengthen his sword chi, he even refined his own meridians. Using meridians and weapons to strengthen the Heavenly Dipper sword chi together could reach a strength that the Heavenly Spill sword chi could not reach. The blue-haired prisoner said, "From ancient times until now, I have been the only chi artifact cultivator. The glory god sect won against the black tortoise race. However, because the blue-haired prisoner didn't save him, the next time glory god cult appeared, there were still two people. In the next match, the dragons fought against the white tiger. The two enemies were finally about to engage in a fatal battle. The dragons sent out a super dragon warrior to seize the moon. The white tiger race sent out a one-star tiger guard, demonic light. The five spirits weren't humans, so their names were somewhat strange to humans. Some people even named themselves after verbs. The five spirits controlled the five divisions of the primordial universe, so their names were mostly named after cosmic stars, including stars, moons, lights, and so on. However, they did not pursue the beauty or meaning of a name. At best, it was an identity code. After all, it was a minority like the beginning of the month. "Brother, be careful," Xianxia said. "Is Lan Yu your brother?" Xianxia asked. Xianxia nervously looked at the arena and said, "Yes, half-brother." At this point, he whispered in Xiangnan's ear at the beginning of the month, "The dragons are in chaos." Xiangnan understood the term half-mother, which was not uncommon in the dragon clan. The dragons didn't even let go of cattle, sheep, horses, and snakes, and their own clans were even more reckless. Sha Mang and Lao Yu had already announced their names to each other, and they immediately fought together. The two races had their own strengths and had fought against each other for countless years. Naturally, they understood each other best. The moon-seizing messenger had a beautiful dragon spear in his hand, and the fiendish light was the power of his fist to destroy planets. The battle between the two was so dark that everyone's eyes lit up. Although the level of this battle was not as frightening as the blue-haired prisoners, it was highly appreciated. The two of them fought for hundreds of moves in a row, but they were unable to determine the outcome. Xiangnan nodded slightly and said, "This moon-seizing technique is much more powerful than the sea-devouring technique before." "Of course," Xianxia said proudly. "There are also differences in strength among super dragon warriors. My brother's strength is unquestionable." However, as they fought, Sha Mang suddenly changed his moves. This person suddenly took 3 steps back, his hands clasped together in front of his mouth, and there was a buzzing sound wave. Dragon shocking roar? Xiangnan's heart skipped a beat. This was a human technique. Moon seizing was caught off guard and was directly enveloped by the roar of the dragon. His entire body was unable to move, and he actually started to tremble. "How is this possible?" At the beginning of the month, he asked curiously. The roar of the dragon stunning is a human technique that is specifically used to restrain the dragon race. However, the white tiger has different attributes from humans, and its meridians are also different. How can they share it? Xiangnan immediately looked at the blue-haired prisoner, the chief disciple of the Spirit Vulture sect. He must have done it. The Spirit Vulture sect was the ancestor of the Spirit Chi Sensing chapter. They had already played tricks on cultivation techniques and chi refinement. That was the true ancestor. If someone could improve a human cultivation technique so that the white tiger could learn it, then only the Spirit Vulture sect's genius chief disciple would be able to do so. Unexpectedly, the blue-haired prisoner also looked at Xiangnan and nodded with a smile. They have already joined forces with Qi. At the beginning of the month, she frowned and had a bad premonition in her heart. "Brother." At this moment, Xianxia was extremely anxious. The fiendish dragon-shocking roar was not only the most complete dragon-shocking roar, it was even more powerful than the complete version. The sound waves contained the power attributes of the White Tiger clan. Lan Yu's skin was torn open by the sound waves, and his flesh was dripping with blood. He roared and quickly awakened the dragon spear. With a dragon roar, the dragon spear instantly doubled in size, and its power also greatly increased. Moon embracing reluctantly erupted with strength. breaking through the envelope of the dragon roar and slamming down towards the fiendish light. Sha Mang dodged the attack with a flash of his body, and his backhand was a palm strike. The 100,000 palm power stacked one after another as it slammed onto the dragon's spear with a clanging sound. This palm strike actually sent Moon seizing flying. Sha Mang quickly caught up and crossed his arms. Dragon trapping prison. Buzz. A large halo imprisoned Lunar Archer, and Lunar Archer was firmly bound, unable to move. Moon seizing was in a hurry. Opening his mouth to face the fiendish light, he let out a puff of dragon breath. However, a strange scene also occurred. The dragon breath only lit up in Moon seizing's mouth and quickly extinguished. This move cannot be released in the dragon trapping prison. Sha Mang bumped his head in excitement, causing the bridge of his nose to collapse and his face to be covered in blood. If Sha Mang wanted to make a fatal attack, he had to release both of his hands. He suddenly released the dragon trapping prison, and at the end of the deadlock, a pair of fists landed on Lunar Archer's chest. Lao Yu coughed up a mouthful of blood and flew backwards. However, while he was still flying backwards, Sha Mang quickly caught up with him. Another move from the dragon trapping prison locked Moon seizing prison in the air. Following that, he released the dragon trapping prison and sent another dragon subduing palm after him. In such a continuous cycle, Moon seizing had been sent flying 3 times, and he had already been beaten half to death. Xianxia shouted in pain, "Brother, admit defeat. Dragons are not like white tigers. They would rather die than surrender." Lao Yu's eyes were already blinded by blood, but his expression was solemn as he said, "Dragons are definitely not like white tigers. Then I will send you to your death." Sha Mang's eyes flickered with intense killing intent. He released the dragon trapping prison and struck the Moon seizing palm with another dragon subduing palm. Seeing that Lao Yu was on the verge of death, he was about to be beaten to death. Xianxia was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. He didn't know what to do anymore, but he grabbed Xiang Nan's arm and said, "Quick! Save my brother! Brother Xiang! Please help me again." How could this help? According to the rules, Xiang Nan was not allowed to enter the arena at this moment. Furthermore, Xiang Nan was an assistant fighter of the demon race, not a dragon race fighter. However, Xiang Nan couldn't refuse Xiangxiao's request in public. He talked to the snake in his heart for a while and found a way. "Big brother Lan Yu, if you think highly of me, do as I say." Xiang Nan walked out and said loudly. Lao Yu glanced at Xiang Nan. At this moment, he was imprisoned in the dragon trapping prison. He weakly said, "Brother Xiang, I appreciate your kindness. However, with Sha Mang's cultivation technique and martial skill, it is impossible for me to turn the situation around. I only hope that you can continue to help my untalented younger brother like before, and I will die in peace." As he spoke, the fiendish light released the dragon trapping prison and slapped towards Lunar Archer's palms. At this moment, Moon seizing was already on the verge of death, and there was absolutely no reason for him to survive after receiving the dragon subduing palm again. Xiang Nan said, "Follow me." With that, Xiang Nan suddenly placed his left arm in front of him. Seeing Xiang Nan's movements, Lan Yu was also blessed. She knew that Xiang Nan was teaching him how to fight, so she immediately covered her left arm with her chest. Pong! Sha Mang's 2 palms shot out, directly blasting Moon seizing's left arm to pieces. However, this time it also saved Lao Yu's life. Everyone in the White Tiger race was astonished. The demonic light's descending dragon palm was suddenly released. It was very difficult to predict where it would land. It could be released towards Moon embracing's head, heart, chest, and stomach. Everywhere was fatal. However, Xiang Nan was able to predict the location of the dragon subduing palm in such a short period of time. One had to know that the distance between the two of them was less than 2 meters. Such a short distance could basically be ignored by a 9th-level heavenly tribulation expert. Ling Yu's left arm was shattered, and Xiang Nan's left hand fell backwards as his body jumped out of thin air. Lan Yu hurriedly jumped like Xiang Nan. Almost at the same time, the fiendish light's dragon trapping prison appeared and was evaded by Moon seizing. Xiang Nan said, "The martial skill is perfectly restrained, but it doesn't mean that you will definitely lose. The key to victory or defeat in a battle is whether the enemy's martial skill can really hit you. And this is related to one of the most profound words in martial arts. At the same time that Xianxia took off, his right hand was already pressing down, and the moon archer also came to learn. After the demonic dragon trapping prison failed, it raised its hand and slapped towards the moon arching prison above its head. As for the palm that was pressed down by the moon's seizing palm, it pressed down on Xianxia's shoulder in advance and used its strength to jump out, dodging the attack of the dragon's subduing palm. All the races present were dumbfounded, while the blue-haired prisoner rubbed his chin with interest and quietly watched Xianxia's performance. The other 4 inmates also remained calm, with an attitude that they had nothing to do with themselves. As Xianxia taught the moon-arching battle, he evaded several fatal attacks from the fiendish light. At the same time, he explained, "Our modern martial artists are not as good as ancient martial artists in terms of ultraplanar environments, nor are they able to develop high-level martial techniques. But we found a better path. The ancients paid attention to the Tao of martial arts, while our modern martial artists pay more attention to the Tao of martial arts. The white tiger race takes strength as its pride. Its attack style tends to be power-oriented. With high explosive power, you can easily neutralize it without having to face it head-on." The fiendish light charged forward, and its right fist heavily smashed towards Moon Archer. Lao Yu subconsciously wanted to stop him, but the corner of his eye was always looking at Xianxia. Xianxia's body drifted backwards, his right arm drawing a circle. Lan Yu also followed Xianxia's example and retreated backwards. He drew a circle with his right hand and circled around the fists that the fiendish light was attacking 3 times. When he retreated, not only did he slow down the attack speed of the fiendish light, he also neutralized a portion of the fiendish light's power. When Xianxia retreated for a while, he suddenly stood still and hooked his right hand. Lan Yu followed Xianxia's instructions completely. Her right hand hooked onto Xianxia's wrist, and she followed Xianxia's example and pulled him backwards abruptly. The fiendish light was already charging forward, but it was immediately out of balance in this area and rushed out from Moon Embracing's waist. Lan Yu continued to learn from Xianxia. She released her right hand and grabbed the fiendish light's ankle. Then, she jumped on the spot and lifted the fiendish light upside down. She raised her leg and kicked the fiendish light in the stomach. Xianxia was about to be kicked out. Xianxia said, "Don't give him a chance to start over. Think of yourself as an extremely elastic bull tendon and stick to him." Lunar Seizing imitated Xianxia and kicked the fiendish light away. At the same time, he hooked his hands to drag the fiendish light back. As the fiendish light flew back, both of his palms shot out, and the dragon descending palms stacked one after another, their power vast. Lunar Clasping glided to the left and swiftly turned to the right before gliding again. Thus, he used his body to push away the arms of the fiendish light. Immediately after, Lunar Archer raised his leg and knocked his knee against the fiendish light's chin, knocking his entire body into the air. Ling Yu didn't give Xianxia the chance to fly high. He reached out to grab his ankle and pulled it down. He then circled behind Xianxia and grabbed the dragon spear. A spear pierced through Xianxia's back. Throughout the entire process, the people of all races, including the pseudo-divine believers, all looked at the battlefield seriously. They slid their hands in a decent manner and imitated the methods Xianxia had taught them. It was as if Xianxia was a teacher, while the others were all students, copying the knowledge Xianxia had taught them. As such, the fiendish light had already been defeated. He knelt on the ground, and there was a large bloody hole in his stomach. This time, the crowd applauded warmly. "It's simply turning decay into magic," the dragon elders exclaimed. Even though Ling Yu was about to die, she was still able to turn the tables on him. Lao Yu walked over to Xianxia with the dragon spear and bowed deeply. Xianxia also bowed and cupped his fists. "There's no need to be too polite. In fact, the best way is to impart ideas to you, not specific moves to you. But the situation is urgent, so I can only make this decision." However, at this moment, the White Tiger clan cast angry gazes at Xianxia. Lao Yu seriously asked Xianxia, "Why is this?" Don't tell me that cultivation techniques and martial skills are no longer important. Xianxia shook his head. Cultivation techniques, martial skills, and profound Tao techniques are only one way to win. However, they are not the only way. They can better speed up your winning efficiency. However, if you can grasp a better method and timing, then the same cultivation technique and martial skill will exert an extraordinarily powerful effect. Everyone was lost in thought. Xianxia said, "Of course, another important reason for you to win is that your strength is equal to Sha Mang's. If you are inferior to him by too much, then all kinds of techniques will not work. If you lose, you will still lose. I've been taught." Lao Yu nodded. At this time, a white tiger said angrily, "Great Emperor, Xianxia has violated the rules." According to what he said, the ancients valued martial arts. Today, people valued martial arts. That moon-seizing cultivator's combat strength was very strong, but his methods were insufficient. As for Xianxia, his combat strength was not good, but he had many tricks. Doesn't he combine the strength of the two of them to fight against Sha Mang alone when he teaches Lunar Archer like this? The White Tiger Emperor was thoughtful, but after thinking about it, the rules did not mention this. No one had ever said that outsiders were not allowed to impart specific techniques to both sides of the battlefield. In the end, the White Tiger Emperor shook his head and said, "No." Although the White Tiger race was the host, they could not openly change the rules. They could make the rules, but the bottom line was that they had to abide by the rules they made. The next match was between the demons and the vermilion bird. In a fierce and bizarre battle, the demons won. The 5 spirit races represented the elements of the 5 elements, and they were mutually exclusive and restrained. The greatest enemy of the mysterious Tao paradox technique was not strength and defense, but speed. Without enough time to form the seal, all of the clever tricks were empty talk. And speed was precisely the greatest advantage of the demons. In the following battles, the scene began to change. The Glory God cult was almost crushed by one side. No matter which race encountered Glory God cult, there was no doubt that they would be defeated by the blue-haired prisoner. In this way, the winner of each round would not be able to accumulate any more contestants in the next round. In the 20 matches, the Black Tortoise clan was the first to be eliminated. They did not have enough people. As for Ling Su, he was defeated by the dragons. Because these two races were from the Xianxia camp, Xianxia could not teach them how to deal with each other. He could only watch them kill each other. At this moment, the arena competition became even more intense. The battle between the 6 races had turned into 5 races. This meant that in every battle, there would always be a race in the air. Very quickly, the Vermilion Bird clan abstained. Although Vermilion Bird had victories and losses, once he encountered a blue-haired prisoner, he would undoubtedly die. Others didn't care about the number of their clansmen, but Vermilion Bird couldn't care less. They chose to abstain in order to reduce the number of sacrifices. Right now, only the Dragon race, White Tiger race, Demon race, Glory God cult, and the 4 races were competing. However, all 4 races appeared on the stage alone. For that reason, no matter who wins, after accumulating 2 or even 3 people, once they encounter a blue-haired prisoner, they will be completely annihilated. The blue-haired prisoner had never helped his sex teammates. He was only willing to take action after his teammates were beaten to death. Slowly, the arena competition reached the middle stage, and it was also the most intense stage. In this battle, a Tiger King had finally appeared. "I'm going straight to the Tiger King level." Xianxia exchanged views with him in a low voice at the beginning of that month. "Looks like the White Tiger clan has already figured out the details of our clans. They should be confident in winning if they send out the Tiger King at this time," he said at the beginning of the month. "I always feel that things aren't that simple." Xianxia rubbed his chin thoughtfully and said, "The White Tiger clan's confidence is somewhat inexplicable." "What do you mean? Do you think the Tiger King can't defeat a prisoner?" she asked at the beginning of the month. At this moment, the Tiger King had already appeared on the stage. His enemies this time were 2 super dragon warriors from the Dragon race. The Dragon race had won the last match, and this time, the 2 of them were fighting this battle together. Up to now, the Glory God cult had accumulated the most victories, and the participants had also accumulated the most. The blue-haired prisoner did not attack every match, because the Silver Envoy did not lose every match. Currently, the Glory God sect had already accumulated 6 participants, 5 Silver Envoys, and 1 blue-haired prisoner. The demons had given the White Tiger race their last battle in vain, and when they appeared again, they would definitely be alone. Crystal Tiger King. The White Tiger cupped its fists and cupped its hands at the 2 Super Dragon warriors. There was no such thing as etiquette in the beast race. Therefore, all other races except humans had learned etiquette from humans, and did not create their own etiquette. The 2 dragon warriors also clasped their fists. Xianxia was very unfamiliar with the 2 of them and did not recognize them. After Lan Yu won, he gave up the match because of his serious injuries. Thus, after saluting, the 2 sides fought together. The Crystal Tiger King was the strongest defensive Tiger King in the White Tiger clan. He had clearly appeared to protect the victor. Xianxia whispered, "It's not like the White Tiger race hasn't seen the strength of blue-haired prisoners, but they still have the confidence to fight against Glory God cult. This makes me unable to understand." At the beginning of the month, he said, "I feel that although those prisoners are powerful, they are at most as powerful as the Tiger King. The Glory God cult only has 5 prisoners, but the White Tiger clan has 6 Tiger Kings. The White Tiger Emperor should be confident." Xianxia shook his head and said, "I don't think so. The strength that the blue-haired prisoner displayed should be about the same as the Tiger King you mentioned. However, I'm afraid this is not all of their strength. That blue-haired prisoner is so calm. He must have even more powerful methods." On the battlefield, the 9th-level Heavenly Tribulation Tiger King fought 2 Super Dragon warriors one-on-one. This made Xianxia even more puzzled. On the surface, the Tiger King didn't get rid of the 2 Super Dragon warriors at the first possible moment. This was somewhat inconsistent with the status of the Tiger King. After a fierce and even tragic battle, the Crystal Tiger King was finally lucky enough to win. The Crystal Tiger King heaved a sigh of relief and cupped his fists. After saying that, this person turned around and came to an end. The next battle was already the beginning of the next round. The 4 races drew lots, but unfortunately, the dragon race encountered the White Tiger again. The dragons didn't expect such a situation to happen. Even if they weren't prepared, they would still be a super warrior. Because the participants had been decided before the start of the competition, they were unable to make adjustments at any time. And the new member sent by the White Tiger clan was actually another Tiger King. This time, he turned into a Super Dragon warrior and fought against 2 Tiger Kings. Sure enough, you're rich. At the beginning of the month, there was a bad feeling in his heart. There were too many White Tiger race Tiger Kings. Now, he was starting to accumulate the number of Tiger Kings. However, the other races didn't have that much fighting power. The only dragon that could fight against the Tiger King was the Fire Dragon King. But he was alone. At the beginning of the month, he said, "What I am more concerned about now is your personal safety. The Glory God sect will definitely not let you off. I'm afraid the other pseudo-gods are already ambushing you outside the nebula. As long as you leave, they will definitely encircle and exterminate you." Xianxia said, "There's no need to worry about that. I have a dream jump. If I want to escape, they might not be able to catch me. You watch the match first. I'll go out for a spin." Huh! At the beginning of the month, he did not understand, but Xianxia had already closed his eyes. Xianxia fell into a dream and used his Immortal Ascension technique to descend his dream body into the real world before leaving the scene. First of all, he didn't believe that Glory God sect was willing to abide by the agreement. Even if they lost, they would definitely turn hostile and attack the White Tiger race. Secondly, he also didn't believe that the White Tiger clan was willing to abide by the agreement. If they lost in the end, it would be troublesome if they didn't hand over their innate talent. Based on this, Xianxia decided to personally investigate. Xianxia, who was in a dream form, left the scene and arrived at the huge White Tiger territory outside. This White Tiger territory was the size of a world. Xianxia didn't know where to start, so he could only discuss it with the big snake first. The serpent said, Perhaps the white tiger race will, like the vermilion bird, bury their innate heart beneath their territory. That is, merge with the territory itself. Underground. Xianxia sank his dream body into the ground and began to search the boundless underground world. In order to save dream downtime, he directly moved forward at the speed of light. But after searching for 2 minutes, he found nothing. No way. Perhaps the heart of innate strength isn't completely unharmed. It's buried somewhere. Instead, it's directly merged into the territory. Only when the white tiger race summons it can it appear in its normal form. The big snake said. In this way, isn't there no way to find it? Xianxia frowned. Is there a way to sense the existence of the innate heart? No matter what, we should go back first. Xianxia could only return to his original body and slowly open his eyes. At this moment, the dragons had already failed without any suspense. The situation became extremely bad. If the white tiger race won this time, then it was certain that they would send 3 tiger kings to battle in the next match. The serpent said, there is probably only one way to find the heart of innate, and that is the white tiger. Only they themselves know where their innate heart is hidden. Xianxia said, but how can this work? How can the white tiger clan tell us the secret of their innate heart? The serpent said, use your dream ability. As long as we can think of a way to knock a white tiger unconscious, you can sneak into his dreams and search his subconscious for the location of his innate heart. This is a good idea, Xianxia nodded thoughtfully. But looking at the field, the white tiger clan's people, as long as they appeared on the stage, it would be the Tiger King. Unless someone could knock out the Tiger King, it would still not work. Xianxia was in a dilemma. In this match, there was no need to draw lots. It was the battle between the demons and glory god cult. This time, the representative sent by the demons was Feng Luo. There was no suspense in this match. Because of glory god cult's victory in the last match, they had 5 silver envoys, plus blue-haired prisoners, appear on the stage together. Feng Luo could not defeat them by himself. Feng Luo stepped onto the arena with a heavy heart. Opposite him were the 6 great experts of glory god cult. Thinking about this battle with his toes, he knew who would win and who would lose. Why don't we go outside and knock out an ordinary tiger guard? Xianxia thought. Tiger guards? It's impossible for them to know the whereabouts of the heart of talent. Their level is too low. It's better to try than to remain indifferent, the snake said. Xianxia made up his mind to do so. Just as Xianxia was about to take action, he heard someone calling his name. Looking at the arena, it was the blue-haired prisoner. The battle between the demons and glory god cult was about to begin, but the blue-haired prisoner suddenly signaled for the match to stop. Everyone looked at him puzzled. The blue-haired prisoner looked at Xianxia and said, this kind of battle is too boring. Xianxia, how about we fight each other? The White Tiger Emperor warned at the right time. No one is allowed to personally enter the arena to participate in the battle. The blue-haired prisoner smiled and said, isn't Xianxia able to guide others in battle? How about this, you command Feng Luo, and I command my silver envoy to let them fight. We have 5 silver envoys, but I will let them come on stage one by one instead of fighting together. As long as you can command Feng Luo and defeat our 3 silver envoys, we will admit defeat. Once these words were spoken, the entire audience erupted into an uproar. This is too risky. Blue Spirit, the pseudo-god of Glory God sect frowned. From the looks of it, the blue-haired prisoner was absolutely determined to do this without the consent of the pseudo-god. The blue-haired prisoner bowed slightly to the pseudo-god and said, my god, please forgive my selfishness and recklessness, and please help your followers. The pseudo-god thought for a moment and nodded, sure. Then the blue-haired prisoner looked at Xianxia and said, how about it? Sure. Xianxia nodded in agreement. This agreement was simply too advantageous to the demons. At the very least, the demons had a slight chance of winning. What a joke! Feng Luo shouted loudly, I don't know how to fight myself? Do I still need someone to guide me? That Xianxia is my junior. I asked him to teach me how to fight. Where is my Feng Luo's face? The dragons were very unhappy after hearing this. A dragon elder said, "If we can win this match, it will only be good for us and not bad for us." Xinghao said, "Yes, brother Feng Luo. This is not the time for a battle of willpower." Even the demons had many high-ranking generals trying to persuade Feng Luo. However, Fontaine did not agree. Everyone turned their gazes to the beginning of the month, hoping that she could give orders to Fontaine. If he could eliminate the blue-haired prisoner without fighting him personally, it would be a great bargain. But before he could say anything, Xianxia had already said in advance, "Forget it. This is Feng Luo's personal idea. We have no reason to force him." After Xianxia said that, he stopped at the beginning of the month. The blue-haired prisoner shook his head regretfully and said, "All right, since that's the case, our agreement is still there. How about this, Phono? As long as you can defeat 3 silver envoys, it will still be considered your victory. We will surrender directly." Feng Luo immediately became excited and said, "All right." When everyone left, Feng Luo faced a silver envoy head-on. He shouted, "Xianxia, open your eyes wide and see clearly. This daddy is no worse than you." After saying that, Feng Luo immediately fought with the silver envoy. However, Xianxia was no longer interested in watching this match. He fell asleep again and left the scene. This time, his purpose was clear. He first left the Tiger Hall, and then flew towards a more remote place in the White Tiger territory. The closer they got to the core of the White Tiger territory, the denser the number of tiger guards became. After flying for a long time, Xianxia finally discovered a lone tiger guard. This tiger guard was sitting cross-legged on a mountain peak, cultivating. This person was only at the 8th level of heavenly tribulation, which was even worse than what Xianxia had expected. The tiger guard was sitting upright in the training room, but he didn't know that there was someone standing face-to-face with him. Xianxia looked at the tiger guard and said, "Not only is his level low, his realm is also low. Is it possible for him to know the whereabouts of the heart of Innate?" The serpent said, "There's nothing I can do. A dead horse should be a living horse doctor." Yes. Xianxia had no other choice but to jump out of his dream. The tiger guard was cultivating when he suddenly felt a gust of wind. He hurriedly opened his eyes and saw a black light hacking down from the sky. Before the tiger guard could react, he was knocked unconscious by Xianxia. This black light was the tiger guard that Xianxia had knocked out after pulling out the nether giant's axe from his dream. At this point, Xianxia immediately jumped into the tiger guard's dream. In the dream, there was a chaotic world. There were strange symbols floating in the sky, and these symbols were not coherent. What are these? Xianxia looked curiously at the symbols in the sky, and beneath the sky, the tiger guard was still sitting cross-legged, as if he was cultivating. The serpent said, "It must be the incantation of the white tiger race." They did not use human words to formulate incantations, but rather some totem symbols that belonged to them. Xianxia floated in front of the tiger guard and said, "Do you know where the innate heart is?" The tiger guard immediately became vigilant and said, "Who are you? Why are you asking about the heart of talent?" "He's actually alert," Xianxia said in surprise. "Looks like talent is too important to the white tiger race. This idea is already deeply rooted. It's better to open up his mental defenses bit by bit," the serpent said. The tiger guard looked at Xianxia vigilantly. Xianxia said, "Oh, I'm just a passerby. Don't worry about it." After saying that, Xianxia left the tiger guard's line of sight. The ignorant tiger guard closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. Xianxia walked back half a circle and said, "Excuse me, what's your name?" Now, the tiger guard had forgotten about Xianxia and said, "Me? I seem to be called, I'm called Taizheng." Xianxia tried his best to look friendly and said, "Do you have any siblings?" The tiger guard thought for a moment. "I have 2 brothers. No, I have 3 brothers. That's not right. I seem to have an older sister and a younger brother." Xianxia smiled and said, "Do you look like your brother to me?" The tiger guard carefully looked at Xianxia for a while and said, "Brother? Aren't you dead? Why are you alive again?" "I'm not dead," Xianxia said. The tiger guard suddenly began to cry and said, "Brother, I miss you very much in my heart. Xianxia felt slightly sour in his heart. He touched the furry head of the tiger guard and said, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," said the tiger guard. "The emperor treats me well." The snake said, "Almost there. Dig deeper into your question." Xianxia pointed at the words in the sky and said, "Is this our white tiger race's martial skill?" The tiger guard nodded. "Yes. Can you tell me?" Xianxia said. The tiger guard began to speak a large section of the room's strange language. This language was illogical, and he didn't know what to say. Xianxia did not care about this, as long as the tiger guards slowly put down their mental defenses. "We don't have much time left. Hurry up with the process," the big snake reminded. Xianxia interrupted the tiger guard and said, "By the way, is our innate talent okay?" The tiger guard was stunned and said, "All right." Xianxia said, "That innate heart is buried underground. It must be very safe." "Buried underground?" Tiger guard asked curiously. "Underground?" "There are trees growing out from the ground. There are fruits on the trees. The fruits are delicious. Not good. There are insects in the fruits. Our spirit pills have been invaded." "What is he talking about?" Xianxia's eyes widened in disbelief. The serpent sighed. "His consciousness has begun to become chaotic. What the hell? What should we do?" Xianxia was anxious. The logic of the dream world was not high. All sorts of messy thoughts would often appear, and it would completely disrupt the progress of the dream world. "Find Guanxiao," the big snake immediately said. "Quickly sense if Guanxiao is asleep." "That's right. Guanxiao is an expert in this field." Xianxia's eyes lit up and he immediately sensed Guanxiao's dream. This perception unexpectedly discovered that there were two Guanxiao existences. One was an avatar and the other was his true self. His avatar was still in Sun Palace with Su Kaiyue, while his true self was really asleep. "There are still about 10 minutes left," the big snake reminded. Xianxia immediately made a long jump and directly arrived at Guanxiao's dream. When Guanxiao saw Xianxia, she was naturally very happy and said, "Little brother Xianxia, you're finally back." Xianxia did not say anything else. He pulled Guanxiao out of the dream and quickly explained the cause and effect. Then, he took her back to the dream and jumped back into the tiger guard's dream. Normally, Guanxiao would be like the tiger guard in her dreams and her consciousness would be chaotic. However, she was a woman who had received strict training. Her willpower was so firm that it made her feel incredibly strong. She could actually stay awake in her dreams like Xianxia. "It's him." Xianxia pointed at the tiger guard and said. Guanxiao nodded and asked, "What did you do before?" Xianxia explained what he had done. Guanxiao covered her mouth and smiled. "You are really stupid and cute. You can do it very easily. Stupid brother, watch from the side. Elder sister will let you broaden your horizons." After saying that, Guanxiao and the tiger guard sat side by side and whispered in the tiger guard's ear, "Look over there. Our innate heart has been snatched away by someone." The tiger guard looked in the direction of Guanxiao's finger. Immediately, the dream changed. The world collapsed, and there were flying dragons everywhere in the sky. The entire white tiger territory fell into a state of collapse, and a gifted heart floated into the air. The tiger guard roared in pain. "No! You damned bugs! Don't destroy our white tiger clan!" Xianxia was dumbfounded. Only then did he realize how brilliant Guanxiao's methods were. Xianxia himself directly went to ask the tiger guard, trying to open his heart, but Guanxiao used her actions to prove that this was wrong. "Don't dig, guide." It caused the tiger guard's consciousness to change. At this time, Guanxiao whispered in the ears of the tiger guard, "If time could flow backwards, would you like to let such a tragic scene never happen?" The tiger guard was stunned. Immediately after, the dream world in front of him suddenly changed, from heaven and earth collapsing to beautiful mountains and rivers. Guanxiao said, "Look, we have obtained the heart of talent." The tiger guard was stunned again. Then, the dream world once again reversed the flow of time. The scene in front of him changed once again. Countless white tigers were crouching on the ground. There was a white tiger of the first generation hanging high in the sky. This was the first time that the creator had used the heart of Innate to create a white tiger's true body and allow them to obtain the heart of Innate. That first generation white tiger was the first one created by the heart of Innate. The white tiger roared in the sky. Guanxiao whispered in the tiger guard's ear, "Listen, it's strange that he speaks human language." The tiger guard was dumbfounded and said, "Yeah, it's so strange." As expected, the first white tiger actually spat out words. Xiangnan was stunned and couldn't help but give Guanxiao a thumbs up. Thus, the white tiger in the sky said, "The heart of innate strength is of utmost importance. I promise that the White Tiger clan will protect it for generations to come. Only the strongest in the clan can control their innate talent." What he said was actually so logical, Xianxia said. This is a memory in his mind, not a change in his consciousness, so the sequence is complete, Guanxiao said to Xiangnan. The white tiger continued to speak for a long time about how important the heart of talent was. Finally, he said, "Therefore, I will set up a white tiger trial. Only those white tiger race experts who defeated the dragon race, vermilion bird, black tortoise, and MOU are qualified to obtain the control of the heart of innate. Positions are never worshipped by the white tiger race. Our faith is strength." At this point, it had collapsed. Xiangnan and Guanxiao separated and returned to their dreams. At the same time, Xiangnan opened his eyes in the tiger hall and the arena. "So it's like this," the big snake said in shock. Xiangnan was also thoroughly enlightened. In a race like the black tortoise, their position was respected, and their water-vein heart was under the control of all the elders. However, the white tiger race was an exception. They only believed in strength. In fact, the innate heart was not under the control of the white tiger emperor. They had to complete a white tiger trial before they could summon the innate heart. This trial was to defeat all races. No wonder the white tiger race suddenly gathered all the races to compete for the so-called heart of talent. The white tiger clan had already rebelled. The serpent said, "Kid Xiangnan, this is bad. The white tiger clan and glory god cult have already established a cooperative relationship. They want to give their innate hearts to the pseudo-gods. No wonder they called the people from glory god cult over to participate in the competition. That glory god cult helped the white tiger race win." Xiangnan's heart was heavy. As long as the dragon race, the black tortoise race, and other races didn't agree that the white tiger race's warriors were the strongest, then the white tiger trial wouldn't be complete. And the arena competition was the best choice. As long as the final victor was the white tiger race, the other races would nod in approval. In that case, the white tiger trial would be officially completed. No, we must not let them succeed. Xiangnan narrowed his eyes. Now, black tortoise and vermilion bird had already admitted defeat. The white tiger race only needed to defeat the dragon race and the demon race, and the trial would be considered a complete success. On the arena, Feng Luo had already lost. After winning against a silver envoy, he was also moderately wounded. After the intense battle with the second silver envoy, both of them lost their combat strength. This time, the demons had failed. The next battle began quickly. Xiangnan immediately told the beginning of the month what he discovered. After hearing about it at the beginning of the month, he was extremely furious. Wait and see. As long as there are people who refuse to admit defeat in the end, the white tiger trial will not be complete. Xiangnan whispered. The next match was between the demons and the white tigers. At this moment, the white tiger race had 3 tiger kings on the stage. The demons had no suspense and failed again. At the beginning of the month, Xiangnan whispered in his ear, "No wonder the tiger king behaved so badly before. They deliberately didn't use all their strength. They should be preserving their strength. Once the white tiger trial succeeds, it will hand over its innate talent to glory god cult. At that time, the white tiger and glory god cult will work together to surround and eradicate everyone present." The next match was the glory god cult versus the dragons, and the dragons were defeated. The next match was the white tiger versus glory god cult. The 4 tiger kings fought against the 7 silver envoys, the blue-haired prisoners. After the glory god sect rebelled slightly, Even the blue-haired prisoner did not appear on the stage, and the Glory God sect announced that it had admitted defeat. In the eyes of the dragon race, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, and the others, this was normal. No matter how powerful a blue-haired prisoner was, how could he defeat 4 Tiger Kings? However, Xianxia already knew the deeper reason. The following battles generally followed this logic. As long as the Glory God cult fought against the White Tiger race, they would admit defeat. As for the Glory God cult, if they fought against either the demon race or the dragon race, they would be playing with their lives, trying to win. As for the White Tiger clan, they had already accumulated to their full strength, and the 6 Tiger Kings had stepped out at the same time. They were almost invincible, sweeping through everything. Xianxia knew that the White Tiger Emperor had secretly cheated and played tricks. According to the White Tiger trial's original intention, it was a one-on-one battle. A White Tiger expert defeated experts from the Dragon race, Black Tortoise race, and other races one-on-one, and the other races nodded their heads in admission of defeat. Even if the trial was completed, it would still be considered a success. However, if the White Tiger trial was conducted openly, the other races would definitely not cooperate. Hence, the White Tiger Emperor created a competition. The rules of this competition were nodded in agreement by the various races. This way, up to 6 Tiger Kings could fight at the same time and finally win the competition. Furthermore, the other races were convinced. Xianxia thoughtfully looked at the White Tiger Emperor. He thought that the White Tiger clan might not be so cunning. This was probably the fake god's idea. Needless to say, the 6 Tiger Kings swept through everything. Even the Fire Dragon King of the Dragon race and the Demon race did not fight at the beginning of the month. There was no point fighting again. After a series of overwhelming battles, only 3 races remained. White Tiger, Glory God Cult, Demon Race. Actually, all of the demons had been wiped out, but because of Xianxia's existence as the 101st person, he had become the last member of the demons. In the next round of drawing lots, it was the last match for Glory God Cult, and the last match against White Tiger when Glory God Cult surrendered directly. There was no need to draw lots next. It was the White Tiger versus Demon Clan's assistant member, Xianxia. 6 Tiger Kings and 25 one-star Tiger Guards stood across from Xianxia aggressively. The members of the Dragon race and other races all shook their heads in regret. They still did not know the truth of the matter. They only felt regret in their hearts, but they did not know that they had fallen into the trap of others. You're the only one left. Do you still want to fight? The 6 Tiger Kings laughed heartily. At this time, as long as Xianxia nodded and admitted defeat, the Heart of Earth vein could be summoned by the 6 Tiger Kings. The White Tiger clan all looked at Xianxia in a mocking manner. The people from Glory God Cult were also hugging their shoulders, waiting to watch the show. The atmosphere was divided into 2 levels. The Dragon race, the Black Tortoise race, and the Demon race had already admitted defeat in their hearts. As for the White Tiger and Glory God Cult, they were confident of victory. The neutral Vermilion Bird clan had an indifferent attitude. Xianxia smiled as he faced the opponent's formidable formation. Stop fighting. The White Tiger experts immediately became excited. So you admit defeat? Xianxia shook his head and said, if I remember correctly, I represent the Devil race, the MOU race, right? The White Tiger Emperor nodded and said, yes. Xianxia said, well, I won't fight anymore, but I won't admit defeat. You... The 6 Tiger Kings were stunned and said, what do you mean? Previously, it was the arena competition. Whoever wins is the strongest. The Earth Vein Heart belongs to whoever owns it. Isn't that right? We didn't bully you, nor did we change the rules casually. Xianxia shrugged his shoulders and said, yes, so I won't fight anymore, but I won't admit defeat. What's wrong then? This time, the White Tiger Emperor was also annoyed. He said, Xianxia, you did this in violation of the rules. I directly betrayed you and lost the rules of the competition. Xianxia laughed loudly. No problem, you judge, but I won't admit defeat. Thus, the White Tiger Emperor's blood poured into his pupils. But his hands trembled and he didn't say a word. The other races were all surprised. Why didn't they sentence him? If Xiangnan's rules were directly abolished, the white tiger would win. But the truth was, it wasn't that simple. The victory or defeat of the competition was not the key. The key was for the demons to lower their heads. At the beginning of the month, he also said, Xiangnan's meaning is that of the demons. He will not admit defeat, and neither will our demons. The scene was in a deadlock. The White Tiger Emperor gritted his teeth and said, Xiangnan, what exactly do you need to do to be willing to fight? Only then are you willing to nod and admit defeat. Xiangnan laughed and said, It's very simple. I want to change the rules. I want to challenge the White Tiger race alone. It's a one-on-one battle. Of course, you can move reinforcements. That's not a problem. I've changed the rules, but I won't bully you. I'm still fighting alone. As long as I lose, I'll admit defeat. As for you, you can dispatch any expert you can. You're a scoundrel, the Tiger King said angrily. You've always been a rogue, Xiangnan said. Don't tell me you only know today? The dragons didn't understand Xiangnan, but seeing the white tiger being defeated made their hearts secretly happy. As long as Xiangnan did not nod, the trial would not end. The White Tiger Emperor took a deep breath and said, As you wish, I'll make you convinced of your loss. However, we ask for reinforcements from Glory God Cult, so that they can be used as auxiliary members. No problem. Xiangnan carried the giant saber to the center of the arena and said, There is one more thing I need your consent for. If I can't send out any more experts who can fight me, then the final winner will be me. The Earth Vein Heart belongs to me. How about it? The White Tiger Emperor hesitated for a moment before exchanging glances with the pseudo-god. The two of them made eye contact and finally nodded in agreement. They didn't think that Xiangnan had such great ability, so this risk was worth taking. Today, I'll show you what martial arts are. Xiangnan carried the huge saber and said, Then, who will be the first to come? I'll do it. The Crystal Tiger King was about to enter the arena, but was caught by another Tiger King with his arm. The Tiger King whispered, This person has a lot of tricks. Let others dig out his trump card bit by bit. Hearing this, the Crystal Tiger King nodded and said, A one-star Tiger Guard will challenge Xiangnan. The White Tiger Clan wasn't worried about losing, because there was no limit to the number of people they could fight in the next battle. As long as there were still people who could enter the arena, they could continue fighting with Xiangnan. What is he doing? The Fire Dragon King walked to the beginning of the month and whispered, Isn't this nonsense? At the beginning of the month, he looked at Xiangnan's back confidently and said, Leave it to him. He can do it. The White Tiger race had been entangled with the other four races for countless years, especially with the Dragon race. If the four races were to bow their heads and admit defeat, it was absolutely impossible. After fighting for several tens of thousands of years, there were very few twin clansmen, and the dragons would never admit defeat to the White Tiger. There was only one situation in which this could be accomplished, and that was the arena competition. The only way was for the two sides to compete and make the races admit defeat on the arena. Xiangnan had seen the White Tiger trial and knew that it would only work on the White Tiger tribe. In other words, even if the White Tiger Emperor personally admitted that the Earth Vein Heart would return to Xiangnan after losing, it would still be ineffective. Xiangnan did not have the qualifications to participate in the trial. Big Snake thought of a good idea that could solve this big problem. Today, there was only 1 year until the primordial universe coincided, and there were still 6 months left. At this moment, Xiangnan was already standing on the arena. The first to challenge Xiangnan was the White Tiger Clan's one-star Tiger Guard, the highest level of the Tiger Guards. Xiangnan cupped his fists and said, The demon race's assistant warrior, the human race's Xiangnan. The Tiger Guard said, Cut the crap. I heard that you killed a demigod in the Infinite Mountain. You think you're very powerful, but we know the truth. It was the Black Tortoise Emperor who risked his life to beat the Star Sea to half-death. Instead, he took advantage of you, a 7th-level heavenly tribulation trash. But you are complacent. You used this matter to deceive the dragon race and the Black Tortoise. But in our eyes, you are just a bluff coward. Today, I will tear off your hypocritical mask and expose your weak and incompetent side. All right, the White Tiger race clansmen all cheered. Xianxia smiled and said, I give you a suggestion. The more you belittle your opponent, the less glory you will receive after defeating your opponent. After all, defeating a trash is nothing to show off. Giving full respect to your opponent is also giving respect to yourself. I hope that you will remember this sentence in your heart. The Dragon Race, Black Tortoise Race, and Demon Race clansmen all nodded in praise. Ah! The one-star Tiger Guard suddenly felt that Xianxia's words were very reasonable. Xianxia reduced the saber to a 2-meter-long saber that was about the same height as his own. He held the saber with one hand and said to the Star Tiger Guard, Please, in small-scale battles, the larger the weapon, the harder it would be to unleash. Xianxia turned around and glanced at the Dragon Race, Black Tortoise, and Demon Race martial practitioners, giving them a look. Everyone suddenly realized that it meant that they should watch carefully. The Tiger Guard didn't say anything further and immediately rushed towards Xianxia. He raised his hand and sent out a brilliant dragon-subduing palm, which was stacked one after another, gathering 100,000 palm power. Xiang South Africa did not dodge. Instead, he bullied his body forward. His body slid left and flashed a direct attack from the dragon falling palm. He pinned the long saber on the Tiger Guard's arm. Then, his body pressed down and the long saber restrained him, causing the Tiger Guard's body to sink. When the Tiger Guard struggled and rushed up, trying to stand up, Xianxia suddenly pulled out his long saber. The Tiger Guard's posture was unstable and his body rushed into the air. Xianxia took a step forward and placed an elbow on the Tiger Guard's chest. This elbow smashed out a string of lightning bolts, causing the defenseless Tiger Guard's heart to suddenly stop. At the same time, Xianxia's long saber was also placed on the Tiger Guard's neck and said, You lost. The scene was filled with the sound of breathing in cold air. Originally, everyone had already prepared to visit a brilliant battle, but no one had expected that this battle would end so suddenly. At this moment, the Tiger Guard's heart started beating again, but it was too late. The Tiger Guard gritted his teeth and turned to leave. The Dragon Race, Demon Race, Black Tortoise, Vermilion Bird, White Tiger Race, and Glory God cult disciples all widened their eyes in shock. Xianxia returned to his position and said, The White Tiger Race has the greatest advantage in terms of strength. To fight against such an enemy, pure defense is meaningful, but it is not significant. Take advance as retreat and attack as defense. Attack is the best defense. The dragons nodded silently and memorized Xianxia's words in their hearts. Xianxia was fulfilling the regrets he had felt when he helped Lingyu. At this moment, he wanted to impart to everyone the concept of dealing with the White Tiger Race, not the idiotic guidance that was specific to every move. Similarly, such a simple battle allowed the White Tiger Race to gain a little understanding of Xianxia's style. Another one-star Tiger Guard stepped forward and challenged Xianxia. Before he came up, the Crystal Tiger King had already given him clear instructions to do everything possible to force Xianxia's methods out. With the lesson from the previous match, this Tiger Guard appeared to be very serious. He stared intently at Xianxia and said, Please! Xianxia smiled and said, Please! The Tiger Guard let out a violent roar and punched towards Xianxia. With one punch, it formed a fan-shaped astral chi surface that covered a wide area. The White Tiger clan applauded one after another. A large-scale attack could prevent Xianxia from getting close. Unexpectedly, Xianxia moved sideways and placed the long saber in front of him. Using the blade as the pioneer, he actually sliced open the opponent's fan-shaped aura and charged into the Tiger Guard's defensive range. The Tiger Guards had just launched a large-scale attack, but before they could restrain their momentum, they were forced by Xianxia and had no choice but to defend in a hurry. But he's too late. Xianxia leapt into the air and knelt on the Tiger Guard's crossed arms. He knelt down on the ground. At the same time, his saber and sword were already floating between the Tiger Guard's eyebrows. He said, You're already dead. With that, Xianxia stood up and walked towards his seat. The Tiger Guard stared at Xianxia with wide eyes. He had not been able to react yet and was only staring blankly at Xiang Nan's back. As Xiang Nan walked, he said, "The power of his punch is not weak, but its area is too dispersed, resulting in a low degree of power condensation. Playing face-to-face is definitely an advantage. A large-scale attack will do more harm than good in the face of a single powerful enemy." Xiang Nan's words were concise and precise, pointing out the enemy's mistakes on the spot. The dragons were dumbfounded. They had rarely seen such effective and concise battles. Pa pa pa. The blue-haired prisoner, Lan Ling, clapped his hands and nodded in praise. He had personally witnessed Xiang Nan's battle in Dao prison. At that time, Xiang Nan was a single person, fighting alone to kill gods and prisoners. There were a total of dozens of enemies. In fact, Xiang Nan was facing enemies with various cultivation methods and martial skills with completely different styles. In that extreme environment, Xiang Nan could still defeat the enemies one by one. Using this terrifying battle consciousness to fight one-on-one was simply a piece of cake. How could it be so powerful? Dragon warrior Xianxia was seriously injured, and only then did he know how far apart he was from Xiang Nan. Some people are born to fight. He may not be bloodthirsty, but he must have his own understanding of fighting. She smiled as she narrowed her eyes at the beginning of the month. He is just too young. I think that in time, he will definitely catch up with the founder of modern martial arts, by Wuxia. In the third match, another one-star Tiger Guard came to challenge Xiang Nan. At this moment, the White Tiger warriors were starting to feel a little anxious. This was because Xiang Nan continuously exposed the White Tiger race's disadvantages, allowing the dragons and other races to observe and understand. However, the White Tiger clan only had an understanding of Xiang Nan. Xiang Nan would not teach them how to deal with the dragons. Before this Tiger Guard appeared on the stage, the Crystal Tiger King had already whispered a few words into his ear. The Tiger Guard nodded slightly to show that he understood. Both sides stood opposite each other, cupping their fists and cupping their hands. By this time, Xiang Nan had already proved his strength with practical actions. The White Tiger clan had also given Xiang Nan full attention. As soon as the Tiger Guard came up, he immediately circled around the scene. At the same time as he opened the distance between him and Xiang Nan, he continuously threw out a Dipper Chi burst fist towards Xiang Nan. Ever since the second Tiger Guard appeared, what they had used was their White Tiger clan's own martial skill. For example, the dragon subduing palm wasn't very effective against humans. It was better to use a martial skill that he was more familiar with in order to be able to fight with ease. I'll see what he does this time. Feng Luo was unwilling and spat fiercely. This action attracted the disdain of the members of their side. Xiang Nan tossed and turned on the field, dodging the attacks of the Tiger Guards from all directions. This Tiger Guard had learned the lessons of the previous two matches and no longer attacked in a large area. Instead, he used his movement technique to widen the distance and clasped his fists with highly condensed Dipper Chi to attack Xiang Nan. He constantly changed his path, sometimes S-shaped, winding, sometimes slowing down or accelerating, making his own trajectory difficult to determine. Xiang Nan laughed. He intercepted the Tiger Guard at a faster speed, and when the Tiger Guard was caught unprepared, a knife hilt smashed onto the forehead of the Tiger Guard, causing it to fall on its back. At the same time, the tip of the blade floated between the Tiger Guard's eyebrows. Xiang Nan said, "You're dead." After saying that, Xiang Nan carried his saber backwards and walked towards his own field. The advantage of the White Tiger race is their strength, not their speed. When they give up their advantage and fight against the enemy at a speed that they are not good at, their defeat has already been decided in advance. As he spoke, Xiang Nan focused on Feng Luo. The demon race's advantage was speed. However, Feng Luo's desire to win was so strong that he often fought against enemies head-on. This was the most typical way to fight against enemies in areas that he wasn't good at. The result was obvious. The dragon race's Black Tortoise and the other races all nodded silently, digesting Xiang Nan's words in their hearts. When Xiang Nan returned to his original position, he turned to the White Tiger race and said, "I give you a suggestion. Close combat is the style that the White Tiger race should have. Dismantling the enemy's attacks is naturally wise, but the prerequisite is that we do not lose our advantage. The White Tiger warriors were all astonished. They didn't expect that Xianxia would also give them advice. Another White Tiger warrior walked up and challenged Xianxia. As soon as he started, he quickly rushed in front of Xianxia and threw a heavy punch at Xianxia's face. Xianxia abruptly lowered his head, his long saber resting behind his arm. He used his arm to wrap around the tiger guard's arm and grabbed the tiger guard's inner arm with his saber. Following Xianxia's forward somersault, he forcefully pinned the tiger guard to the ground. At the same time, the tip of the blade hung between the tiger guard's eyebrows. "You're dead," Xianxia said. The tiger guard stood up and roared, "You little bastard! Just now, you clearly said that we can defeat you in close combat. You actually used such despicable methods to lure us into being tricked." The White Tiger warriors were all furious, pointing at Xianxia and cursing loudly. Hearing this, even the blue-haired prisoner couldn't continue listening, and he shook his head helplessly. Xianxia smiled and raised a finger. "First of all, I didn't say that you guys would definitely defeat me in close combat. I just said that this way, you would be able to display your greatest advantage. The reason why you failed is not because of your methods, but because of your personal abilities. To put it bluntly, I am stronger than you." The tiger guard was so angry that his eyes were red, but he couldn't find any point to refute. Xianxia said, "The ultimate goal of all combat methods is to make yourself stronger. When you are not as powerful as your enemies, your defeat is inevitable. Is that hard to understand?" Xianxia pointed at the pseudo-god and said, "I know how to defeat them, but the difference in strength between me and them is too great. Even if I can hit him, I will not be able to deal any effective damage to him. When the attack is unable to obtain any damage, the attack itself will open up an empty door for me, so I want to increase my cultivation and talent." The pseudo-god stared at Xianxia with unprecedented determination in his eyes. The next tiger guard appeared. The Crystal Tiger King found the blue-haired prisoner in advance and whispered, "Guide my clansmen on how to defeat Xianxia." Unexpectedly, the blue-haired prisoner shook his head and smiled. "I refuse." The Crystal Tiger King's eyes widened. "Didn't you plan to do this before? Why aren't you willing to do it now?" The blue-haired prisoner shrugged his shoulders and said, "Because it is meaningless. No matter how I guide your warriors will not be able to defeat Xianxia. Previously, I wanted to instruct the Silver Special Envoy to deal with the demons who were also instructed by Xianxia. But the situation is different now. Now Xianxia has personally appeared on the stage. Are you afraid of him?" The Tiger King said angrily. The blue-haired prisoner shook his head. "It's not that I'm afraid. I've seen how he fights, so I'm not interested in guiding your men." The Crystal Tiger King had no choice but to think of a way to whisper a few words in the Tiger Guard's ear. The moment the Tiger Guard came up, it immediately circulated its astral chi. A surging astral chi surged and condensed into a gigantic shadow in the air. Xianxia raised his hand and used his revolving light finger to pierce through the Tiger Guard's right shoulder when it condensed its martial skill. Xianxia followed up with 2 more fingers and pierced through the left shoulder and right leg of the Tiger Guard. "You've lost," Xianxia said. "Damn it, this won't do either. That won't do either. What exactly should we do?" The Crystal Tiger King lost its patience and roared angrily. Everyone looked sideways, their hearts filled with admiration as well as astonishment. It was rare for Xianxia to force a Tiger King to lose his composure. Xianxia said to the Tiger Guard, "Do you think that if you spend time condensing powerful martial skills to attack me, I will foolishly wait for your move to take shape? A martial skill is used to increase the lethality of an attack, but you must pay attention to the practical timing. If the timing is not right, the martial skill itself will be called a burden to you. If you want to use a stronger martial skill to crush me, the prerequisite is that you can really hit me with your martial skill." At this time, no warriors of the White Tiger clan had taken the initiative to step forward. Being bellicose and willing to humiliate oneself were two different things. Xianxia carried his saber on his back and laughed. "What? The famous White Tiger clan can't even fight a single one of them? The White Tiger race still had a lot of one-star tiger guards, but the remaining ones were about the same as the ones that had already appeared on the stage, and their strength was about the same. After the previous few appearances, not only did he not force out Xiangnan's trump card, he was also educated by Xiangnan. If he continued to send more tiger guards, the White Tiger race's disadvantages would be exposed even more, allowing the Dragon race to take advantage of them. The White Tiger Emperor personally instructed the White Tiger clan to stop for a moment and let the Glory God cult deal with Xiangnan, while the White Tiger clan learned some experience from it. The blue-haired prisoner was already impatient. Now that he had the permission, he was eager to enter the arena. Unexpectedly, the pseudo-god grabbed onto Lan Ling's shoulder and said, "It hasn't reached you yet. Continuing to let Xiangnan win will deal a severe blow to our morale," Blue Spirit said. The false god smiled and said, "It's time for the believers to understand their own shortcomings. Fighting with Xiangnan will allow them to grow better. Recently, the believers' self-confidence has been inflated a little too much. We need to wake them up." The ultimate reason for the defeat of the Battle of Infinite Mountain was due to overconfidence. Blue Spirit was thoughtful. "Didn't you hear? Even today, there are still tiger guards who think that Xiangnan is trash. He's really stupid." Only the two of them could hear this conversation, not the believers. At this moment, the pseudo-god believers were still confident that they could defeat Xiangnan. A 9th-level Heavenly Tribulation Silver Special Envoy immediately stepped onto the arena excitedly and said to Xiangnan, "Today is the day that you, Xiangnan, fall off the divine altar." Xiangnan nodded. "You think you can defeat me? Where do you think your advantage lies?" The believer was full of confidence and said, "You just said that cultivation techniques, martial skills, and battle awareness are only for the sake of making yourself stronger. But when you meet someone stronger than you, any tricks are just words on paper. My talent is stronger than yours, and my realm is much higher than yours. Is there any need to ask for a result? I've been taught." Xiangnan stretched out his hand and said, "Please. Right, by the way, I won't show mercy when dealing with a bunch of anti-human butchers like you. This is also what I want to say." After the Silver Envoy finished speaking, he excitedly rushed towards Xiangnan. As he charged forward, he took the lead in condensing his astral chi into an eggshell shield, wrapping himself inside, and threw out a hooking flame towards Xiangnan. Xiangnan said, "At the same time, the amount of astral chi slanted out of a martial artist's meridians is fixed. If all of the astral chi is used to attack, the damage is the strongest. If a portion is used to defend, the attack power will be diverted. You think you can still defeat me by doing this? It seems that you are very confident in your cultivation and talent. You're going to fight me with your dipper chi." Xiangnan's left hand condensed thunder and lightning as he smashed the heavenly hook flame. Lightning flickered in his right hand as he clasped his fists and smashed onto the Silver Envoy's protective shield. With a loud explosion, the tyrannical lightning quickly destroyed the Silver Envoy's protective shield. Even if this punch did not slow down, it still exploded the Silver Envoy into particles. How is this possible? Many Silver Envoys cried out in alarm. The believers who had participated in the Battle of Infinite Mountain were all dead. These people on the scene were people who had never seen Xiangnan's true strength before. It doesn't make sense. Xinghao looked at Xiangnan dumbfounded and said, "His realm and talent are better than yours. Why is he inferior to yours? How can we learn such a method?" Xiangnan smiled and said, "Oh, the idea I taught you before was to replace myself with your role. You can do whatever I can. But what I'm showing now is my personal strength. You can't do what I'm doing." These words were too straightforward, causing the warriors of the Dragon Clan and the others to feel powerless. "Obviously," Blue Spirit said, "his astral chi and realm have been tempered by thousands of times. Although he is only at the 7th level of the Heavenly Tribulation, his gold content is even more formidable than your Silver Envoy at the 9th level of the Heavenly Tribulation. I don't understand. I suspect that your cultivation has all been cultivated on dogs." The prisoner was extremely arrogant and merciless in harming his own people. As for Xiangnan, he didn't eat all those bitterness for nothing. Another silver special envoy came to challenge him. This silver special envoy immediately opened fire and didn't defend at all. Instead, he used all of his astral chi to attack Xianxia. He punched out with both fists, blasting out 2 pillars of flame. Under the blessing of the divine-grade fire vein and the other 2 divine-grade talents, the power of these 2 fists could not be underestimated. Xianxia never showed mercy to the followers of Glory God cult. He slashed horizontally and sliced open the 2 pillars of flame with a large crescent blade light. At the same time, he chased after the silver envoy and slashed him at the waist on the spot. At this moment, everyone's initial shock had turned into silence after many battles. Xianxia carried the saber on his shoulder and shook his head. The Glory God sect is nothing more than that. There's no point fighting like this anymore. It will also waste more of my time. How about this? I'll make a concession. The silver special envoy can appear every 3 seconds, regardless of victory or defeat. Xianxia can't. The Fire Dragon King shouted in shock. Agreed. The White Tiger Emperor was afraid that Xianxia would go back on his word, so he directly agreed to Xianxia's suggestion. Xianxia's request was even more cruel than the Tyre War. Regardless of whether Xianxia defeated his opponent or not, the next silver envoy could immediately appear on the stage 3 seconds after the start of the battle. The members on their side all had puzzled expressions on their faces. Previously, Xianxia's performance had already had the demeanor of a master, which made people admire him very much. But now, Xianxia suddenly changed his style and became conceited. Xianxia's concession was said to be one-on-one, but in reality, it was a disguise. Why? The Fire Dragon King looked at Xianxia in confusion. Xianxia turned around. His previously calm smile had grown a bit colder. He said, "Have you ever seen your clansmen ruthlessly slaughtered? Have you ever seen a cute 3- or 4-year-old child crying and falling in the flames while hugging his head? Have you ever seen an old man hugging and waiting helplessly for someone to slaughter him? Have you ever seen an unarmed woman who was humiliated wantonly and had her skin plucked to fly as a kite? I've seen it before." Everyone felt their scalps go numb when they heard Xianxia's description. Xianxia's eyes turned red and veins bulged on his forehead. He gritted his teeth and said, "My pity does not belong to Glory God cult. I also don't want to give them the chance to put down their butcher knives and start over." Xianxia's eyes flickered with cold-killing intent. "They are only worthy of death. If the heavens do not accept them, then I will do it." Xianxia's words aroused the anger and sympathy of the Dragon Clan's Black Tortoise and the others. They could not imagine how a person would be able to persevere without going crazy after witnessing so many horrible scenes. Xianxia turned around and faced the Radiant God sect. He waved his saber horizontally and looked at the enemy through the sharp edge of the saber. "Come, my saber is thirsty." The 5 prisoners all wore loose robes and looked at Xianxia indifferently. Blue Spirit whispered in the pseudo-god's ear, "Do you need me to take action?" The pseudo-god shook his head and said, "It's time to get to know our enemies clearly, including me. Our god race's prediction of Xianxia has made many consecutive mistakes, which led to continuous failures. However, I hope that these mistakes can be corrected in a short period of time. You are the boss." Lan Ling nodded and retreated back into the group. However, facing Xianxia, the believers really did not have the confidence. No one dared to be the first to enter the arena. It was the first time in their lives that they regretted what they had done when Xianxia told them about their numerous crimes. However, that was not conscientious accountability but their actions, and they actually had to pay a price. If it weren't for the pseudo-god and White Tiger Emperor guarding them, Xianxia's cold gaze alone would have been enough to scare them into fleeing crazily. Ever since the establishment of Glory God sect, they were not afraid of anything. They had never been worried that their actions would cause any terrible consequences. Even the 5 spirits did not look down on them. However, there was a warrior who had been stubbornly resisting the entire Glory God cult. Not only had he killed countless followers, he had even killed 2 gods. He had shredded the confidence of the Glory God cult over and over again. A sect that was about to rule the entire universe had no choice but to take a single human. Xianxia was their inner demon. The pseudo-god added a temptation at the right time. He said, "I can pay the price. The first person to take down Xianxia, I will grant him a fourth divine talent." This time, the entire group of glory god cult disciples exploded. For divine talents, isn't that the golden envoy? Damn it, this is already close to God. The fatal temptation was always the greatest weapon that could make humans lose their rationality. I'll do it. Before everyone could digest the pseudo-god's reward promise, a strong silver envoy who specialized in earth veins had already jumped into the battlefield. This was a wise choice. As long as the first person was able to stand, the second, third, and even more silver envoys would continuously come to participate in the battle. The atmosphere was extremely tense. The moment the earth vein silver envoy's feet landed on the ground, everyone present began to silently count down in their hearts. 3, 2, 1. The silver envoy immediately summoned the nether silver body and quickly prepared to run around the arena, trying not to fight Xianxia head-on. "Don't run away, you idiot," the Crystal Tiger King said angrily. "He will attack the second person who comes on stage." Sure enough, Xianxia ignored the escaping strong man. He directly rushed forward and slashed the second silver envoy, who jumped into the arena in midair. There was no room for the silver special envoy to dodge. As long as they entered the arena, they would have to face Xianxia head-on. "Go back," the Crystal Tiger King said angrily. Seeing this, the strong man hurriedly charged towards Xianxia, preparing to embrace Xianxia. Xianxia was even more valiant. He blocked the entrance of Glory God sect and stood right where they entered. Everyone continued to count down to 3, 2, 1 in their hearts. However, if Xianxia blocked the entrance, it meant that he had no room to wander around. As long as the other party released his martial skill, he had to catch it. The nether silver sturdy man immediately used a charging martial skill. His body was burned to a crimson metal, and even surging flames were emitted. Xianxia's eyes turned cold as he said to his own races, "See clearly what battle is." After saying that, Xianxia stabbed his saber into the ground, and a green dragon flew out to sea, rushing towards the earth vein special envoy. Many believers were overjoyed. Xianxia did not have the talent for earth vein divine grade, and he chose to face that strong man head-on. Even if Xianxia did not lose, it would still be very difficult to win. Unexpectedly, with a loud boom, Xianxia's explosive charge slashed the burly man in half. The next silver envoy had already appeared. 3 seconds was very short. When the silver envoy jumped in, he used a powerful dragon subduing palm. Xianxia leapt up and swept past his head. His legs wrapped around his head and he twisted his body, sending him spiraling into the air. Following that, Xianxia released his legs and took away his head with a single blade. The silver special envoy continued to enter the arena. Xianxia grabbed the next person's shoulder, and the long saber pierced through his abdominal cavity. The saber rotated, shredding all of his internal organs. He kicked the corpse away and pointed at the silver envoy from the gap between the corpses. The force of the finger twisted the head of the next believer into particles. He pushed away the corpse of the believer, pointed backwards, and pointed at the back of the next envoy who was condensing a martial skill. Break! The special envoy's martial skill was broken on the spot. Xianxia wrapped his left hand around his neck and inserted his right hand through his ribs. The blade pierced through his entire chest and pierced out from the other end. He pulled out his long saber and kicked away the corpse. He pulled the next silver envoy down from the sky. A knee collided with the explosion of lightning, causing the belly of the silver envoy to shatter into pieces in a radial shape. Blood and bones shattered into pieces as he shot out a fan. His left hand wrapped around the arm of the next silver envoy, and his right leg hooked around the shoulder of the next silver envoy. His body soared into the air, twisting the two of them in the air. How lightning! A mouthful of lightning blew on the face of the first silver envoy. Fallen lightning! The explosive power of the falling divine lightning landed on the back of the second silver envoy. The three of them landed at the same time. Xianxia grabbed the hilt of the saber with his back against his arm. The blade was facing outwards. As his body rotated counterclockwise, the two of them were cut into more than 10 pieces of minced meat. A silver envoy had already entered the arena and struck Xianxia's stomach with a fiery punch. Xianxia somersaulted backwards, his hands on the ground, dodging the fire fist. At the same time, he grabbed the envoy's head with his feet and swayed his body, throwing the envoy behind him. Xianxia landed on the ground with his beautiful feet and threw out his saber. Pooh! The long saber caught up with the flying envoy and pierced through his back, piercing through his chest. Xianxia performed another high forward somersault. He summoned the huge saber with his left hand. When he dodged the next envoy's attack, the saber drew an arc and flew back to Xianxia's hand. Xianxia took the saber and unsheathed it, causing his head to tumble on the ground. A series of moves would naturally succeed, and there was absolutely no strong twist to it. He landed and dodged the spear of an envoy. He held his saber in his left hand and circled the spear half a time. He retreated and took the spear away. He quickly used his right hand to hack the shaft of the spear until the spear rotated. When the spear turned to aim at the special envoy, he kicked the end of the shaft. The barrel of the gun rumbled and was filled with lightning, instantly piercing through the silver envoy. Next, the next silver envoy had already entered the arena. Xianxia inserted the spear into the ground and pulled the shaft with his left hand. The spear shaft suddenly rebounded with powerful lightning power and slapped the face of the envoy. The envoy's eyeballs were shot flying. Xianxia's long saber had already been exchanged in his right hand. Holding the saber in his right hand, he used the hilt of the saber to smash down the sword waved by the next silver envoy. The aura on the sword was peerless, but Xianxia used the hilt of his sword to deviate from its trajectory. Chi! Xianxia turned his saber towards him. The blade brushed past the edge of the sword, cutting off the hilt of the sword and cutting off half of the silver envoy's arm. From the part of his arm, a smooth cross-section appeared. Before the blood could gush out, he had already grabbed the silver envoy's neck and threw his head fiercely towards the shaft of the gun standing on the ground. With a pu sound, the silver envoy's left eye was pierced through by the shaft of the gun, and his entire head was pierced through the ground. The long shaft of the gun was dripping with blood, and it was buzzing and trembling. It took a bit of time to deal with these two believers. At this moment, 3 silver envoys had gathered together and rushed forward without end. Instead, they gathered the strength of 3 people before launching an attack on Xianxia. Xianxia did not have time to fight with the 3 of them, nor did he have time to break through one move at a time. More and more silver envoys would enter the arena. However, he turned around, his back facing the 3 of them, his left foot stepping on the connection point where the long spear pierced into the ground, stabilizing the spear and holding the knife in both hands. Lightning flashed on the blade. With a horizontal slash from Xianxia, the blade slashed into the shaft of the gun with a buzzing sound. A shockwave spread out, sending the 3 envoys charging forward flying back. Xianxia circled around the spear and threw out a heavenly spill astral chi half-moon blade light. The 3 of them were unable to dodge agilely in the air, and were all slashed into 6 pieces at the same time by a single saber. Xianxia leaned his back against the shaft of the gun and stabbed the long saber into the ground. At the same time, the long saber swelled to a size of 4 meters. He clasped his middle finger with his thumbs and bounced on the blade at the same time. Zhang! Zhang! The 2 rings of heaven spill astral energy shockwaves were blessed by the demigod saber, causing the new envoy to immediately shatter his internal organs and bleed from his 7 orifices. Dorothy leaf finger. Xianxia flicked his fingers and 5 rounds of flowers blossomed. Zhang! 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 The first round of shockwaves crushed the next silver special envoy's defense. The second round shattered his flesh and blood. The third round shattered his bones. The fourth round shattered his meridians. The fifth round killed him. The Dorothy leaf finger was a Buddhist profound art, and its grade was not outstanding. However, the Buddhist profound art was more concerned about whether one's cultivation was profound or not. The stronger one's cultivation was, the more invincible one's profound art would be. It was rumored that an ancient monk with a deep cultivation base and an entry-level Buddhist long fist was unable to fight against a group of experts from the western regions. Looking at the experts of the various races on the scene, they all went crazy. All of them stared at the blood-red eyeballs, their hairs standing on end, their limbs cold. Is this still a human? The dragon race experts cried out in shock. He knew that Xianxia was powerful, but he didn't know that he was this powerful. Wu Dao, can you fight like this? The Vermilion Bird Clan's girls were all dumbfounded. The Vermilion Bird God's lips slightly opened as he said, This. The MO experts felt their bodies turn cold. A high-ranking MO general cried out, My God! What kind of monster are we cooperating with? They say that our MO are monsters, but he is a monster amongst monsters. Xianxia had already killed a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood in the arena. On the shaft of the spear, the corpses were stuck all over, and the ends had already appeared. On the ground, there were countless corpses, crisscrossed and entangled. Not happy, Xianxia was the bloody god of slaughter. The believers in front of him had already been killed, and no one else had entered yet. He took out his wine jar and drank a mouthful of strong liquor. 1 per second, come, he shouted. The believers were already so shocked that their hearts and gallbladders were about to split apart, completely losing their fighting spirit. However, hearing that Xianxia had once again conceded, they all rushed into the arena like crazy. Azure Dragon, go out to sea. Flower-picking finger, Dorothy leaf finger, Wei Tua palm, rotating light finger, Mo Kuji, dragon subduing slash. Xianxia's eyes reddened as he smashed the wine jar to the ground with a slap, and numerous dazzling martial arts techniques emerged. He was like a war meat grinder, and the silver envoys who had entered the arena were all crushed into pieces by the violent heavenly spill astral chi. Over the past few years, he had cultivated day and night. He had tempered his body in magma and refined his body in flames. He had been tortured by the nether gold meridians to the point of dying. He had been troubled by the side effects of absorbing the world extinguishing divine lightning and had been sleepless all night. He endured an unimaginable pain that was tenfold and hundredfold, turning himself into a martial artist who had gone through hundreds of battles and refined into steel, and now all of his hard work had paid off. Those damned believers who had been blessed by the false gods and forcefully infused with spirit stones and herbs were all scum in front of Xianxia. What are you guys fighting me for? Xianxia roared angrily and suddenly rushed into the sky. A huge sun appeared above his head, and the sun landed on his body. He transformed into a radiant golden giant that descended from the sky. Boom! At that moment, it was like a star hitting the earth. After the dazzling white light, all the surviving believers and corpses on the scene were wiped out. Apart from Xianxia, there was no one else on the field. Even the various races watching the battle did not breathe, and their heartbeats were barely audible. No more believers rushed forward to die. Xianxia gasped violently. The enemy's blood soaked his long hair, hanging in front of him, covering his cold eyes. He took out a jar of liquor with his left hand and poured it into his mouth. His right hand was holding the huge saber that had turned red from the intense battle for a long time. After 3 mouthfuls of liquor entered his stomach, Xianxia wiped the corner of his mouth. The liquid mixed with blood and liquor shouted, "Not good! Again!" Half of the followers of Glory God sect who had been brought over by the pseudo-god had died by Xianxia's saber. No one answered. Faced with Xianxia's clamor, not even a single person dared to enter the arena. They could only endure Xianxia's arrogant arrogance. "Come on!" Xianxia stabbed the giant saber into the ground and shouted, "Isn't the Glory God sect omnipotent? Now, facing the enemy's Vietnam War, it actually doesn't even have the courage to fight." The pseudo-god believers were furious and angry. They were so ashamed and angry that they wished they could find a crack in the ground. It would be devastating for a grown man to be provoked like this and not dare to fight. But in their hearts, there was more fear. The dragon races looked at Xianxia's back, their eyes filled with respect without any impurities. This was a weak man who brought a group of old men into the White Tiger territory alone and fought for the sake of the human race. This was a man who bore a dim future and fought for his mission. Pong! Pong! All the dragon warriors pounded their fists on their hearts in unison, their expression solemn, expressing their highest respect for Xianxia. Pumba! The vanguard warriors of the Black Tortoise race also hammered their hearts, followed by the demons. Boxing hearts were the highest treatment of the 5 spirits. It didn't matter whether they were elders or high officials. Everyone on the scene entered this cruel and cold world of martial arts because of martial arts. They were all warriors. Feng Luo, who had always disliked Xianxia, solemnly took off his helmet and faced Xianxia. He smashed his fist into his heart and said, "Xianxia, you are a warrior. Up until now, we know how far away we are from you. This has nothing to do with strength. I'm just fighting for strength and victory, but you're different. I'll never catch up with you." The Vermilion Bird Clan girls looked at Xianxia with distress. This resolute man had pierced through their hearts with his bloodlust. Finally, a long sigh sounded from the scene. "I'll do it." A Tiger King untied his cloak and strode into the scene. At this point, the Tiger King actually struck his heart 3 times in front of Xianxia in public. No one had expected this scene. The Tiger King said solemnly, "Please accept my purest admiration. Although we are enemies, you have won my respect with your strength. Our White Tiger race never admits defeat. We only pursue the limits of our strength for the rest of our lives. Xianxia, you are a war god. To be able to fight you is the glory of my life. Pick up your saber and fight." Xianxia nodded and said, "Give me some time." The Crystal Tiger King said, "Sure, you do need a rest. I don't want to lose." He thought that Xianxia wanted to stall for time to recover his strength. But at this moment, Xianxia looked at the Dragon race, Black Tortoise race, and Demon race. He exchanged glances with them at the beginning of that month and said, "It's time. Everyone can leave now." "What?" Several races were puzzled. The reactions of the White Tiger and Glory God cult were somewhat meaningful. The Fire Dragon King said, "Xianxia, what is the reason for your request? Although we are unable to win this battle for the heart of Innate, there is no reason for us to retreat halfway. Otherwise, it would appear that our dragons are not considerate enough." Ling Su of the Black Tortoise race said, "Yes, Xianxia, it's not impossible for us to retreat, but there must be a reason. Our brothers will never leave you here." Facing the questions of the various races, Xianxia took a deep breath and said, "Once the competition is over, the Glory God cult and the White Tiger race will surround everyone and kill them all." Once these words were spoken, the entire audience erupted into an uproar. The White Tiger Emperor's gaze was cold. He exchanged glances with the pseudo-god and sneered, "Xianxia, you humans have a saying that you spit out blood. I think you know very well that nonsense comes at a price." The Fire Dragon King smiled and said, "Xianxia, although the White Tiger race is hateful, you may have misunderstood them. They have not yet reached this level of ruffianism." "Yes," the Sparrow God replied. "Do you have any evidence to prove that?" The White Tiger Emperor stood up and said, "Xianxia, you'd better give me an explanation. Otherwise, if you slander our White Tiger clan out of thin air, I won't let you off easily." "You want to explain?" Xianxia smiled and said, "I'll explain it to you." Immediately, Xianxia told everyone about the White Tiger trial. This time, the scene was filled with fury. Xianxia said, "Everyone must have seen that the Glory God cult has been helping the White Tiger from the very beginning. Don't tell me that you need to say more? With the style of the Glory God cult, do you think he will let you go? If it weren't for the Earth Vein Heart, the Glory God sect would definitely not have saved everyone's lives until now." The people from the other races panicked. The White Tiger Emperor said angrily, "Xianxia, don't slander us for speaking empty words. Do you think you can turn right and wrong just by fabricating a White Tiger trial?" Xianxia narrowed his eyes and said, "You said that I made it up out of thin air? All right, you announce on the spot that this White Tiger trial is null and void." "You!" The White Tiger Emperor's hands trembled with anger. "Speak," Xianxia said coldly. "Since there is no such trial, you can say it out loud. There won't be any loss. Why don't you dare to say it?" Now that things had come to this point, how could the people of the other races not understand? The entire dragon race was enraged. The Fire Dragon King angrily pointed at the White Tiger Emperor and said, "All right, I didn't expect that the first to betray the 5 spirits would be your White Tiger race. You will definitely pay the price." The dragon elders hurriedly said, "My king, it is not advisable for us to stay here for long. It is better for us to retreat as soon as possible." The dragon race is still discussing, but the vermilion bird race has already moved ahead. The sparrow god cupped his fists at the White Tiger Emperor and said, "Sorry, our vermilion bird race has no interest in this dispute. Then we will stay for a while. Great Emperor, farewell." The vermilion bird was about to leave, and at the beginning of the month, it brought the demons along to prepare to leave. The dragons had already agreed to retreat. Right at this moment, the pseudo-god suddenly sneered and said, "I'm afraid. Everyone can't leave even if they want to." Just as he finished speaking, countless white tiger warriors and pseudo-god believers surrounded him outside the Tiger Hall. The experts of all races were both shocked and angry. The Fire Dragon King roared, "White Tiger Emperor, do you know what you're doing?" The White Tiger Emperor was confident that no matter what, he would not leak any information about his plan. However, he never expected that Xianxia would find out about the situation for no reason. The White Tiger Emperor chuckled and said, "Not long ago, a man named Star-Lord came to find me and challenged me. After the battle, I lost without a doubt. At that time, I knew very well that the 5 spirits were gone. The Glory God sect would dominate the world. But I, the White Tiger race, do not wish to be reduced to the dust of history. I choose to cooperate with Glory God cult." The Fire Dragon King said angrily, "He has been to our dragon race before, but we did not compromise. Could it be that your White Tiger race has no backbone?" The White Tiger Emperor laughed loudly. "Backbone? How much is backbone worth? People are all dead. What's the use of backbone? All right, we have different ideas. There's no need to blame each other. This is my choice. I won't regret it." The clans knew that it was useless to say anything else. Since the White Tiger Emperor had already reached this stage, there was absolutely no reason for him to repent. Outside, countless White Tiger warriors and pseudo-god believers were already prepared for battle. As long as the battle started, the experts of all races would definitely be annihilated. At this time, Xianxia stood out and said, "Let them leave. Otherwise," the White Tiger Emperor asked coldly, "Otherwise, I won't let you obtain the Heart of Talent." Xianxia said, "Whether you want to kill these people or have a heart of innate talent, which is more important, you should decide for yourselves." The White Tiger Emperor shook his head. "You've already made a verbal promise before, and now you can't go back on your word." Xianxia laughed loudly. "The promise I made is that if someone can defeat me in the competition, even if I admit defeat, it is true. But I can refuse to continue participating in the competition. As long as I don't nod, you don't have to expect me to be talented." Only at this point did the White Tiger Emperor and the pseudo-god suddenly realize that Xianxia already knew their plan and had promised to keep it to himself. "I can kill you," White Tiger Emperor said solemnly. Xianxia shrugged his shoulders. "Come on, unless you don't want the Heart of Talent. You dare to threaten me?" The White Tiger Emperor was furious like thunder. In an instant, the outside world changed color, and thunder roared. "Pa pa pa. I always thought that Xianxia was just a brave person, but I didn't expect that your thoughts would be as meticulous as yours." The pseudo-god walked out and applauded. "Make a choice." Xianxia stood proudly on the spot, staring fearlessly at the White Tiger Emperor and the pseudo-god who could shake the entire world. "This is a two-way street. Kill all of us and lose the heart of the earth vein. Or let them go. I can agree to stay and continue the game." "No!" Hearing this, the race was extremely shocked. The Fire Dragon King said, "If we want to go together, how can we keep you here? If we do this, Wouldn't our dragon race be the people who betrayed our friends and begged for glory? Yes, Ling Su roared. At worst, we'll fight with them. We will never betray you in exchange for our chance to survive. Feng Luo gritted his teeth and said, Xiang Nan, being a hero is not like this. You let us go, and you stay behind to help us carry everything? What do you think? How can we face our own face when we recall this experience that day? Then what? The sparrow god stepped forward and said, Their previous problems have nothing to do with our vermilion bird clan. Let's retreat first. With that, she led a large group of vermilion bird girls out of the door and observed the White Tiger Emperor's movements at any time. Fortunately, the White Tiger Emperor's face was gloomy, but he still didn't stop him. The sparrow god heaved a sigh of relief and said to the other races, Sorry, our vermilion bird race will leave first. After saying that, the entire clan left. Xiang Nan looked at the other races and calmly said, You guys should leave as well. Impossible. Everyone was united in their hatred. Xiang Nan said, Staying here means death. It's meaningless. Trust me, I have a way to save my life. You don't have to blame yourselves. Seeing that Xiang Nan was unable to convince everyone, he also came out to help at the beginning of the month and said, Listen to Xiang Nan's advice. We are in a cooperative relationship with the human race. I will never harm the human race. If I say I can retreat, then there's really no problem. Everyone, the overall situation is of utmost importance. Only then did the other races feel a little relieved. The Fire Dragon King called Xiang Nan to the side and whispered, Our dragon race can retreat, but I personally want to stay and help you. Xiang Nan whispered, There's really no need. If I want to leave, no one can stop me. I think you should have heard about me from your elders. You mean the Fire Dragon King suddenly remembered that he had heard the elders describe Xiang Nan as having an incomprehensible spatial jump ability. The range of his jump was so far that it was not even inferior to a wormhole. Yes, Xiang Nan nodded. Then I'm relieved. The Fire Dragon King heaved a sigh of relief and said, Then take care. If you find that you can't resist him, then immediately run away. I won't stay behind to be a burden to you. Xiang Nan found the beginning of the month and said, After leaving, find some people to fall asleep. When the time is ripe, I will make a dream jump and leave this place directly. You've seen my dream Dao ability. I'm invincible for a period of time. Even the god race can't kill me. At the beginning of the month, he held Xiang Nan's hands and whispered, Take care. I'll wait for you to come back. After saying that, the few clansmen finished their discussion and finally reached an agreement to evacuate. Before leaving, the warriors looked at Xiang Nan, who was standing there without hesitation, like they were watching a hero. The mountain is far away. Please take care. Xiang Nan cupped his fists and cupped his hands, saying, Xiang Nan wishes everyone a pleasant journey. At this moment, a sorrowful atmosphere emerged in the hearts of the experts of the various races. Everyone cupped their fists to bid farewell to Xiang Nan and left the scene. The experts of the races retreated. The white tigers and believers outside stared at the crowd covetously, but without the orders from above, no one dared to stop them. When he finally saw everyone walk far away, a huge rock in Xiang Nan's heart finally landed on the ground. He turned around and said to the White Tiger Emperor, You'd better not play tricks. I have a way to contact them. If you intercept them outside the nebula, I will also refuse to continue the competition. The White Tiger Emperor said coldly, Is that enough? If that's enough, then let's continue the competition. As soon as he finished speaking, the believers and White Tiger warriors surrounded the arena. This scene, even if the fierce tiger stabbed its wings, it would still be doomed. At this moment, in the entire White Tiger territory, apart from the White Tiger clan and Glory God cult, there was only one Xiang Nan left, facing all the enemies alone. The White Tiger Emperor said, Xiang Nan, you are very cunning, but I also admire your courage. You are willing to stay behind and let others go. You are a respectable martial artist. Don't worry, we won't insult you. After you die, I will order our clansmen to find a peaceful place to bury you. This is our respect for the warriors." Xianxia chuckled and said, "Thank you very much." Winning or losing was not important anymore. Even if Xianxia really managed to win the match by luck, it was impossible for the other party to let him leave alive. Therefore, if he loses, he will die, and if he wins, he will die as well. Xianxia carried the giant saber to the center of the arena and said to the Crystal Tiger King, "We can begin now." Surrounded by everyone, such a scene would pose a huge threat to a lonely person. It would even greatly reduce his confidence, making it difficult for him to display his normal strength. However, Xianxia had experienced too many desperate situations. This kind of scene was simply underestimated, and it would not affect his mentality at all. The Crystal Tiger King came to Xianxia solemnly and took out a pair of arms. He put them on his arms and said, "Please." This battle was Xianxia's decision to fight against the White Tiger Clan, one of the 6 great Tiger Kings. Even though the other races had already left, the atmosphere at the scene was still very oppressive. The White Tiger and the believers were still very concerned about winning and losing, hoping to see who was better than Xianxia and the Tiger King. Battle-loving blood flowed in the hearts of all martial artists. Xianxia waved his saber horizontally and said, "Please, I will use my full strength." As the Crystal Tiger King spoke, he suddenly exploded beneath his feet and charged towards Xianxia with a terrifying momentum. The aura beneath his feet suddenly compressed and exploded, giving him an incomparable impetus to charge forward. "Good job!" Xianxia shouted. Lightning also exploded beneath his feet. His entire body transformed into a cluster of lightning as he charged towards the Crystal Tiger King. The White Tiger Clan sucked in a breath of cold air. That's the Crystal Tiger King, who is famous for his defensive capabilities. He actually chose to face him head-on. Boom! The two of them collided fiercely. Xianxia used his giant saber to resist the Crystal Tiger King's arm. At this moment, the Crystal Tiger King's entire body had turned into a crystalline state, as if it was covered in a layer of glittering gemstones. However, everyone present was in an uproar. That human Xianxia actually fought with the Crystal Tiger King to a standstill. Neither side retreated, but neither could force the other to retreat. After Xianxia absorbed the water vein heart, his strength was almost comparable to that of the Black Tortoise Emperor. This time, the hedge allowed everyone to experience Xianxia's true strength. The Crystal Tiger King fought Xianxia head-on and shouted, "Is that all you have? Then you're definitely going to lose. Tiger Roar Star. Crystal Hegemon." The Crystal Tiger King's body suddenly doubled in size, and conspicuous tiger markings appeared on the gemstone skin all over his body. His defensive power and strength had also increased by leaps and bounds. At this moment, the Tiger King's power soared, forcing Xianxia to start moving forward. Xianxia's feet firmly grabbed onto the ground, still leaving 2 scratches on the ground as he continued to slide backwards. "Hey!" The corner of Xianxia's mouth curved into an arc as he shouted, "Quench the sun!" Boom! A big sun descended from the sky and landed heavily on Xianxia's body. At this moment, Xianxia's strength also soared, and he actually resisted the Crystal Tiger King's advance once again. The Dipper Chi in the Crystal Tiger King's body exploded. On the surface of Xianxia's body, thunder and lightning raged. The two of them fought on the spot, and a sea of lightning and fire intertwined, causing their hearts to tremble. The Crystal Tiger King's right arm was against Xianxia's blade. He raised his left hand high and punched Xianxia's head. Xianxia also raised his left hand. The lightning on his left hand was tyrannical. It was actually a fist the size of a Crystal Tiger King Shuo. With a loud boom, the fists and palms intersected, and the two sides still refused to give way to each other. My God! The White Tiger warriors all felt their scalps go numb. That Xianxia was actually able to withstand the Crystal Tiger King's attack. The Crystal Tiger King broke free of Xianxia and punched him like a shooting star, launching a series of fierce straight fists at Xianxia. Tiger Roar Star. The stars have fallen. The fist began to shine. Under the tangling of the domineering aura, The power of a single punch was enough to shatter a star. He punched out tens of thousands of punches in a row, like a storm of wind and rain. Revolving light fist. Xianxia used his revolving light finger on his fist technique and forcefully changed it into a revolving light fist. He punched forward, and 2 thunderbolts wrapped around his arm. He used his rotating finger to detonate the heavy punch of the Crystal Tiger King. This revolving light fist's punching speed was not fast because to condense the revolving light finger, it could only reach 3 punches per second at most. However, the penetrating power of this fist was incomparable. With a single punch from Xianxia, he could destroy the Crystal Tiger King's 100 fist. Rumble. The two of them frantically clashed, but they were still neck and neck. The stars had fallen, and their speed was extremely fast. As for the revolving light fist, its quality was extremely high. In the frenzied collision, the two sides reached a state of equilibrium, and neither of them was able to do anything to the other in the slightest. "You forced me!" The Crystal Tiger King roared. Crystal Hegemon mutation. The Crystal Tiger King's body suddenly shrank a little. It was only about 4 meters tall, but the gemstones on his body had undergone tremendous changes. The gemstones collapsed and contracted one after another. A large number of gemstones collapsed to the end and only condensed into a small gemstone crystal. As for the Crystal Tiger King, his entire body was covered in these tiny crystals, turning into a thin layer. However, his strength and physical strength had increased by nearly 5 times. "It's a trump card." The other 5 Tiger Kings all laughed and said, "This time, even if Xianxia has great ability, he will definitely die." The White Tiger warriors all cheered. The Crystal Tiger King raised his right arm and sent Xianxia flying with a single punch. This punch unexpectedly sent a circular shockwave through Xianxia's chest. With a whoosh, Xianxia turned into an afterimage and directly exploded on the distant wall. Boom! When Xianxia hit the wall, the entire Tiger Hall was invigorated. The majestic Crystal Tiger King took large strides towards the place where Xianxia had fallen. He said in a deep voice, "Xianxia, you are still far from being able to make it." As he spoke, he accelerated his pace and finally turned into a run. With a big jump, he landed at the landing point of Xianxia. He clasped his hands into a fist and prepared to give Xianxia a fatal blow. At this moment, a big sun appeared in the sky without any struggle. The sun suddenly descended on Xianxia's body. The Crystal Tiger King roared in the wind and said, "You've already used this move. It's useless." Boom! With a loud explosion, the Crystal Tiger King's heavy punch finally descended. However, the scene was deathly silent. They saw a hand suddenly rise up and grab the Crystal Tiger King's suicidal strike. "What?" The Crystal Tiger King looked at Xianxia in shock. Xianxia stood up. As he stood up, he raised the Crystal Tiger King's fists a little. Now Xianxia had become a person of light. His entire body was cast with light, and even his long hair had turned into countless strands of light. Xianxia held the Crystal Tiger King's fist with one hand and spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva. "I underestimated you. I originally thought that I would be able to deal with you with a single layer of sun tempering." The White Tiger warriors and believers were dumbfounded. They simply couldn't believe what they were seeing. That was the Tiger King. Below the White Tiger Emperor, the 6 Tiger Kings were the strongest. "It's not possible." The Crystal Tiger King could not accept this fact. He roared, "You must be at the end of your rope. You bet all your strength on this palm. When I break you, let's see what else you have to say." The Crystal Tiger King lifted his arms like crazy and smashed them fiercely towards Xianxia. Boom! 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 100 punches, 200 punches, 300 punches. Xianxia only raised his left hand, and each punch was followed. The Crystal Tiger King clasped his fists and smashed over 1,000 fists in a row, but he was still unable to smash Xianxia's one-handed defense. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly kicked out. The lightning roared and kicked the Crystal Tiger King in the stomach, sending him flying backwards. Looking at the Crystal Tiger King's stomach, the concentrated layer of gemstones on it had actually been kicked into pieces. Large amounts of gemstone fragments flew backwards along with the Crystal Tiger King, sprinkling out in a straight line. The explosion beneath Xianxia's feet suddenly chased after him. He quickly caught up to the flying Crystal Tiger King and pressed down on the Tiger King's face with one hand, directly throwing him to the ground. Boom! The Crystal Tiger King's head landed on the ground, causing his body to turn upside down. Xianxia's legs knelt on the Tiger King's chest. His fists were as bright as light, and he punched at the Tiger King's face, neck, and chest. Large amounts of gemstones were shattered. In less than 3 seconds, the Crystal Tiger King's protective gemstones were completely shattered. Immediately after, he saw blood. The protective gemstone shattered, and after that, blood and flesh became blurry. The red blood was smashed into the sky. Countless experts felt that the 3 views had been overturned. The one being beaten by someone was actually the Crystal Tiger King, who dominated the world with his defensive power. Seeing the Crystal Tiger King being beaten to the point that he had no power to retaliate, he was about to die. Enough! The White Tiger Emperor suddenly attacked. He turned into a ray of light and directly swept across the battlefield. Boom! Xianxia's punch landed firmly on the ground, leaving a dent in the incomparably solid ground. Hiss! The White Tiger warriors sucked in a cold breath and looked at the crater, feeling their teeth turning sour. This punch was actually so terrifying. Xianxia's body was empty. He stood up with his bloody fist and looked up. He saw that the White Tiger Emperor had returned to his original position. Beside him was the Crystal Tiger King, who was almost beaten to death. Xianxia twisted his neck and let out a crackling sound. Relying on the large number of people, are you bullying me? He said. Pfft. You actually forcefully entered the arena, the White Tiger Emperor said with a gloomy face. Just tell me how you managed to obtain this kind of power. Xianxia shrugged his shoulders and said, It's very simple. Cultivate. The White Tiger Emperor's expression was furious, but there was a flash of greed in his eyes. He said, Don't beat around the bush with me. Let me ask you, how did you obtain this kind of physical strength? This kind of strength? Xianxia smiled and shook his head. How naive. Do you think I would tell you? At this moment, the pseudo-god suddenly said. His move, called the Sun God Technique, originated from the Sun Peak sect of the Howran sect. However, as far as I know, this technique isn't too powerful. It shouldn't be that powerful. The Glory God cult had sent people to disguise Xianxian, so they naturally knew a little about the Sun God Technique. It must have been improved. Blue Spirit said thoughtfully, that Sun God Technique is even more powerful than the White Tiger Clan's Crystal Hegemon Technique. The White Tiger Emperor said, Who knows the Sun God Technique? The scene was completely silent. The White Tiger Emperor looked at Xianxian and said, It doesn't matter if you don't say it. I have plenty of methods to torture you and force you to say it. Then you must have the ability to do so, Xianxian said. After the battle ended, in order to save energy, Xianxian immediately disbanded Suiyang. Xianxian crossed his arms and said to the White Tiger Emperor, You fouled just now, didn't you? Off-court personnel forcefully interfere in the match. This doesn't conform to the rules you have set. Don't you want to complete your White Tiger trial? The White Tiger Emperor said, I have violated the rules, so it is fair to judge the Crystal Tiger King's defeat in this match. There are punishments and penalties. Everyone knew that even if the White Tiger Emperor didn't take action, the Crystal Tiger King would still lose and die. However, Xianxian did not want to continue entangling with the White Tiger Emperor. This was his territory, and he could say whatever he wanted. As long as he didn't violate the rules of the White Tiger trial, the White Tiger Emperor wasn't afraid. He didn't help the Crystal Tiger King fight Xianxian. He was just saving people. At this time, Xianxian used the blade to scrape off the blood on his fist. He handed it to the little bird and said, Here's something good for you to eat. When the little bird saw the Tiger King's blood, it was not excited. He had even drunk the blood of the Black Tortoise Emperor, so he was no longer interested in the blood. Xianxian was both angry and funny. He whispered, Little bastard, I really raised you. This is the blood of the Tiger King. Drink it. It's good for you. The little bird jumped onto Xiangnan's shoulder and slowly took out a large yellow insect from somewhere. It pulled the insect into two, stained with blood, and sucked the insect into it. After eating the Tiger King's blood, Little Sparrow heaved a sigh of relief and said, "I'll feel it for a while. Come in and sleep slowly." Xiangnan stretched out his left arm and sealed the little bird beside the big snake. Little Sparrow was also a small divine lightning that could also be sealed by Xiangnan. In this way, the sleeping bird would be safe, and Xiangnan was no longer worried. "I'll meet him." The White Tiger clan walked out of another Tiger King. This Tiger King had been on stage before, but he didn't make a move. Xiangnan knew that he was called the Flaming Gold Tiger King. The Flaming Gold Tiger King was one of the 6 kings. He was an expert in power and was very different from the Crystal Tiger King who specialized in defense. After he walked onto the field, his body trembled. However, the snow-white tiger fur suddenly sharpened and turned into an unknown metal form. The Iron Tiger King in front of him had an obsidian-like luster on its body, and it looked extraordinary. "Come, let me experience your strength." The Flaming Golden Tiger King clenched his fists and let out a loud clanging sound. This time, the White Tiger clan regained their confidence and cheered. Xiangnan pulled out his saber and arrived at his midfield position. The Golden Tiger King said, "There's no need for any extra probing. I've already seen your sun god technique, so just show me your trump card." After saying that, the Golden Tiger King bowed and his steel skin burned. There was a thin layer of flame covering the metal. He shouted, "Tiger Roar Star, Steel Hegemon." In an instant, the obsidian-like skin of the Flaming Gold Tiger King suddenly shone and lit up. There were traces of liquid flames surging inside. This move was a strength-type martial artist. It was a very classic state. Yuan Meng could also do it. However, compared to the Tiger King, Yuan Meng's flaming steel was inferior by more than 7 or 8 levels. The first thing he felt when he stood in front of Xiangnan was strength. An endless sense of strength surged within the Golden Tiger King's body. It was like a gigantic powder keg that was in danger of exploding at any moment. "Aren't you going to make a move?" The Flaming Golden Tiger King's eyes also began to turn red. He clearly entered a berserk state and said, "The longer I continue in this state, the harder it will be to control myself. If you don't make a move, I'm afraid I'll kill you regardless of everything. Kid Xiangnan, be careful. His strength is still rising, and it's rising out of his control," the big snake reminded. Xiangnan nodded his head with the huge saber in his hand and rushed towards the Flaming Golden Tiger King. He shouted, "Quench the sun!" Boom! The first quenching of the sun descended. Sun quenching. Boom! The second stage of the sun-tempering realm descended. Such an intuitive performance finally made the experts present understand. "So it's like this," Lan Ling said. "His sun quenching can actually be superimposed." Clang! The Flaming Golden Tiger King collided with Xiangnan's fierce fist blade. The two of them came into contact with each other at the same time and were blasted away by each other at the same time. After the violent explosion, the two of them were beaten backwards by each other. The power of the Flaming Gold Tiger King was an entire level higher than that of the Crystal Tiger King. Even Xiangnan, who was at the second level of Yang tempering, was unable to maintain his balance. The flammable Golden Tiger King's defense was far inferior to the Crystal Tiger King's. Xiangnan jumped up with a carp, and when the Golden Tiger King stood up, his entire right arm was gone. The power of Xiangnan's punch actually shattered the Flaming Gold Tiger King's arm. "Yes." Xiangnan nodded and floated towards the Flaming Golden Tiger King with his saber in hand. He said, "Your strength is enough, but your defense is too weak." The Golden Tiger King laughed loudly. "Do you think I only have this ability?" As he spoke, the Flaming Gold Tiger King shook his shoulder and saw the liquid flames in his body flowing to the broken arm. Immediately after, the liquid flames and liquid metal interweaved together. In less than a third of a second, a new arm was condensed. "That's why," Xiangnan said thoughtfully, "you're cultivating fire attributes. This move should be stealing from the vermilion bird, right?" "Stealing?" The flaming golden tiger king said heroically, "Don't be so unpleasant. We just obtained something from them without the vermilion bird's knowledge." Something Xianxia. He noticed that the flaming golden tiger king was not talking about martial techniques, but things. In other words, the flaming gold tiger king had secretly stolen some vermilion bird clan treasures from Vermilion Bird's group and refined them into his own body. "Are you afraid? It's too late," the flaming golden tiger king said. "Come, look over here." Xianxia hooked his finger at the flaming golden tiger king and cut off his left arm with a knife. The white tiger clansmen were stunned. However, there were a few people from Glory God sect who knew what Xianxia was doing. "You," the flaming golden tiger king frowned. Xianxia smiled. He waved his left shoulder and saw a wisp of flames entangled together, quickly forming a new arm. "You also know how to revive after bathing in fire?" The flaming golden tiger king's expression changed drastically. "That's right," Xianxia said. "But Vermilion Bird quietly learned such a trick without knowing." "Kid Xianxia, be careful," the serpent reminded. "This person's rebirth by bathing in fire is most likely similar to the Vermilion Bird clan's rebirth by bathing in fire. It is not restricted by water elements." "That's even better," Xianxia thought. "The Vermilion Bird clan's strength will decline once they are reborn. Kill him twice more, and he won't be able to cause any waves." Thus, the Golden Tiger King immediately rushed towards Xianxia, and his current strength had increased a little. Rumble! The two of them charged at each other once. Both sides were pushed back by each other. The Golden Tiger King's arm and half of his shoulder were smashed apart by Xianxia and quickly healed. Xianxia was fine. Immediately, the two of them unleashed a burst of violent bombardment. Heavy fists and heavy feet, sabers and weapons faced each other. The battle between the two monsters turned the scene into a chain of explosions. The vast battlefield shocked the spectators. Such a high-intensity collision was happening in front of him. If he didn't know, he would have thought that the two emperors were sparring with each other. However, as they fought, Xianxia discovered that something was amiss. He and the flaming Golden Tiger King clashed once again. After backing away from each other, he thought to himself, "No, this person's body is constantly being broken by me, but his strength is increasing instead of decreasing." The serpent said, "It must have something to do with his physique. Look at his strength. It is increasing at all times. As long as he maintains the state of steel ruler, it seems that his strength can continue to rise. After the flaming gold tiger king's body shattered, its strength would decrease. However, the hegemon of steel would continue to increase its strength. The two sides would cancel each other out, and the increase would still be greater than the decrease. As a result, the flaming gold tiger king's strength had been slowly increasing. At this point, after Xianxia and the flaming gold tiger king collided again, Xianxia was repelled by more than 200 meters, while the flaming gold tiger king had only retreated by 150 meters. This phenomenon indicated that the flaming gold tiger king had already begun to suppress Xianxia in terms of strength. The white tiger clan cheered happily. The flaming golden tiger king laughed loudly and said, "My strength grows with anger. As long as I can continue fighting, my strength will continue to grow. Even until the end, I will be able to contend against my great emperor." Xianxia spat and thought to himself, if he had known this would be the case, he might as well have used the third stage of sun tempering from the beginning to crush the Golden Tiger King and not give him a chance to increase his strength. The flaming Golden Tiger King had already jumped over and launched a storm-like attack at Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia could only defend passively, and the more he defended, the more exhausted he felt. The flaming Golden Tiger King's strength continued to increase, bringing a very severe pressure to Xianxia. "This move of yours is a bit of a rascal." Xianxia gritted his teeth and resisted the Tiger King's heavy punch. The Golden Flame Tiger King said, "It's just this rascal. What can you do?" When the Golden Tiger King's whip leg swept over, Xianxia kicked the Tiger King's knee and used his strength to bounce back, saying, "Originally, I didn't want to use such a rascal method, but since you used it first, don't blame me for being disrespectful." "What?" Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Could it be that Xianxia still had an even more powerful trump card that he hadn't used? Make an empty show of strength. The Golden Tiger King laughed mischievously and rushed towards Xianxia. In front of absolute power, all means are white paper. Xianxia squatted slightly. When the flaming Golden Tiger King rushed over, he suddenly launched a charge towards the flaming Golden Tiger King. This time, a blue flame appeared on Xianxia's body. The flame condensed into a giant dragon. Boom! The two of them collided and were pushed back by each other. But the Golden Tiger King was already burning. Apart from his own flames, there was also a layer of strange crystal blue flames on his body. This is the flaming Golden Tiger King's expression changed drastically. He discovered that the blue flames were depriving him of his strength. He hurriedly slapped the flames on his body and discovered that the flames could not be extinguished. He then used his own astral chi to explode, attempting to wash away the blue flames. However, the blue flames were like sticking to his body, unable to be expelled at all. Don't waste your energy. This is called the eternal flame. You can't extinguish it. Xianxia raised his saber and rushed towards the blazing Golden Tiger King. The flaming Golden Tiger King didn't have time to resist the flames, so he could only use all of his strength to deal with Xianxia. After a dozen rounds of fighting, their strengths were unexpectedly evenly matched. This change caught the White Tiger race warriors off guard. After another dozen rounds, the Golden Tiger King's strength had already declined to the point where it was unable to contend against Xianxia. Xianxia waved his leg and kicked the flaming Golden Tiger King away. After the flaming Golden Tiger King stood up, he was so tired that he was gasping for breath. From the looks of it, he seemed to be unable to hold on any longer. How could this be? A White Tiger warrior grabbed his head and shouted in disbelief. How many trump cards does he have? You can't. Xianxia dragged his huge saber and floated towards the Golden Tiger King. This is impossible. No one can withstand my power. The flaming Golden Tiger King roared angrily as he turned into a meteorite and charged towards Xianxia. Xianxia held the knife in his right hand and pushed his left hand forward. Pong! After the fierce collision, Xianxia actually used one hand to support the flaming Gold Tiger King's charge. Following that, Xianxia slashed down, cutting off the flaming Gold Tiger King's left arm, followed by another slash towards the flaming Gold Tiger King's head. The Tiger King hurriedly turned around and dodged. He dodged a fatal blow to his head, but his left arm should not be cut off. He jumped up and charged down towards Xianxia obliquely, his entire body turning into a burning iron ball. Xianxia waved his arm and sliced the flaming Gold Tiger King in half. As I said, your strength is no longer qualified to fight me. Xianxia rushed towards the blazing Golden Tiger King with his saber in hand, preparing to kill him. At this moment, the Golden Tiger King had already been sliced at the waist, but as long as he was given enough time, he could still be reborn in the flames and resurrected again. All right. The White Tiger Emperor turned into a ray of light and rushed towards the blazing Golden Tiger King, wanting to bring him out of the battlefield. You still want to use this move? Xianxia narrowed his eyes and suddenly turned his saber towards the White Tiger Emperor with a whoosh. Whoosh! The White Tiger Emperor brought the flaming Gold Tiger King back to the side. The flaming Gold Tiger King was thrown to the side of the throne and was slowly healing on the ground. On the White Tiger Emperor's left arm, there was a shocking knife wound. Hiss! The scene was filled with a cold breath. I didn't expect that Xianxia would actually dare to attack the White Tiger Emperor. How dare you? The White Tiger Emperor looked at the wound on his arm and narrowed his eyes. If you dare to forcefully enter the arena, it will be a foul. Of course, I can hit you, Xianxia said, carrying the huge saber. The White Tiger Emperor repeatedly entered the arena to save people, not letting him pay a price. That was not justifiable. Good, good, good. The White Tiger Emperor greeted Xianxia 3 times in a row, killing intent bursting out from his eyes, but he had no choice. Xianxia carried his saber and said fearlessly, If you dare to come again, I still dare to beat you up. If you don't believe me, you can try. Right now, 2 of the 6 Tiger Kings had already lost. However, these two people already represented the strongest combat strength of the 6 Tiger Kings. The Crystal Tiger King had the strongest defense, and the Flaming Gold Tiger King had the strongest strength. Even the 2 Tiger Kings were defeated by Xianxia. The other 4 Tiger Kings didn't even need to think about it. They were definitely no match for Xianxia. As for the White Tiger Clan, they were no longer able to send people to fight against Xianxia. Is there anyone else who wants to come on stage? Xianxia removed the quenching sun and swept his eyes over the White Tiger Clan with contempt. After countless years of slumber, the pride of your ancient race has not diminished at all, he said. I've just woken up and declared that I want to be the boss. I don't think much of our modern martial artists. This is no longer your era. This is my era. It's a dragon. It's a tiger. Just lie down obediently. What a big tone. The White Tiger Emperor's face turned ashen as he said, Don't tell me that my huge White Tiger Clan doesn't even have a single person capable of defeating Xianxia. His eyes swept across the White Tiger warriors, but everyone who was seen by the White Tiger Emperor lowered their heads in shame. Not a single one. The White Tiger Emperor was furious. This was embarrassing to Grandma's house. Being challenged in his own territory, he was actually beaten to the point where no one would respond. He's just a human. The White Tiger Emperor pointed at Xianxia and roared, You actually fear a lowly human. He's alone. At this moment, one of the Tiger Kings, who looked relatively refined, walked out. The White Tiger Clan only wore simple tiger armor. More than 70% of their body parts were naked. However, this Tiger King was different. He was actually wearing a loose robe. Furthermore, his current form was not half human and half tiger, but half human and half tiger. As soon as he came out, the White Tiger Clan seemed to see hope again, and their fighting spirit ignited once again. Xianxia narrowed his eyes as he looked at the Tiger King and thought, The strongest defensive and strongest one has already appeared on the stage. Could it be that there are more powerful characters than the Crystal Tiger King and the Flaming Gold Tiger King? However, upon closer inspection, it seemed that the refined Tiger King was inferior to the previous 2 Tiger Kings in terms of aura fluctuations and body defenses. Then where did this person's confidence come from? It wasn't just Xianxia. In fact, most of the White Tiger warriors didn't know much about this refined Tiger King. Some of the White Tiger warriors also revealed confused expressions. Ban Ru, you want to join the battle? The White Tiger Emperor frowned. The refined Tiger King bowed slightly to the audience. He greeted them and calmly said, First of all, let me introduce myself. I am the White Tiger Clan's supreme leader in charge of inheritance, responsible for the history and culture of the White Tiger race, as well as an in-depth understanding and analysis of the other races. Civil servant, Lan Ling said. The group of Confucians nodded and said, I can defeat Xianxia, but I will pay a price. Therefore, it is better for me not to make a move unless I have no other choice. As he spoke, he looked at the Radiant God sect and said, If your sect has a brilliant martial artist who can defeat Xianxia, then you can come out and try now. If none of them work, I will be the last one to take action. This Tiger King's words were so confident that Xianxia couldn't help but have some guesses. Big Snake, can you tell his background? I observed him with my lightning photoelectric eyes and concluded that he is not as powerful as the previous 2 Tiger Kings. The serpent said, From the structure of his life, he is no different from the other Tiger Kings. This is strange. Xianxia thoughtfully sized up Banru Huang. The Radiant God sect's pseudo-god said, Since the Banru Tiger King has such confidence, it will be easy. Now let our people come. Lan Ling took a deep breath and said, It's finally my turn. At this time, a large hand pressed down on Lan Ling's shoulder. Lan Ling did not turn around and said, Withered Stone, do you want to steal my seat? Behind Blue Spirit, a sturdy man appeared. This man was 4 meters tall. He might not be a big deal to the White Tiger race, but among humans, he was already considered an outstanding sturdy man. The sturdy man named Ku Shi said in an urn, I'll go first. Lan Ling smiled and said, If you want to steal my position, you have to weigh your own abilities. I don't mind killing you first, then killing Xianxia. You are the strongest of the 5 of us. If you were the first to play, how would we have a chance? Ku Shi roared and smiled. If you want to eat meat, you must leave us some soup to drink. Lan Ling said, so that's what I meant. That's good. Immediately after, the sturdy man, Withered Stone, jumped onto the field. Kong Wuliang stood in front of Xianxia like a small mountain. He cupped his fists at Xianxia and said, Sky-bearing sect, second-generation disciple. Withered Stone, the second-generation disciple. This meant that he was the disciple of the founding ancestor of the Sky-bearing sect. Xianxia cupped his fists and said, Howren sect, 26th-generation disciple. Xianxia, please, please. Xianxia raised his saber horizontally in front of him. Ku Shi took off his red robe, folded it, and placed it on the ground beside him. This action attracted Xianxia's attention, indicating that Ku Shi was not a reckless man with well-developed limbs and a simple mind. He was very attentive to details. Ku Shi clasped his fists again and said, Let me explain first. In terms of physical fitness, the disciples of our sky-bearing sect are definitely inferior to White Tiger warriors. However, in terms of martial arts and techniques, we have very strong attainments. We can use these 2 points to catch up with the White Tiger, or even surpass the White Tiger. What are you talking about? The White Tiger clan howled in anger. Before the match, Ku Shi actually mocked the White Tiger warrior in person. Ku Shi turned around and cupped his fists at the White Tiger race. I'm sorry, but what I said is not accurate. Strictly speaking, 99% of the disciples of our sky-bearing sect cannot compare to the White Tiger warriors even if they use cultivation techniques and martial skills. But I can. I am the strongest person since the founding of the sky-bearing sect. My martial arts attainments have even surpassed those of the founding ancestors. Right now, I have 3 divine talents. Not only can I surpass White Tiger warriors, I can even surpass the 2 Tiger Kings that have already appeared on the stage. The White Tiger warriors were dumbfounded. Was this an apology? This was clearly a further gaze. Stop talking nonsense. When the White Tiger warriors were about to shout and curse, the White Tiger Emperor waved his hand, stopping their meaningless bickering. Only then did Ku Shi turn to Xianxia and say, I am willing to experience the nature sect's high techniques. If you don't mind, I would like to make a move first. With that, he pressed his hands down onto his dantian and took a deep breath. This time, the scene suddenly became much quieter. It wasn't that no one was talking and no one was breathing, but it was a kind of indescribable silence. It was as if even the elemental vibrations had become much quieter. Xianxia's expression finally became solemn. The serpent said cautiously, There has been an abnormal change in the elemental activity. The elementium here has an unusual responsiveness to the withered stone. I feel it. Xianxia narrowed his eyes and tightened his grip on the hilt of the knife. Xianxia did not hesitate to activate the 2nd degree of sun tempering. Ku Shi strode towards Xianxia. He flipped his wrist a few times and suddenly slapped his palm towards Xianxia. He shouted, Talent changes. Fire and water are compatible. At this moment, the divine-grade water veins and divine-grade fire veins within Ku Shi's body actually merged together, turning water and fire into lightning. The withered stone's palm was actually mixed with rolling thunder as it slammed towards Xianxia. Thunder Dragon Palm. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. Lightning Meridian martial skill. High-grade Dao grade. He hurriedly slashed down with his saber. The blade was also shining with lightning. When the blade palms collided with each other, Xianxia was actually sent flying by the withered stone with a single palm strike. As for Ku Shi himself, he was unexpectedly as firm as a rock, motionless. The scene was in an uproar. Previously, even the flaming gold Tiger King, who was famous for his strength, could only repel each other with Xianxia. However, after that boulder had actually sent Xianxia flying, he himself remained motionless as a pine. He can match his talent. The 6 Tiger Kings all felt incredulous. The divine-grade water vein and the divine-grade fire vein combined to form a divine-grade lightning vein. This is unbelievable. What made Xianxia feel most helpless was that he hadn't found many Thunder Meridian martial skills that he had been pursuing. But that withered stone actually knew how to. Moreover, he was a high-grade Taoist from the start. In terms of divine-grade lightning vein talent, Xianxia's pure talent was naturally superior to the counterfeit lightning vein talent formed from withered stones, but in terms of martial skills, Xianxia was 10,000 times inferior to withered stones. Xianxia's hands trembled slightly. Could be seen how powerful that stone strike was just now. At this moment, the boulder took a deep breath, and his entire body turned into a cluster of lightning as he rushed towards Xianxia. As he sprinted wildly, his entire body was wrapped in lightning, forming a cluster of lightning shadows. Thunder Dragon Pentium. Xianxia's pupils shrank. He understood the power of thunder and lightning best. At this moment, seeing the Thunder Dragon galloping on the boulder, its power was boundless. Even Xianxia himself did not dare to forcefully take this move. Xianxia hurriedly dodged, but the stone was extremely agile. Its huge body almost turned around at the same time as Xianxia's, and both of his hands pushed forward, pushing towards Xianxia's chest. Xianxia hurriedly raised his saber horizontally and used the blade to block the palm force. Bang bang! Xianxia was once again sent flying. His entire body flew backwards into a beam of light and instantly exploded on the opposite wall. When Xianxia stood up from the ground, he discovered that the netherworld golden saber in his hand had been slapped into a bow. Xianxia frowned and his heart began to beat faster. At this moment, the stone began to run over again. Xianxia repaired the giant saber with his left hand and raised his right hand to point. Rotating light finger. As the stone charged forward, it had already struck out another Thunder Dragon palm, but its palm power had been pierced through by the rotating light finger. Wuxia quickly dodged the remaining revolving light finger and nodded. This move is very powerful. I'm afraid you couldn't find the Lightning Meridian martial skill and created it yourself. But unfortunately, this move is more suitable for the Lightning Meridian talent than the Lightning Meridian talent. As long as I can defeat you. Xianxia waved his hand with 3 more fingers. He had already discovered that Wuxia was extremely powerful due to his high-grade Tao-grade Lightning Meridian martial technique, but his defensive power was insufficient. He was simply unable to withstand the attack of the rotating light finger. Unexpectedly, facing the 3 revolving light fingers, Wuxia pressed down with both of his hands and shouted, "Innate talent changes. Fire and earth are compatible." Everyone noticed that Wuxia's talent combination had changed this time. The first time was when water and fire were compatible and converted into electricity. This time it was a combination of fire and earth, and it had actually turned into a land of fire, a precious stone. The boulder was dressed in glittering diamond-like gemstones. Pong! 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 The 3 revolving fingers struck the dry stone and were unable to drill through its diamond defense. However, the revolving finger was not defeated and continued to drill through the diamond layer. Seeing that the thick diamond layer had already been drilled out of half of its depth, Wuxia nodded his head and said, "It's truly impressive. A martial skill created by a single person can actually possess such great power. But unfortunately, you met me today. 50%, netherworld gold." Xianxia's heart sank. The 18 killing gods could only reach a maximum of 30% nether gold, but this withered stone shouted out 50%. In other words, the withered stones could summon half of the nether gold and be blessed by the divine grade earth vein innate, increasing its strength by a large margin. Clang! Clang! 3 crisp sounds rang out, and the 3 rotating fingers were finally crushed by their own speed due to the high hardness of the boulder. Looking at the stone again, everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. It was a semi-diamond, semi-netherworld gold gemstone, and it was a translucent dark golden substance. The boulder rumbled towards Xianxia. His body was countless times heavier than before. Every step he took caused the earth to tremble. The Tiger Kings felt that this scene was inconceivable, and their confidence was greatly damaged. It turned out that Xianxia was not the only human who could defeat the Tiger King. At the same time, there was also that withered stone. At this moment, Ku Shi's defensive power had already far surpassed that of the Crystal Tiger King. Ku Shi walked in front of Xianxia and raised his hand to slap down. At this moment, his talent had changed and he could no longer use the Thunder Dragon Palm. Xianxia gathered the power of thunder and lightning and slashed at the withered stone's palm. However, not only did the saber not cut through the withered stone's hand, it was actually bounced off by the high hardness of the palm. This saber strike actually shattered Xianxia's tiger's mouth. Xianxia's pupils contracted and he quickly retreated. Fortunately, Ku Shi's current state was abnormal in hardness, but his speed and explosive power were inferior to his lightning meridian combination state. The stone waved its huge fist and began to chase after Xianxia. Xianxia could only retreat and retaliate. However, every single slash of his was unable to deal any effective damage to the boulder. He had already used his outstanding battle consciousness to continuously hit the neck, forehead, and other vital parts of the stone. However, every time he slashed down, he would slash the giant saber into a curly blade, and the precious stone layer of the withered stone would not be affected. After forcing Xianxia back with another palm strike, Ku Shi suddenly shouted, "Fire and water compatible? Thunder Dragon Palm!" In an instant, the withered stone innate combination instantly turned into a divine-grade lightning while Xianxia was dodging the first palm strike. He slapped the lightning dragon palm on Xianxia's chest. A tyrannical lightning bolt exploded in Xianxia's chest. Pooh! Xianxia spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. His body was out of balance and he smashed heavily into the wall. Moreover, his head was the first to hit the wall. When Xianxia stood up again, his body started to shake slightly, and he was almost unable to stand steadily. When the entire White Tiger clan saw this, they were all shocked, unable to even speak. On the other hand, there were cheers from Glory God Cult. The other 4 prisoners shook their heads. One of them spat, "I thought that Ku Shi was weak, so I gave him a chance to attack first. I didn't expect that Xianxia would be unable to defeat him. If Ku Shi killed Xianxia, how could we possibly have a chance to show off?" Lan Ling was also extremely helpless. After waiting for so long, she was finally able to fight Xianxia. She was actually taken advantage of by Ku Shi. However, she had agreed to let Ku Shi enter the arena first. She felt bitter in her heart and could not say it out loud. Taking advantage of Xianxia's unstable body, Ku Shi immediately changed his innate talent. With the compatibility of fire and earth, he dressed in a netherworld gold gem of 50% purity and rushed towards Xianxia. The withered stones were like bamboo shoots. Xianxia was on the verge of collapse. Looking at this scene, a silver envoy from Glory God Sect shook his head and said, "This scene is truly a bit tragic. The spirited Xianxia from before has also been beaten to such a state." Ku Shi ran in front of Xianxia and forced him to retaliate. After finding Xianxia's gap, he instantly transformed his talent into a divine-grade lightning vein. A thunder dragon palm slashed Xianxia away. This time, Xianxia's arm was directly shattered. The flesh and blood body was struck by high-intensity lightning and immediately crystallized into tiny crystals that filled the sky. Xianxia flew out weightlessly and heavily smashed into the wall, landing on the ground. At the same time, his flesh and blood began to rapidly repair and revive. Haha! This ability to recover your body is really a headache. However, it doesn't matter. No matter how fast you recover, you can't compare to the speed at which I hurt you. You can always fight until you can't recover. Ku Shi smiled and caught up with Xianxia. A thunder dragon roared and smashed into Xianxia's body. This time, half of Xianxia's body was shattered. Xianxia landed on the ground in a sorry state and rolled continuously on the ground, rolling into the crowd of White Tiger warriors. 2 White Tiger warriors yawned and kicked Xianxia back. The scene was filled with abusive laughter. Xianxia quickly recovered, but at this moment he was no longer able to do so. He was directly chased after by the boulder. Every time Xianxia recovered halfway, he would be caught up by Ku Shi, hitting him fiercely once. After several consecutive baths of fire, his recovery speed was no longer able to catch up with Ku Shi's damage speed. A few more times, Xianxia would undoubtedly die. Ku Shi was confident, but he wasn't arrogant. He had always maintained a state of extreme vigilance. Even though Xianxia looked like he was on the verge of death, he was still on guard against the possibility of Xianxia jumping up and giving him a fatal blow. Everyone was shocked. With such a huge advantage, Ku Shi was still so cautious. This person was too terrifying. At this time, Xianxia was already unable to even fight back, and he just blindly fled in a sorry state. As for Ku Shi, he kept chasing after him. Every time he caught up with Xianxia, he would give him a beating. The two Tiger Kings couldn't help but sigh at this scene. Before, they had been beaten like that by Xianxia, but now Xianxia had been tortured like this by the dry stone. Originally, they wanted Xianxia to fail, but they didn't want him to fail. If Xianxia lost, the two Tiger Kings would lose face. This complicated emotion interweaved into a kind of pitiful and speechless feeling towards Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia was left with only one leg and one arm. His recovery speed didn't even have time to replenish the other damaged parts of his body. Ku Shi strode to catch up with Xianxia and said, "It's time to end this. This palm strike will let you die." At the same time, Xianxia raised his head and looked into Ku Shi's eyes. Thunder Dragon Palm. Ku Shi's thunderous palm landed violently. Pong! Suddenly, Xianxia raised his remaining left hand and grabbed Ku Shi's wrist. "What?" the scene shouted. Ku Shi was also stunned. He frowned and said, "It doesn't make sense. Previously, you clearly couldn't withstand my attack. Your current state is..." At this moment, a faint smile appeared on Xianxia's bloody face as he panted, "Black tortoise body." Ku Shi immediately broke free from Xianxia and jumped back a step, pulling the distance away. Ku Shi frowned. "Do you know how to dominate a body like this? It's actually powerful enough to catch my palm, but it doesn't make sense. If you can use your tyrannical body to contend against me, why didn't you use it in the beginning?" Xianxia took a deep breath and used this period of time to finally recover his body. He carried the huge saber and said, "Do you want to know the reason? Come, I'll tell you." Ku Shi became even more cautious. He first transformed into the form of half netherworld gold and diamonds and charged forward, forcing Xianxia to reveal a flaw. Then, he quickly transformed into a state of thunder veins and slapped down on Xianxia's head with a palm. Thunder Dragon Palm. However, what shocked everyone was that Xianxia had also returned a palm strike. Bang bang. The two palms collided, and Ku Shi's entire right hand was directly blasted apart. His enormous body flew out, and when he landed on the ground, his face was filled with disbelief. Xianxia waved his wrist and said, "Thunder Dragon Palm." Ku Shi was stunned and shouted, "Impossible! Why do you know the Thunder Dragon Palm?" Xianxia chuckled. "Do you really think that I was unable to beat you when I was passively beaten? In fact, I coveted your martial skill from the beginning. I used Hai Wuya to push back your martial skill and learn it. It's simple to say, but it's quite complicated to do. The most important condition is that I must use my own body to feel the specific changes in your martial skill, so I must be beaten. But now I have already learned it." Ku Shi roared, "Nonsense! In fact, you can learn a high-grade Dao-ranked martial skill by copying it on the spot." "I don't believe it." Lan Ling and the other prisoners were dumbfounded. They looked at each other and said, "Can you do it?" However, no one nodded. No one could do this. Xianxia was actually able to do it? Xianxia let out a long sigh and said, "I've finally obtained the Lightning Meridian martial skill that I've been longing for a long time. I really don't care about your combined Lay My Talent." Thunder Dragon Roar. Ku Shi was finally enraged. He hugged his shoulders and rushed towards Xianxia. "I modified this move a little." Xianxia stabbed the giant saber into the ground and shouted, "Thunder Dragon, go out to sea!" Boom! Xianxia exploded into a bolt of lightning and charged towards the boulder. The two of them collided with each other with a loud boom. Xianxia sent Ku Shi flying. However, Ku Shi's Thunder Dragon Roar had already ended. Xianxia's Thunder Dragon had gone out to sea, but there was still one last move, drawing a saber and slashing. The giant saber in Xianxia's hand soared into the sky, and a huge bolt of lightning saber light shot out with a roar. Talent changes, fire and earth are compatible. As the boulder rolled, he forcefully stood up and used both of his arms to tightly grip the saber-drawing chop. Xianxia floated in front of Ku Shi and said, "Black tortoise body." With that, he grabbed onto Ku Shi's wrists with both of his hands. The terrifying layer of gemstones on Ku Shi was actually pinched by Xianxia, causing a large number of cracks to appear. Immediately after, the mixture of the gem and nether gold was crushed by Xianxia, causing a large number of small crystals to fall off. "I don't believe it," Ku Shi roared as he smashed his head towards Xianxia's face. "If you want to hit him, then hit him." Xianxia also forcefully went over and shouted, "Black tortoise body!" Boom! The two of them collided with each other's heads. The originally impeccable defense of the stone was actually broken by Xianxia's head. Large amounts of gemstone fragments flew everywhere in the sky. A bruise appeared on Xianxia's forehead. On the other hand, Ku Shi's entire body was paralyzed. He tilted his head back, rolled his eyes, and bleeded from his 7 orifices. If it weren't for Xianxia still pinching his wrist, Ku Shi would have been lying on the ground. At this time, Xianxia released his hands, and the stone's huge body fell backwards with a loud boom. Xianxia nodded. "Thank you for teaching me the lightning meridian martial technique. In view of this, I'll let you live." Then, "What the hell is that black tortoise body?" The Crystal Tiger King's face was filled with confusion. There was actually this move. Furthermore, when he had fought with Xianxia earlier, Xianxia had actually used it with disdain. Stealing. The Flaming Gold Tiger King cared more about Xianxia's stealing ability. His focus was different from the Crystal Tiger King. This time, the scene fell into even greater panic. Not only did Ku Shi not defeat Xianxia, he even taught him 2 more powerful high-grade Dao-grade martial skills. In this way, wouldn't Xianxia be even stronger? "Ku Shi, look what you've done, you idiot," prisoner cursed. "Let me do it." Another short man with a balanced figure of only 1.8 meters appeared on the stage. This person was also a prisoner, and his strength was extraordinary. However, after he entered the arena, his previous arrogance was completely gone. He knew that Xianxia was even more terrifying than before. "Return to the Heart Sect. Step on the snow." The prisoner clasped his fists. Xianxia said, "Howren Sect, Xianxia." Ta Shui said, "Your trump card has already been revealed. There is no need to keep it. Let's start firing directly." Although Ku Shi has allowed you to learn 2 martial skills and made it harder for me to defeat you, I can still defeat you with my hard work," Xianxia said, very confident. The snow step pressed down on his body and lowered his center of gravity. Afterwards, the atmosphere at the scene changed again. People felt the air freeze, as if the sky had become shorter. "This is," Xianxia frowned. This feeling seemed to have been seen somewhere before. Ta Shui took a deep breath and immediately rushed towards Xianxia. He jumped up out of thin air and pointed his fingers at Xianxia's head, shouting, "Pure Yang Finger!" Xianxia had already used the 2nd stage of sun tempering and activated the powerful black tortoise body. He blocked it with his giant saber, but he heard a loud bang. The giant saber was actually stabbed deep by the finger force of the snow step, and it protruded out the shape of 2 fingers. The power of this finger continued to push back against Xianxia. Xianxia retreated several hundred units in a row before he managed to stabilize himself. Stepping on the snow, he retracted his momentum and landed lightly. The experts on the scene were dumbfounded again. Xianxia, who was in a tyrannical state, could crush both of Ku Shi's wrists. But now he was pushed all the way out by the power of a finger from the snow. Xianxia said, "I remember, this is a state of mind training attack routine. A long time ago, there was such a swordsman in the nature sect who knew how to use the state of mind, and what that swordsman used was called heart like steel. The state of mind had nothing to do with martial techniques, nor could it be cultivated casually. With his state of mind, he could greatly stimulate a martial artist's strength, and even make his strength far exceed the upper limit of what his body should have. After his state of mind matched his martial skill, The power he displayed was even more frightening. Such a person was almost invincible in the same realm, but martial artists who specialized in the mental state would inevitably neglect their cultivation methods and martial skills, causing their martial arts realm to be usually not high. However, this snowstep had raised his cultivation to the 9th level of the heavenly tribulation. It was truly precious. At this moment, Ta Shui attacked Xianxia again. This time, he used his mental state to punch Xianxia twice. The power of these 2 punches was unbelievably great. Xianxia stretched out his left hand and grabbed onto Ta Shui's 2 arms. He was pushed back by the snow. Ta Shui turned around and used both of his fingers to pinch Xianxia's wrist. After he pinched Xianxia's wrist, he quickly exerted force and tried to break Xianxia's wrist. However, Xianxia's wrists were only slightly caved in by the unbelievable force. "What's wrong with this?" Ta Shui was stunned. Xianxia said, "If you treat me like a dried-up rock, then you're wrong. I'm still very different from him." With that, Xianxia pressed down on his left arm and struck Ta Shui's chest with the Thunder Dragon palm in his right hand. That snow-treading berserk spat out a mouthful of blood, and his entire body fainted as he flew backwards. This palm is so domineering. Even Xianxia was stunned. He didn't expect that his palm strike would cause such terrifying damage. Immediately after, he transformed into a cluster of lightning and caught up to treading snow, and another palm floated on treading snow's back. The sound of Ta Shueping was immediately blasted into pieces by the tyrannical lightning. "So strong," the big snake hissed and said. Xianxia looked at his right hand in disbelief. This high-grade martial skill was indeed no small matter. "Ha ha ha ha." Xianxia looked up and laughed. He suddenly felt that this scene was somewhat ironic. So many people surrounded him, but they couldn't do anything about him. On the contrary, he was getting stronger and stronger. Looking at the horrified expressions on the faces of the people surrounding him, Xianxia felt that it was truly a turn of events. Who else is coming? Xianxia carried the huge saber and looked at the other 4 prisoners. The withered stone was already crippled, and Ta Shui didn't even end up on the battlefield before dying. The last 4 prisoners would be Xianxia's only opponent. A short man, who was only 1.5 meters tall, walked onto the stage and said, "I'll do it! 5 pure, mysterious, true skill. Reverse." This person didn't even give him the chance to declare himself. Before Xianxia could even clasp his fists, he immediately launched a sneak attack. Xianxia had seen the 5 purities mysterious true technique on Dao Prison Star before, but he didn't expect that this little brat would actually know it as well. Moreover, his mysterious true skill was clearly much more brilliant than the warden's. Before Xianxia could react, his body suddenly hung upside down, his head facing down, his feet facing up, and he hung in the air. "So what?" Xianxia hung upside down and immediately pointed at the short man. "Ha ha! Naive!" The short man laughed strangely. Xianxia suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and his entire face turned purple-red. "What?" The audience was all at a loss. What happened? Xianxia's heart skipped a beat as he thought to himself, "Not good!" Not only had his body been flipped over, but even his meridians and body structure had been flipped over. This meant that the rotation finger he had used earlier had actually turned into a reverse current. Countercurrent will definitely backlash. The short man laughed strangely and jumped towards Xianxia. He grabbed a sharp dagger in his hand and sliced it at Xianxia's neck. Xianxia kicked the air and turned his body upside down. He quickly dodged to the left, but his body was not ordered to go to the right. "Chi!" That brat slashed his saber on Xianxia's arm, but in the end, he didn't break through Xianxia's defense. The small saber was also curled up. Why is the sense of direction reversed? Xianxia's pupils shrank. What kind of damn cultivation technique was this? This was already considered the category of the profound Tao, right? Its defense is very strong. The short man gritted his teeth and threw away the weapon in his hand. "But I can weaken it," he said. As he spoke, the short man faced Xianxia and formed a seal with both of his hands. He shouted, "5 pure mysterious true skill, soften." Xianxia instantly felt his defensive power suddenly weaken, as if he had changed from steel to cotton. He quickly pointed at the dwarf, but this finger was too slow. After everything was reversed, it meant that Xianxia had to use the rotating finger in reverse before he could release his finger power. However, doing so was extremely awkward. Xianxia had never experienced such a thing before. As a result, he released his martial skill at an extremely slow speed, and it was possible for him to go crazy at any moment. The short man easily dodged the martial skill and punched at Xianxia's chest. Pong! Xianxia had seen this kind of method before in the warden's possession. However, that scene was completely different from what the short man was using right now. Xianxia discovered that he had underestimated the prisoners. These prisoners were all geniuses amongst the geniuses. Their strength was reflected in their outstanding martial comprehension, their individual strength, and their difference from normal martial artists. This group of people had all sorts of fantastic ideas. They had changed their sex martial techniques and techniques, making them difficult to comprehend. Fortunately, only these few prisoners escaped. Otherwise, wouldn't the world be in chaos? Said the serpent in shock. But now is not the time for wild imagination. After the short man weakened Xianxia's defense, he smashed his fist into Xianxia's heart, causing Xianxia's heart to suddenly stop, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. As Xianxia landed on the ground, he instinctively prepared to maintain the 9 purities cosmos technique, allowing his body to quickly recover at any time. However, this unconscious behavior made Xianxia suffer. Just as he reacted, he couldn't circulate like this and spat out another mouthful of blood. His meridians were broken inch by inch. Reverse. The 9 purities cosmos art had also reversed. Normal operation, only backlash. Everyone was dumbfounded, not knowing what to do with their expressions. The short man ran towards Xianxia, launching a series of attacks on him. Xianxia used his high combat awareness to dodge all of his attacks. Although his sense of direction was also reversed, it was still much easier to adapt to this kind of thing than a martial skill. Xianxia only needed to get used to it for a moment before he could quickly adapt. When it was time to go left, it was time to go right. When it was time to go down, it was time to go up. That was all. When Xianxia found an opportunity, he slashed at the short man's face. The short man was so frightened that his face turned pale that he hurriedly used an empty-handed move to seize the white blade. Pa! His palms landed on the blade, actually supporting the giant saber. What? The flaming golden tiger king cried out. He knew very well how powerful Xianxia was, but that short man was actually able to catch Xianxia's saber? Not only was he surprised, even Xianxia himself hadn't expected this to happen. Upon closer inspection, everyone was stunned. It wasn't that Xianxia's strength wasn't strong enough, but that Xianxia's body couldn't support his strength anymore. Xianxia's slash had caused his entire wrist to completely bend and fracture due to excessive strength on his wrist. Xianxia's hand was still holding onto the hilt of the saber, but his arm had already bent down and was drooping softly. He. Shorty Peng's punch landed on Xianxia's face. It actually sunk Xianxia's left face. He shouted, "I have no way to deal with people like Blue Spirit who only use weapons. But I am your natural nemesis when dealing with people like you who rely too much on your body." All of Blue Spirit's defensive power came from the Heavenly Dipper Imperial armament. This was a cultivation technique, and naturally, weapons could not be weakened. But Xianxia was different. When the short man had eaten the sweetness, he chased after Xianxia and wanted to hit him in the throat. This punch came very quickly, and Xianxia could only dodge at the speed of light. However, when he saw the speed of light flickering to the left, there were actually 2 cracks. His legs were fractured at the same time because of his too fast speed. Xianxia fell to the ground with a loud sound, and his body slid out of the ground due to inertia. His body weakened to the point that even under this inertial friction, his skin was scratched, leaving behind a large bloody scar on the ground. "Kid Xianxia, you can't fight like this. Use your Xiandao methods," the big snake said hurriedly. Xianxia lay on the ground and swiftly slid. He quickly turned around and turned into a flat, backward slide. He aimed at the short man who was chasing him and quickly formed a seal. He shouted, "Fallen Thunder! Aya? Using the profound Tao Kung Fu on me? I really hit the muzzle. The dwarf laughed strangely and formed a seal with his hands. He pointed at Xianxia and said, "Sly technique, separate mind." In the sky, that bolt of lightning descended in an instant, and it was actually directly disintegrated by the short man. Xianxia formed another seal and summoned the thunder array. The short man continued to poke at the sky. Countless lightning bolts descended, all of them in midair, cleared away by the short man. On the profound Tao, I am the ancestor. The dwarf proudly pointed at himself and said, You're just playing tricks on me." Xianxia jumped up and started running around the battlefield. The short man chased after him relentlessly. When Xianxia ran, he discovered that his speed was slower. "Damn it, my body is weakened, and my strength is actually reduced? I've only moved a few times and I feel weak." Xianxia was shocked. Xianxia's speed slowed down, and the short man began to close the distance between the two sides. The short man simply grabbed Xianxia's huge saber and wanted to kill him. "Little sparrow, have you woken up yet?" Xianxia roared in his heart. "Wake up as soon as you're done absorbing it." There was a flash of light on his left arm. Xianxia hurriedly unsealed the seal. The little bird sat on Xianxia's shoulder with a whoosh and said with drowsy eyes, "What are you doing?" Xianxia shouted, "Hurry up and prepare. Sparrow King Seal." After saying that, Xianxia immediately formed a seal. But this Sparrow King Seal was even more complicated. It was almost impossible to succeed. At this moment, it was even more difficult for Xianxia to form a seal. He had printed it more than a dozen times, but all of them had failed. The short man had already caught up with Xianxia, and with a swoosh, he cut open a large wound on Xianxia's back. "Saber," Xianxia thought. The giant saber was summoned by its master and quickly struggled a few times. It broke free from the short man's hand and flew into the distance. The short man was dumbfounded. He took out 2 more daggers and chased after Xianxia while randomly cutting at his back. The defense of Xianxia's back was also incomparably weak. He was sliced by that short man, causing his flesh and blood to be blurred and blood to flow. "Damn it, quickly succeed." Xianxia roared in his heart. "Sparrow King Seal." Failed. "Sparrow King Seal." He failed again. The dwarf stabbed into Xianxia's back with a poof of his saber. Xianxia broke out in cold sweat and shouted, "Fuck you, Sparrow King Seal." This time he actually succeeded. Xianxia opened his hands and a telescreen appeared. Seeing this, the little bird directly entered the telescreen and rushed out. White flame burning lightning, black ice frost lightning, speed of light lightning, void thunder, falling heavenly lightning, yang flame divine lightning, attack together. This Sparrow King Seal was used by Xianxia to wipe out all of the world devastating divine lightning. Under the blessing of the 6 world devastating divine lightning bolts, the little bird made a colorful giant lightning bird. "I'll let you untie it." Xianxia suddenly turned around and shouted at the short man, "Show me again." Everyone was in an uproar. The gigantic lightning bird descended from the sky and swooped down towards the short man. "There's actually a backhand." The 6 Tiger Kings were stunned. Just how many tricks does this brat have? Why are there so many of them? That brat was already panicking. He hurriedly formed a seal on the bird and tried to dispel the bird's attack. However, the 6 bolts of divine lightning could be easily solved. "No!" The dwarf was so frightened that his soul scattered. He turned around and fled. The little bird let out a cry of whoosh, 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 whoosh. "It's over." Xianxia panted as the wound behind him began to rapidly heal. He also felt his strength and defense rapidly return. The situation where his body had been reversed had also disappeared. The pseudo-god looked at Xianxia in surprise and said, "He actually absorbed so many world-devastating divine lightning." He knew that Xianxia could absorb the power of the god race, but he never imagined that Xianxia would have gathered so much. At this moment, the pseudo-god had the feeling that he was lifting a rock and smashing himself in the foot. Xiang Nan was clearly using the power of the god race to deal with the god race. This battle had also allowed everyone to experience Xiang Nan's profound foundation. For an ordinary expert to be able to master one or two unique skills, it would be considered extremely formidable. However, Xiang Nan's trump cards were played one after another, dazzling and endless. Of the 6 prisoners, 3 had already been defeated. Moreover, they had been crippled and 2 had died. In the end, only Blue Spirit and the other 2 prisoners remained. Another prisoner's eyes flickered with excitement as he was about to enter the arena. At this time, the pseudo-god grabbed his shoulder and shook his head. The losses are too great. We can't bury all the experts just because of a single match. I only want to ask you how strong you are compared to the top 3. The prisoner said. A little better than them. The pseudo-god shook his head. It's not enough to win by just one head. You don't have to go on stage. What about you? As he spoke, the pseudo-god looked at another prisoner. That prisoner said, almost. The pseudo-god smiled and said, then, I can only let Blue Spirit personally take action. The 2 prisoners had nothing to say. Although they were not afraid of death and were eager to fight Xiang Nan, there was no way for the pseudo-god to refute Blue Spirit's appearance. Judging from their attitudes, the audience had discovered a lot of information. Among the 6 prisoners, Blue Spirit was the #1 expert and was recognized as such. Finally, it's my turn. Lan Ling took a deep breath and smiled. She wore the loose robe on her shoulders and walked onto the stage step by step. His appearance aroused the great anticipation of all the experts. Xiang Nan also adjusted his mentality and prepared to face the strongest prisoner. The Blue Spirit did not take off her robe. Instead, she walked directly to the opposite side of Xiang Nan and smiled. Spirit Vulture Sect, Blue Spirit, she said. Xiang Nan cupped his fists and said, Howren Sect, Xiang Nan. Lan Ling said, although I knew from the beginning that you were very powerful and that your various performances showed this, I still feel confident that I can defeat you. But it's different now. I admit that I don't have absolute confidence in defeating you. In a battle with you, the 2 of us can only win by 50 to 50%. You're very strong, and you're unprecedentedly strong. Xiang Nan nodded. Thank you for your advice. After saying that, Blue Spirit pulled out a handful of strands of hair from her long blue hair. These strands of blue hair were not the same as the other strands of hair. Instead, they were thicker and longer. At first, Xiang Nan thought that this bunch of hair was just a longer and thicker tail, but now, it seemed that this was definitely not the case. The Blue Spirit tossed a strand of blue hair into the sky. These blue hair suddenly shone, producing a clanging sound of swords. In the blink of an eye, it turned into 99 sharp blue swords. So many. Xiang Nan frowned. 99 swords at the same time was an expert he had never seen before. Doesn't it cause excessive distractions? Blue Spirit smiled and said, Please begin. Please. Xiang Nan said. The Blue Spirit suddenly floated backwards for a while. Seeing this, Xiang Nan knew that he wanted to keep a distance from him. He couldn't let him succeed, so he quickly rushed towards the Blue Spirit. Very wise, but useless. Lan Ling smiled and hooked her right index finger. The 99 blue swords floating in the sky suddenly turned into a gust of wind and rain, pouring down towards Xiang Nan. Too many. 99 swords, every single sword, every second, could launch tens of thousands of consecutive sprints. As for the 99 swords, there were a total of 990,000 sword stabs. This could no longer be described as a violent storm. Xiang Nan's eyes turned cold. If he rushed forward, he would only be able to increase the relative speed of himself and the countless blue swords. That would increase the blue sword's sprint power to a terrifying level. Xiang Nan could only quickly change his charge to retreat and summon 2 levels of sun tempering. At the same time, he shouted, Black Tortoise Body! Clang! 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 Countless dense sounds of blue swords colliding resounded on Xiang Nan's body in an instant. These collisions were so intense that they even converged together, turning into a loud buzzing sound that echoed endlessly. However, there was no end to that noise. Xianxia placed the giant saber in front of him and used his tyrant body to withstand the impact of these sharp swords. The blue swords clanged onto Xianxia's body, continuously pushing him backwards. As for his incomparably sturdy tyrant body, it actually began to weaken under the continuous and infinite sprint. Because every time these blue swords hit Xianxia, they would bounce off and shoot down again. There was never an end. Gradually, tiny wounds began to appear on Xianxia's body, and his skin was pierced by the edge of the sword. The scene was filled with exclamations. Lan Ling said calmly, "Although my sword is not as high-grade as yours, fortunately, I am better at using weapons than you." This kind of attack was too terrifying. 1 second was 990,000 attacks, and 2 seconds was close to 2 million. No matter how powerful the defensive power was, under the infinite and eternal impact, there would definitely be a day when it would collapse and collapse. Xianxia attempted to launch a counterattack, but in the dense rain of swords, he had no chance at all. Every inch of his body, every inch of his skin, and every instant, he encountered countless sprints, and he couldn't even lift his arm. Soon, Xianxia slid backwards and was forced to the edge of the wall. He leaned his back against the wall, still trying his best to support the enemy's attack. This move is called the Heavenly Dipper Imperial Sword Technique, Infinite Stab. Blue Spirit explained with a smile. Originally, the Spirit Vulture sect did not have this move. I created it myself and improved it many times. He held his chin and said with interest, "If you can't even overcome this move, then I'm afraid you won't be able to see any more powerful methods from me." Xianxia finally breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Originally, I thought that I would be able to hold back." Hearing this, the audience was already numb. They were already used to Xianxia's trump cards that they could never use up. At this moment, they shook their heads helplessly. "I knew it. I knew you would have a better method," Lan Ling shouted excitedly. He licked his lips excitedly and said eagerly, "Hurry up and break my infinite thorns. Come on." Xianxia took a deep breath and said, "As you wish." Sun Divine Technique, 3rd Stage Sun Tempering. Boom! A big sun suddenly descended and ruthlessly landed on Xianxia's body. My God! The spectators tugged at their hair. That terrifying quenching of the sun can actually be superimposed 3 times. Xianxia's combat strength instantly increased by 1 level, and his black tortoise body also increased as a result. At this point, Xianxia put down the huge saber in his hand and faced countless sword rains, beginning to walk towards Blue Spirit. Although he was still unable to walk very fast, the rain of swords could no longer pose a threat to him. Countless sword rains pierced Xianxia's face, eyes, nose, ears, hands, body. However, an attack of that level could no longer injure Xianxia. Thunder Dragon Palm. Xianxia waved his hand, but seeing the terrifying power of his palm, he directly sent countless flying swords flying. That's right. That's interesting. The veins on Lan Ling's excited forehead bulged. Hurry. Don't you still have that kind of flame that can weaken the enemy? Hurry up and use it to see how I can break it, she shouted. The audience was speechless. 2 lunatics. The 2 people on the battlefield were both battle maniacs. Moreover, each of them was even crazier than the last. How did he intentionally remind his opponent to make a move? Sure. Xianxia's body trembled, and the blue flames of the waves swept towards the Blue Spirit like a tide. Lan Ling laughed happily. With a finger from his right hand, the 99 flying swords turned into a blue ocean. These waves of swords flew towards the sea of flames. Once they were contaminated with the sea of flames, they would immediately ascend vertically and soar into the clouds. Such a dense rain of swords could already be called a sword wall. Xianxia's eternal flame was simply unable to break through the sword wall or hit Blue Spirit. The blue swords that flew into the sky suddenly disappeared from the clouds and inexplicably appeared next to Blue Spirit. These swords can be instantly recalled. The Tiger Kings cried out in shock. The blue sword was teleported back, and it perfectly escaped the entanglement of the eternal flame. In the sky, the clouds were burned blue by the blue flames that were left on the spot. This move was no longer effective. Xianxia immediately changed his stance, retrieved the eternal flame, and pointed 3 revolving light fingers at Blue Spirit. Good job! Blue Spirit was excited. Her right hand slid down and shouted, Heavenly Dipper Imperial Sword Technique, Sword Shield. The 99 blue swords quickly formed into a diamond-shaped shield. Clang! Clang! The 3 revolving light fingers struck the sword shield and were completely blocked. That sword shield's defense is actually this strong? The Crystal Tiger King exclaimed. Xianxia threw the huge saber in his hand towards the sword shield and shouted, Dazzling Light Descending Dragon Slash. The giant saber buzzed as it transformed into a spiral sword light, which was several times more powerful than the rotating light finger. Clang! The saber light struck the sword shield. As soon as it touched it, a large amount of fragments flew out from the sword shield. The fragments turned into 13 sharp blue swords and quickly flew back to the sword shield in an attempt to regroup. However, the dazzling light slash was a persistent martial skill, and it continued to drill through the sword shield. Blue Spirit shouted, Heavenly Dipper Imperial Sword Technique, Steel Cloak. After saying that, he tossed out a long robe that covered the sword shield, forming a steel armor. With the defense of the steel robe, the sword shield was enough to resist the penetrating power of the dazzling light slash. This martial skill can also be used on weapons? Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. Thunder Dragon Palm. Taking advantage of the fact that the dazzling light slash hadn't completely cancelled out, Xianxia released an even more powerful Thunder Dragon Palm. Blue Spirit laughed heartily. He waved his right hand and said, Heavenly Dipper Imperial Armament, Armor. Zhang. The sword shield trembled, and a layer of turtle shell-shaped Dipper Chi armor suddenly appeared on the surface. The tyrannical Thunder Dragon Palm exploded on the sword shield. The entire sword shield was blasted apart, and 99 blue swords were shot everywhere. The Thunder Dragon Palm was also cancelled out. You can use so many Heavenly Dipper Imperial Sword techniques at the same time? Xianxia frowned. He had seen Spirit Vulture Sect disciples use this move to combine different Heavenly Dipper Imperial swordsmanship on the same person. But that required at least 6 Spirit Vulture Sect disciples to cooperate with each other. Each disciple could only use one move. However, Lan Ling was actually able to use different Heavenly Dipper Imperial swordsmanship at the same time. When the sword shield was destroyed, the blue spirit only hooked up. The 99 blue swords quickly formed a new sword shield. Attack or retreat. This style of martial skill is flawless. The White Tiger Emperor's expression was solemn as he looked deeply at Blue Spirit. At this moment, the White Tiger Emperor was also fearful of this Blue Spirit. Is that all? Lan Ling shouted excitedly. Xianxia recalled the huge saber and saw that the saber was stabbed into the ground. He shouted, Thunder Dragon! Go out to sea! The lightning dragon that had been improved by the Thunder Dragon's roar was even more powerful. It even changed from one move to 2 moves. The first move was to charge forward, and the second move was to pull out the saber. The thunderous power of Xianxia charged heavily onto the sword shield. Immediately after, he pulled out his saber and ended it. The sword shield finally buzzed and trembled. Unable to withstand it, it was blasted into pieces. The drawing saber slash shot towards Blue Spirit with a whoosh. Not enough! Blue Spirit shouted. Heavenly Dipper Imperial Sword Technique. Steel Blade. Steel Cloak. Armor. In an instant, Blue Spirit had used 3 consecutive layers of defensive martial skills on his body. Blue Spirit clutched the sword light with both of her hands. Do on! As Blue Spirit shouted, a massive amount of blue swords flew back, piercing through every inch of the drawing blade slash and turning it invisible. This time, even Xianxia was stunned. Steel blades, steel clothes, armor, and 3 kinds of martial skills had always been added to those flying swords. To think that Blue Spirit would actually be able to put on another set of blessings on him to such an extent. Not only could he use multiple martial skills together, he could also use them twice at the same time. They were on their bodies and weapons. What kind of goddamn martial comprehension is this? The Blue Spirit shouted. Have you exhausted all your means? Then it's my turn to make a move. Heavenly Dipper Imperial Sword Technique. Heaven-shaking sword. Countless blue swords flew together with a whoosh. With a clang, they formed a blue sword that pierced through the heavens and the earth. Lan Ling pressed her hands down and shouted, "Slash!" The gigantic sky-bearing sword drove the world-shocking wind howl and fiercely slashed down towards Xiang Nan. Xiang Nan's pupils contracted as he roared, "Black tortoise body!" Clang! 3 seconds after the death blade came into contact with the heaven-shaking sword, a loud explosion was heard and it was cut off. Immediately after, the blade of the sword slashed towards Xiang Nan's head. Xiang Nan quickly stretched out his arms and grabbed the sword with his bare hands. Boom! The incomparable power of the giant sword directly pushed Xiang Nan to his knees. The ground he knelt on collapsed into a small crater. Shortly after, with Xiang Nan as the center and a radius of 50 meters, another loud boom rang out, causing an even larger crater to sink out. The Crystal Tiger King and the Flaming Gold Tiger King stood up at the same time, their eyes shining with disbelief. What a tremendous power that was, to create this kind of momentum. At this moment, Xiang Nan felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him, enduring an unimaginable pressure. His legs began to ache intensely, and he was already unable to withstand the pressure of the heaven-shaking sword. Boom! The heaven-shaking sword once again exerted its strength, and it enveloped an even larger crater with a radius of 50 meters outside of Xiang Nan's crater. The entire Tiger Hall started to shake. Blue Spirit had launched such a terrifying attack, and it wasn't easy for him. At this moment, his forehead was dripping with cold sweat, and he was still pressing down with both of his hands, intending to kill Xiang Nan on the spot. "I can't hold on any longer," Xiang Nan roared in his heart. His divine sense flickered and his dream Tao opened. In an instant, countless black shadows suddenly appeared on the scene. Nether dragons and nether giants appeared one after another. The entire sky was filled with figures of nether kings. "Damn it! What the hell?" All the experts in the arena shouted out loudly. Rumble, 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 rumble. The nether dragon and giant immediately launched a ferocious attack on the heaven-shaking sword. In just half a second, the heaven-shaking sword collapsed. They scattered into 99 blue swords and flew back to Blue Spirit's side. As for Xiang Nan, he quickly withdrew all of the nether kings. This move was too time-consuming for Dream Tao, so he couldn't squander them all. He still had some dream time left to flee for his life. "You still have your trump card?" Lan Ling didn't expect that he would look at his 99 blue swords in astonishment. Almost every sword on those blue swords had a small gap. This was the collision of the inverse law and the positive law, resulting in the annihilation of the positive and negative matter. Even the terrifying blue flying sword was unable to withstand it. Xiang Nan took the opportunity to catch his breath and fight from the ground. With a wave of his right hand, the giant saber that had been broken into 2 pieces immediately merged together and recovered. Lan Ling nodded and waved her hands again. The 99 blue swords merged into a heaven-shaking sword and slashed towards Xiang Nan. Xiang Nan was prepared and immediately dodged at the speed of light, dodging the might of a sword strike. Blue Spirit hooked her finger, and all the flying swords that formed the heaven-shaking sword instantly disintegrated. They instantly combined, changing the direction of the heaven-shaking sword, and then slashed horizontally. He slashed towards Xiang Nan. Xiang Nan had just dodged the longitudinal chop when his body rapidly rose. The heaven-shaking sword that whistled past Xiang Nan's body instantly wriggled and turned into a sword tip as it chased after Xiang Nan. Thunder Dragon Palm. Xiang Nan slapped down with a backhand palm. The tyrannical palm power exploded onto the heaven-shaking sword, causing the heaven-shaking swords to disintegrate one after another. However, countless flying swords instantly condensed into a brand new heaven-shaking sword. Thunder Dragon Palm. Xiang Nan clapped again. His martial skill could be instantaneously released, and this Thunder Dragon Palm could reach the frequency of 1 palm per second. The heaven-shaking sword continued to disintegrate, reassemble, disintegrate, and reassemble amidst the rumbling sounds of explosions. Xiang Nan's stamina was rapidly depleting, and Lan Ling's stamina was even more severely depleted than Xiang Nan's. Forget it. Blue Spirit waved his hand and the heaven-shaking sword dispersed back into 99 blue flying swords, returning to his side. There's no point fighting like this, Lan Ling said out of breath. He untied his robe and saw that his wrists and ankles were all wearing halos. Upon seeing the halo, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Blue Spirit nodded. With your experience, you definitely wouldn't be surprised by this kind of thing. That's right, this is the spirit suppressing ring. Everyone present was shocked. Not only did Xianxia know, everyone knew about spirit suppression rings, but what shocked them was that Blue Spirit was actually wearing a spirit suppression ring with such terrifying strength. After removing the spirit suppression ring, how strong would he be? Normally, spirit suppressing rings are of very low grade and cannot bind martial artists of a higher realm. However, in order to forge these 4 spirit suppressing rings, I really searched for a long time before I gathered all the materials. Lan Ling smiled. In addition, our spirit vulture sect's control over weapons is so outstanding that these 4 spirit suppressing rings can truly suppress my true strength. Xianxia, you are qualified to meet my bottom line. As he spoke, the blue spirit's body trembled, and the 4 spirit restraining rings fell off on their own. Boom! In an instant, a flame erupted from Blue Spirit's body. Heavenly Dipper Sword Chi. Xianxia frowned. This move was precisely the Heavenly Dipper Sword Chi, the original cultivation method of the Heavenly Dipper Sword Chi. Moreover, the Heavenly Dipper Sword Chi that Lan Ling had only used after she had released all of her strength had already surpassed common sense in terms of how powerful that sword Chi was. Blue Spirit floated in the air within the flames. He said, "Above the 9th level of the heavenly tribulation, there is no realm. In order to search for a more powerful true essence of power, I have sealed my own power. Right now, although my realm is unable to continue to improve, my strength has undergone a qualitative change under the constant suppression. Come, try the power of this sword." Blue Spirit's right hand hooked, and all of the flying swords condensed into a new heaven-shaking sword that slashed towards Xianxia. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. The power of this sword was at least an entire level higher than the heaven-shaking sword in front of him. Even the White Tiger Emperor stood up and looked at the power of the sword in shock. That's right, this sword strike was already comparable to the strength of an emperor. Xianxia had seen the power of the Black Tortoise Emperor in the Infinite Mountain, and the strongest strike of the Black Tortoise Emperor was on par with the power of the heaven-shaking sword. Unbeatable. He really couldn't withstand this sword strike. Xianxia knew that even if his firepower was fully activated, and even the Eye of All Lives was released, he would definitely not be able to withstand this sword strike even if he raised his cultivation by 1 level. At the end of the day, Xianxia was still slightly weaker than Emperor Black Tortoise. Dead for sure. All the spectators stood up. The 6 Tiger Kings were even more dumbstruck. Even an emperor would have to go all out to catch the power of this sword. This is my strongest attack. Xianxia, give me a miracle. Blue Spirit was already exhausted and looked weakly at Xianxia. It's over. Big Snake was disheartened. Xianxia didn't know how to deal with this sword strike. He didn't even have time to think or despair. He instinctively pulled out his Tai Divine Technique Saber Light from his dream world. He only hoped that this saber light would buy him even a second of time so that he could jump into the dream world and leave this damned place. However, escaping was equivalent to failing, and one's innate talent would fall into the hands of a pseudo-god. At that time, with the Heart of Earth vein, the pseudo-god could help all prisoners and pseudo-god believers with 3 divine talents increase to 4 divine talents for free. In the end, the entire army was annihilated. However, Xianxia really didn't know how to deal with this sword strike. He only threw out his saber light blankly. In an instant, a saber light that pierced through the heavens and earth rose from the ground. What? Countless people were shocked. Even Xianxia was stunned. He looked at his saber light and sucked in a breath of cold air. What the hell? Heavenly Tribulation, 10th level. This was actually a Heavenly Tribulation 10th layer saber light. Even the pseudo-god, who was confident in everything that happened, couldn't stand. He stared at the saber light with his mouth agape and said in horror, "What the hell? Lan Ling's body trembled and she said with relief, "In the end, I was still defeated by you." Boom! The heavenly tribulation 10th layer's saber light had violently shattered the heavenly shaking sword with strength that exceeded the limits of its realm. However, this saber light also shattered. In the end, this saber light was not a martial skill in itself. It was only formed from Xiangnan's dipper chi. It was just an ordinary saber light. Its only advantage was that its realm was high enough. However, the 10th level of the heavenly tribulation was not a joke. Just a casual saber strike was enough to be at the level of a great emperor, and it was powerful enough to go all out. The saber light and the heaven-shaking sword were both shattered. The blue spirit descended from the sky. However, Xiangnan still had combat strength. Pong! The blue spirit heavily fell to the ground and said, "I've lost. Give me a decent way to die. Who else can defeat him?" Everyone present felt despair in their hearts. They felt extremely cold. Who else could defeat Xiangnan? In this battle, Xiangnan took out 2 new trump cards in succession. Is it really endless? That trump card will never be used up? Are you kidding me? Who could win such a damn battle? I really didn't expect. White Tiger Emperor was afraid. He thought to himself, there are actually humans that can reach the level of an emperor. The blue spirit was too deep to leak. What was even more terrifying was that there were humans who could defeat such a blue spirit. Xiangnan walked over to Blue Spirit with his saber in hand. "I'm no match for you. You're the first person in history who can convince me. It's worth it to die at your hands." Lan Ling smiled. "Do it." Xiangnan was similarly astonished. When did his saber light reach the 10th level of the heavenly tribulation? Why is this happening? Ah, I know. It must be the spirit void pill you ate. And you have a brand new divine talent, said the serpent. The spirit void pill allowed Xiangnan to reach the 10th level of perfection at every stage. In other words, his heavenly tribulation realm was already at the 10th level, one more level than others. However, due to the restrictions of the rules of this world, this 10th level was impossible to reach. It was hidden. Thus, Xiangnan's saber light had been trapped in the 9th level of the heavenly tribulation and could not be improved. But later, Xiangnan absorbed the Black Warrior clan's water vein heart. This innate heart was not something Xiangnan was born with, but it originated from the Creator. The serpent said, "It must be the Creator's innate talent that allowed you to break free from the limits set by the Creator, allowing that blade light to reach the 10th level of the heavenly tribulation." Xiangnan quickly understood this question and thought to himself, "It must be like this." At this moment, Xiangnan faced Lan Ling and said, "Your talent is really high. I'm afraid that you are the only expert who can reach the level of the 5-Spirit Emperor as a human. Killing you like this is a pity. Are you willing to follow me?" When Lan Ling heard this, a bright light suddenly flashed in her eyes. However, the light dimmed in an instant. She shook her head and said, "Thank you for your kindness. You are a worthy opponent to be respected. But unfortunately, I betrayed everything about myself." Before he could finish speaking, the pseudo-god took out a small bottle from his bosom, took out his Tao heart, and crushed it. Before Lan Ling could finish her words, Peng's voice exploded into ashes. "You!" Xiangnan was furious and looked at the false god. The pseudo-god frowned and stared at Xiangnan. "Of course, I can't let this kind of person betray Glory God cult. But what I'm even more curious about is how you managed to instantly increase your attack to the 10th level of the heavenly tribulation. This violates the highest limits of this world." Xiangnan would not be stupid enough to answer his question. He just regretted in his heart that an expert like Lan Ling would be perfect if he could follow him. He had almost touched Blue Spirit. This was the result of betraying his Tao heart. Looking at the prisoners, there was an obvious look of fear in their eyes towards the pseudo-gods. "So, isn't that right? Even if I win in the end?" Xiangnan's eyes swept across the many opponents. The White Tiger Emperor had already set down the rules for the competition. In order for the other 4 races to dare to participate in this type of arena competition, Emperor Black Tortoise and the pseudo-god were not allowed to participate. If the two of them came out and the other four spirits decided to refuse to compete on the spot, there was no doubt. However, it was also this rule that trapped the White Tiger Emperor. Now, it seemed that only the Great Emperor and the pseudo-god would have a chance to defeat Xianxia. I remember that there is another Ban Ru. The pseudo-god was thoughtful, and he would never give up his innate talent. The group of Confucian Tiger Kings walked out and said, "Unfortunately, I am unable to defeat such a Xianxia." The pseudo-god chased after Xianxia and asked, "Are you unable to defeat Xianxia? Or are you unable to defeat Xianxia's saber light? Is there a difference?" said the group of Confucians. The fake god laughed. "Yes, perhaps none of you noticed, but I saw that when Xianxia released that saber light, there was a change of surprise in his eyes. Although this change disappeared very quickly," he said. "But at the very least, this means that his saber light is not something that can be released at any time." Xianxia's heart sank slightly. He had tried his best to avoid talking to the pseudo-god, but he didn't expect that the cunning pseudo-god would still be able to discern some clues. The blade light in the dream world itself was not used to fight. It was something Xianxia had left behind. He wanted to blow up the Nether King clan and use the Nether Tribulation technique. At this moment, Xianxia had already set up a white tiger formation in the dream world, allowing the dream body to begin to swim away with that blade light. However, this blade light had to start at the 7th level of the heavenly tribulation, and it was still some distance away from the 10th level. "If I didn't have to face that saber light, I think I should be able to defeat Xianxia," Tiger King Banru muttered. "The winning rate is around 80%. Hearing this, the white tiger race no longer cheered. He had heard these words many times, and every time, he was slapped in the face by Xianxia fiercely. Everyone was silent, but they were hoping that Xianxia would no longer have any new trump cards. "There shouldn't be, right?" the Golden Tiger King whispered. "If he still had his trump card, he should have taken it out when he was dealing with Blue Spirit earlier. All right then, Ban Ru, come out and fight." The White Tiger Emperor heaved a sigh of relief. No matter what, he had to preserve his innate talent. The Ruhu King nodded and said, "But before the match, I need some preparation." As he spoke, he looked at the other 3 Tiger Kings who had yet to appear on the stage. The 3 Tiger Kings were all worried. "Do you really want to do this?" Tiger King Banru said helplessly. "There's nothing I can do." Xianxia was curious. What were these people talking about? All right. The 3 Tiger Kings were dejected. However, the 3 of them didn't do anything, and nothing strange happened at the scene. Not only did Xianxia feel strange, even the White Tiger warriors were confused. Another half a minute later, 3 figures suddenly appeared at the entrance of the Tiger Hall. Ah! The scene was in an uproar. Another 3 Tiger Kings. Moreover, they were exactly the same people as the 3 Tiger Kings beside the Great Emperor. Avatar. Xianxia immediately saw the clue. 3 9th level heavenly tribulations, Tiger King's avatar. What was this all about? Ask the avatar to help in the battle? Avatar, could it be considered as an additional contestant? It's not that simple. Xianxia frowned and pondered. He shouldn't have sent an avatar to help in the battle, right? Seeing that, the 3 Tiger King avatars had all crossed the arena and arrived in front of Ban Ru Tiger King. Tiger King Ban Ru said to the 3 Tiger Kings, "Sorry, old men. Sacrifice yourself for the honor of the White Tiger." After saying that, the refined Tiger King Ban Ru suddenly opened his huge mouth and swallowed all 3 Tiger King avatars in one bite. "What?" Xianxia looked at the scene in disbelief. "Oh!" The pseudo-god was also surprised. "This is interesting." Afterwards, the group of Confucian Tiger Kings suddenly grew in size. His Dipper Chi also exploded, and his strength increased by leaps and bounds, surpassing the limit of the Tiger King's strength. At this moment, the Crystal Tiger King and the Flaming Gold Tiger King were simply worthless in front of the Banru Tiger King. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the Banru Tiger King finally arrived at the arena. He cupped his fists at Xianxia and said, "Although I can't hand over your divine saber, I've seen your strength before. I think I can defeat you with that strength. Xianxia, please take action." This group of Confucian tiger kings were 2 laps taller than normal tiger kings. Without changing their body, their height had already reached more than 8 meters. Standing in front of this giant tiger, Xianxia felt a strong visual pressure. Xianxia didn't dare to underestimate his opponent. He immediately took a few steps back. He took the lead in releasing the 3rd level of sun tempering and activated the black tortoise body. It should be. Tiger King Banru nodded and said, "Then, I'm coming." With that, he suddenly transformed into a colorful giant tiger and pounced towards Xianxia. This giant tiger was already a complete white tiger. Its body length had reached a terrifying 100 meters, and its back was nearly 50 meters tall. Its giant tiger astral chi was unparalleled, and it was even more powerful than the blue spirit before it took off its spirit-suppressing ring. Xianxia's pupils constricted, and he immediately used his giant saber to resist. Unexpectedly, the Super Tiger King slapped the huge saber away from Xianxia's hand. The giant tiger claw firmly pressed Xianxia to the ground. Xianxia felt extreme pain all over his body and was about to be crushed. Roar! The Super Tiger King roared, causing the mountains to shake and the White Tiger territory to shake. The White Tiger warriors, who had yet to reach the 9th level of the heavenly tribulation, even had their ears bleeding and were deaf on the spot. Xianxia was the first to bear the brunt, facing the tiger's roar, and was also shaken to the point that his aura was blocked and his mind swayed. Damn it! A Super Tiger King like this can probably treat the Fire Dragon King like an insect, the big snake said in shock. The Super Tiger King bit down on Xianxia. With such sharp teeth, the power of this bite was already equivalent to Blue Spirit's ordinary heaven-shaking sword, and it was even stronger than the heaven-shaking sword. Xianxia struggled with all his might, but he was still unable to escape from the tiger's claws. He hurriedly summoned the giant saber. The giant saber buzzed and flew back. With a clang, it blocked Xianxia and was bitten through by the Super Tiger King. The sharp tiger fangs actually pierced through the blade. 2 rows of sharp teeth pierced through the blade. Following the Super Tiger King's chew, the giant blade was actually bitten into pieces. Roar! The Super Tiger King roared again, throwing away the fragment and gnawing at Xianxia's body. I really can't beat him. He can't even break free. Xianxia shook his head. Then there's nothing I can do. Hearing the words helpless, everyone's hearts skipped a beat. Really? Stop it. Also, in the sky, a pair of angry eyes suddenly opened. Xianxia's realm instantly rose by 1 level, directly soaring to the 8th level of the heavenly tribulation. Oh my God! I've lost my life. The White Tiger warriors and pseudo-god believers all covered their foreheads. Is it over or not? The Crystal Tiger King cursed angrily. Heaven Spill Dipper Chi, 3rd stage sun tempering, Black Tortoise Body Tyrant, Eye of Anger. Xianxia punched out with his right hand. Peng's sound directly knocked the Super Tiger King's giant upside down, causing its entire body to soar into the air. Xianxia waved his right hand and countless fragments condensed into a complete giant saber. Before the Super Tiger King could react, he sprinted forward and stomped on the Tiger King's nose. The Super Tiger King struggled crazily, but the wind and water rotated, and he was trampled under Xianxia's feet, unable to break free no matter what. Xianxia slashed at the Tiger King's head. The Super Tiger King crazily stomped on Xianxia with his 4 limbs, causing him to tilt a little. His huge head hurriedly twisted, and he bit through the giant saber with a crack. Xianxia wanted to retrieve the weapon, but he couldn't pull it out of the Tiger King's teeth even after seizing it a dozen times. Instead, he dragged the Tiger King's head up and down a dozen times. Kitten, you're finished. Xianxia's eyes flashed with a bright light. He simply let go of the hilt of the saber and punched the Super Tiger King's face with lightning. Boom! The Tiger King was beaten until his eyes rolled and blood flowed out of his nose and mouth. Xianxia leapt into the air and struck down with his palm. Thunder Dragon Palm! Boom! A tyrannical palm force slapped on the Tiger King's head, causing the Super Tiger King's head to bounce back, and his entire body to be dragged into the sky. Xianxia circled behind the Tiger King and struck the Thunder Dragon Palm again. This palm struck the Tiger Queen's back and broke her spine. A high-grade Dao-level palm technique is very useful, the big snake said happily. The Tiger King's spine was broken, and his entire lower limb was immediately paralyzed. Xianxia circled around the front of the Super Tiger King and slapped his Thunder Dragon palm on his stomach. The Super Tiger King let out a loud cry and spat out large amounts of blood mixed with internal organs. Xianxia jumped onto the Tiger King's head and aimed his palm at the Tiger King's forehead. With this palm, his head would explode and his brain would spill on the ground. The Super Tiger King's eyes were already ashen, and he gave up resisting. However, Xianxia's palm stopped, and he withdrew his eye of anger. Why? The Super Tiger King looked at Xianxia blankly. You're not bad, Xianxia said. At the very least, your character is better than the other Tiger Kings. You know how to respect your opponent. I forgive you for this life, not because of your identity, but because you possess the precious integrity that a martial artist should possess. With that, Xianxia jumped down from the tiger's head and said, You can leave now. The Super Tiger King quickly shrunk, turning into a 3-part tiger and 7-part human form. The giant cat looked at Xianxia with a bloody face and limped towards the exit of the tiger hall. Ban Ru, where are you going? The White Tiger Emperor frowned. However, that group of Confucians did not turn around, only waved their hands and left lonely. Looking at Ban Ru's back, Xianxia felt a little desolate in his heart. Perhaps only Xianxia could understand Ban Ru's loss. As the inheritor of the White Tiger clan, Ban Ru's feelings towards the White Tiger clan should be much heavier than any other White Tiger clan. He had personally witnessed the glory of the White Tiger and the loss of the White Tiger clan. The current White Tiger Emperor had long since lost the backbone that White Tiger deserved. He chose to join Glory God cult. However, Ban Ru was powerless to resist all of this. He's gone. This old and once glorious Tiger King Ban Ru stood at the entrance of the Tiger Hall in confusion, staring blankly at the sky. A few moments later, he was actually crying loudly. The sad cry made people feel sad. He had personally witnessed the entire process of the arena competition, and he had seen how fickle the White Tiger clan was. As he walked, he cried, This is no longer my favorite sacred land. When he arrived at the border of the White Tiger territory and faced the countless dangerous nebulas, he raised his leg and wanted to jump. At this moment, a phantom suddenly appeared in the nebula. Ban Ru. The group of Confucian Tiger Kings hesitated and looked up, saying, True Dragon Emperor. The phantom nodded and said, Has the tiger changed? The tiger was naturally referring to the White Tiger Emperor. Ban Ru lowered his head lonely. The true Dragon Emperor's shadow let out a long sigh and said, Back then, when the 5 spirits commanded the entire universe, how glorious was the scenery. Now it has fallen to this fate. I can feel your sadness. I've heard about what happened here. The betrayal of the tiger makes my heart ache endlessly, but I will not give up the glory that the 5 spirits once had. I firmly believe that this glory will definitely return. Come to Dragon Mountain. This isn't refuge. It's reliance on each other, right? The group of Confucians' hearts trembled. The true Dragon Emperor's shadow said, Come, one day, the White Tiger will become the once arrogant White Tiger. At that time, they still need you to record their glory. Ban Ru wiped his tears and finally nodded. Tiger Hall. Looking at all the enemies present, Xianxia was already the ruler of the world and invincible. The White Tiger Emperor and the pseudo-god were completely speechless. Is there anything else? Xianxia asked. The scene was completely silent. The White Tiger Emperor suddenly went berserk. He grabbed the throne and smashed it to the ground. He roared, When did my White Tiger clan get bullied by humble humans? You! The White Tiger Emperor angrily pointed at Xianxia and said, Even if you win, so what? It's impossible for you to leave this place alive. The innate heart doesn't belong to you either. Xianxia chuckled and said, That's a bit early. Xianxia patted Little Sparrow's back and said, Lord Little Sparrow, I, Xianxia, am willing to surrender to you. You are the final winner of this competition. Ha! Everyone was stunned. They didn't know what Xianxia was up to. The little bird's head didn't quite understand, but his forehead began to shine. What? The White Tiger Emperor was shocked. Why did he not belong to our White Tiger clan? Why did he obtain the success of the White Tiger trial? Before everyone could react, Xianxia immediately pointed at his temples and said, "Quick, little sparrow. You've eaten the blood of the Tiger King. You're already a part of the White Tiger. Summon your innate heart. We're going to slip away." The little bird cried out, "Heart of talent, come out." Whoosh! A ball of light soared into the sky. Not good. The White Tiger Emperor roared and pounced towards Xianxia. Slip away. With a whoosh, Xianxia went into a dream. As for that innate heart, it actually disappeared into thin air and chased after the little bird like crazy. The pseudo-god was furious and roared, "Stop him! Stop him no matter what!" Outside the nebula, 10 shadows flickered, revealing their true bodies. They were 10 pseudo-god experts. These 10 people frowned one after another. They actually didn't come out of the nebula. Star Trace, hurry up and track down Xianxia's whereabouts. A female pseudo-god closed her eyes and said, "He's hiding in another realm of space. That should be his dream. Can you stop him?" The male pseudo-god asked. The goddess nodded. "If he doesn't open his dream world, I won't be able to trace it. But if he opens it, I can enter his dream world as if I were entering this dream world. The 9 of you follow me." Xianxia jumped into the dream world. The world was pitch black. On the black ground, a large number of Nether Kings were imprisoned. This was Xianxia's own dream. At the same time, a ball of light rushed into the dream world with a whoosh and floated in front of the little bird. Xianxia was overjoyed. He grabbed onto the Earthvane's heart and said, "I thought that after the spatial jump, it would have to fly a long distance before it could catch up to us. I didn't expect that this innate heart would actually be able to enter my dream world as well. This saves me a lot of time, so that I wouldn't have to sleep too long." "That's right," said the serpent. "You don't have to see whose talent it is. Since you've already obtained it, hurry up and go to the real world and absorb it." Xianxia nodded. He pointed at his temples and immediately felt some dreams. He wondered, at the beginning of this month, there were actually so many demon armies dreaming. There were at least 100 of them. Let's go. He randomly chose a demon army dream realm and made a spatial leap. The black dream realm before he met suddenly began to change, turning into a black forest. There were countless demons in the black forest, and black wings were everywhere in the sky, on the ground, and everywhere. Dream jumping was not a process of physical movement. Xianxia needed to enter his own dream world before he could sense other people's dreams and coincide with his own dreams. When his dreams were completely transformed into other people's dreams, the movement would be completed. Xianxia only needed to jump out of his dream to arrive at the dreamer's side. Just as the two dreams were rapidly changing, Xianxia's heart suddenly shook. Someone has entered. How is that possible? Coincidentally, the dream alternation had already been completed. Xianxia leapt out of the dream alternation. Almost at the same time, 10 shadows descended from the sky and stood in the middle of a dream. Who? Xianxia opened his eyes and discovered that he was standing on the deck of the flying ship of the demon army. Around him, there were demon army experts lying on the ground and sleeping peacefully. Was that my illusion? Xianxia's heart sank. As he spoke, 10 shadows suddenly appeared out of thin air and appeared on the deck of the flying ship. All 10 of them were fake gods. Xianxia. The 10 pseudo-gods looked at Xianxia at the same time and called out Xianxia's name. Not good. Xianxia hurriedly pointed at his temples and immediately felt Immortal sleeping on a distant planet. Tell the beginning of the month that you guys go back on your own. I have something to settle. Xianxia left a sentence and immediately fell into a dream. At the same time he jumped into the dream world. The 10 false gods had already rushed up to grab Xianxia's shoulder. Xianxia suddenly disappeared. What's going on? The other 9 pseudo-gods looked at each other. The female pseudo-god Star Trace quickly said, He's dreaming again. Come with me. The 10 pseudo-gods grabbed each other's arms and disappeared along with the star trail. The other 9 pseudo-gods also disappeared. In his dreams, Xianxia was using the dreams of an ordinary person on the distant planet to alternate with his own dreams when he saw 10 shadows descending from the sky and appearing in his own dreams. "You can enter my dream world?" Xianxia looked at the 10 false gods in disbelief. The female pseudo-god O, she thoughtfully sized up the process of alternating dreams, and said, "So it's like this, you can freely enter other people's dreams, and achieve the long-distance shuttle behavior. So that's why you're moving so fast." At this moment, the dream world had already ended. This dream world was a luxurious scene of wine and meat forest. The owner of the dream world was a middle-aged man, and around him were countless amounts of money and beauties of all colors. The goddess nodded and said to Xianxia, "You can't escape. Hand over your innate heart obediently and follow us back." Xianxia pulled out his huge saber and said, "You guys are really bold enough to actually dare to enter my dream world. You are truly courting death. Do you know that I am invincible in my own dreams?" The female pseudo-god shook her head and smiled, correcting Xianxia. "No, you're just undead, not invincible. In your dreams, you can kill us, but dreams won't help you increase your strength. So you still can't beat us, so you can't kill us." With a flick of his finger, 10 large black cages immediately appeared, imprisoning all 10 false gods. The goddess shook her head. She stepped out of the cage and said, "Sorry, we are not the original products of the Creator's dream world. Your hand is useless against us." Nether kings could be imprisoned in cages because they were originally creatures born in the dream world. However, these false gods were born from the god realm and were not characters in dreams. Seeing that he couldn't control them as he wished, Xianxia rushed towards the pseudo-gods with his giant saber. The female pseudo-god's expression became serious as she whispered, "Be careful. He will resurrect as many times as we kill him here, but he only needs to kill us once and we will really die." The 10 pseudo-gods immediately stood in a row. These people were weaker than the pseudo-gods in the White Tiger territory. The highest was only at the 6th level of the Heavenly Tribulation, and the weakest was at the 5th level of the Heavenly Tribulation. However, it wasn't a joke for the 10 pseudo-gods to attack at the same time. Xianxia had just rushed halfway when the 10 pseudo-gods condensed a huge divine light battle axe and hacked Xianxia into pieces before he could make a move. Xianxia instantly revived and attacked them again, trying to kill a fake god in his dream. However, the 10 false gods were extremely cunning. No matter how Xianxia tried to seduce them, the 10 of them would always stand together and never separate. Since Xianxia was unable to break through, he had wasted a lot of time. The snake quickly said, "We can't delay any longer. When your dream time is over, we won't even be able to escape." Xianxia decisively gave up his attack and immediately chose to jump out of the dream. The moment he came out, he was in a classroom in an unfamiliar world. Below him was a group of young students, and the owner of the dream was the teacher, who was leaning against a chair and taking a nap. Xianxia appeared out of thin air, and the 10 pseudo-gods also bit down on Xianxia and appeared together. All the students present opened their mouths wide in surprise. "Attack him!" Star Trace was the first to attack Xianxia and hurriedly said. The other 9 pseudo-gods also hurriedly caught up. Without saying a word, Xianxia turned around and turned into a cluster of lightning, fleeing into the distance. He used the speed of light to escape the attack of the pseudo-god and quickly sensed the farthest dreams he could sense within the maximum distance. "Accelerate!" Star Trace shouted. The 10 false gods all summoned their faith gods. 5 of the 10 were war goddesses, while the Star Trace and the other 4 false gods were temple war gods. "Come up!" the Star Trace shouted. "Summon only one temple battle god at a time and chase him with a divine colt." The pseudo-gods jumped onto the divine horse of the temple battle god and immediately broke through its speed limit. They entered the speed of super light and chased after Xianxia, who was advancing far away. After Xianxia sensed a human dream, he quickly made a dream jump and jumped into a dream. The 10 pseudo-gods, led by the Star Trace, also followed Xianxia's dreams at the same time. Did little brat Xianxia notice? It's that female pseudo-god chasing us. Only she can freely enter our dreams. If we can deal with her, the other pseudo-gods will be helpless. The big snake said. Xianxia also discovered this rule. Every time he tracked down his dreams, only that female pseudo-god would be able to do so. The other 9 male pseudo-gods did not possess such special abilities. But the crux of the matter was that the female pseudo-god had 9 other pseudo-gods protecting her. So killing her would not be easy. When Xianxia jumped into the dream world, the 10 pseudo-gods followed suit. When Xianxia jumped out of the dream world, the 10 pseudo-gods would still chase after him. Xianxia attempted to shake off these pseudo-gods. He desperately jumped between the various dreams to complete the rapid flashpoint movement in the universe of the rings. However, every time, the Star Tracer pseudo-god was wrapped in a white bolt of lightning, and he immediately caught up with Xianxia. Xianxia made 21 consecutive dream jumps, and that star trail also chased after Xianxia 21 consecutive times. This was the first time Xianxia had encountered this kind of pursuit. There was no way he could shake them off, nor could he kill them in his dreams. Gradually, Dream Dao's time had come to an end. Finally, after the 133rd dream jump, Xianxia jumped out of his dreams and came to the real world. Today's Dream Dao time was completely over. The 10 false gods chased after him once again. Without saying a word, Xianxia immediately turned into a cluster of lightning and fled into the distance. I'll summon you this time. The Star Trace quickly summoned the Temple Battle God and allowed a total of 10 pseudo-gods to step onto the divine steed and chase after Xianxia at a speed exceeding the speed of light. Although Xianxia was the first to flee and had the advantage of time, his speed was not as fast as those 10 superluminal pseudo-gods. Gradually, the pseudo-gods were getting closer and closer, and they were about to catch up in a dozen seconds. Xianxia sighed and said, "This time, I really didn't expect that someone among the false gods would be able to forcefully enter my dream world. It's a pity that I didn't have time to absorb the earth-vein heart. Otherwise, I might be able to fight them." The serpent said regretfully, "It's over. This time I'm afraid we've really lost. We ran out of Dream Dao time, and they're still chasing us. I can't think of any other way to deal with 10 pseudo-gods at once." Even, Big Snake shook his head with a bitter smile. "None of us know where we are." This vast starry sky was a completely unfamiliar domain to Xianxia. After he had reached more than 100 dream jumps, he had long since been unable to discern the direction and blindly jumped about. As a result, he didn't even know where he was. As he watched, the pseudo-gods behind him chased closer and closer. Xianxia let out a long breath and chose to stop and flee, entering a combat state. Fleeing is also death. Fighting is also death. Why don't we fight with them before we die? Killing one won't be a loss. Killing 2 will earn us money. Even if I die, I can go with the human dragons and the others to relieve some of the pressure. Xianxia's body trembled, and he immediately activated all of his firepower. 3 levels of yang tempering, Eye of Anger, Black Tortoise Body, Heavenly Spill Divine Astral Chi, and even summoned the Yang Flame Divine Lightning out of his body. He took out all the methods that he could display. He's no longer dreaming. There must be a time limit to his dream path. The Star Trace once again discovered Xianxia's Dream Dao laws. "I'm coming. Prepare to fight." A male pseudo-god shouted loudly. The 10 pseudo-gods immediately pulled up their postures and fought with Xianxia. Divine Spear. A 5th-level Heavenly Tribulation male pseudo-god summoned a god of faith and a female battle god. He immediately took out the god of faith's divine spear and shot it towards Xianxia. The divine spear was borrowed from the power of faith. When dealing with Xianxia, it was something that the pseudo-gods treated as a precious resource and took out without any hesitation. Could be seen how determined they were to kill Xianxia. Xianxia held the huge saber in his hand and slashed at the divine spear with his backhand. A big explosion erupted, and the divine spear was actually sent flying by Xianxia's saber. Hiss! The 10 pseudo-gods sucked in a breath of cold air one after another. The male pseudo-gods were shocked and said, "How could that be? He can actually clash head-on with my power of faith. Is this Xianxia already this powerful?" Xiang Nan's strength was unimaginable when he was in a state of complete eruption. After hacking away the divine spear, he slapped a high-grade Dao grade, the Thunder Dragon Palm, towards the male pseudogod. The male pseudogod hurriedly pulled out his divine shield to block it. Boom! The violent Thunder Dragon Palm struck the divine shield with one palm, and it actually exploded on the spot. This time, even Xiang Nan did not expect it. Even though a 5th level Heavenly Tribulation male pseudogod was only at the 5th level of Heavenly Tribulation, this level was already comparable to the Starsea flag of the Infinite Mountain. Back then, no matter what, Xiang Nan was unable to defeat the power of faith in the Sea of Stars. But now that he had the Thunder Dragon Palm, he was actually able to gain the upper hand. The grade of a martial skill is indeed very important, the big snake said happily. Xiang Nan did not hesitate. While the divine shield was being shattered, another lightning dragon palm slapped over, striving to shatter the male pseudogod with one palm. Heavens! The 5th level Heavenly Tribulation male pseudogod revealed a panicked expression as he hastily dodged. However, he was already too late. Xiang Nan's Thunder Dragon Palm had blown him to pieces on the spot. The other 9 pseudogods were all dumbfounded. They simply couldn't believe what they were seeing. However, in the blink of an eye, the male pseudogod of the 5th level of Heavenly Tribulation was revived. The male pseudogod looked at his body in surprise and said, "Isn't he able to kill our god race? Why is it ineffective this time?" The female pseudogoddess's eyes lit up and she said, "Understood. He can only hurt us with his Dream Dao ability. Everyone, don't be afraid. His attacks are no longer effective against us. Let's attack together and kill him. Also, that mistake just now is not allowed to happen a second time. I wonder when Xiang Nan's Dream Dao ability will reactivate." After saying that, the 10 pseudogods surrounded Xiang Nan. In the previous battle, Xiang Nan's palm shattered the divine shield, causing the other 9 pseudogods to be stunned. So much so that they did not have time to save the male pseudogod. However, everyone now had a complete understanding of Xiang Nan's strength. It was as if the situation of being killed by Xiang Nan just now would never happen again. "I can't fight anymore," the serpent hurriedly said. "Drag on and drag on. There are still 15 minutes until tomorrow's arrival. We must wait until the Dream Dao ability is reconstructed again. It should be about time for Tai Divine Art." Xiang Nan's eyes turned cold as he narrowed his eyes. When the 10 pseudogods rushed forward with their divine spears in their hands, Xiang Nan drew out the blade light of the 10th level of Heavenly Tribulation from his dreams with the last 0.01 magical dream Dao time. "What?" all the pseudogods exclaimed in unison. "Explode!" Xiang Nanhu slashed down with his saber, and the Heavenly Tribulation 10th layer saber light erupted with incomparable power in the universe. The power of this saber strike was equivalent to that of Emperor Black Tortoise's final suicide attack on the Starsea. The 10 pseudogods were shocked, but they were unwilling to summon their divine shields to waste their faith power. Boom! All the pseudogods were sent flying, and the few 5th level Heavenly Tribulation pseudogods even had their arms and legs blown off. However, they healed in an instant. As for Xiang Nan, at the same time as he slashed down with his saber, he had already fled and turned into a cluster of lightning that flew into the distance. "What kind of damn combat strength is this?" a male pseudogod shouted unwillingly. "We have 5 gods' spiritual meridians." This battle had given the false gods a tremendous impact on their confidence. Although their realm was inferior to Xiang Nan's, their talent was much higher than Xiang Nan's. If they were to level up their cultivation base with Xiang Nan and reduce their talent to the 2nd divine grade, they wouldn't be able to unleash Xiang Nan's current strength on the premise that they were consistent with Xiang Nan's qualities. This proved a cruel reality. The god race was no longer as powerful as Xiang Nan. Under the same conditions, the god race would actually be crushed by the human race. The 10 pseudogods refused to accept this reality no matter what. "Kill him! We must kill him!" the male pseudogod roared hysterically. Xiang Nan escaped first, but was caught up by the pseudogods on the divine steed in a dozen seconds. As a last resort, Xiang Nan could only fight them again. But at this moment, Xianxia no longer had the saber light of the 10th level of the heavenly tribulation. A new saber light was swimming in his dreams. However, an even more serious problem was troubling Xianxia. Because all the dream Dao time had passed, he could no longer pull the blade light out of his dream. At this moment, the 10 pseudo-gods each held their divine spears and launched a concerted attack at Xianxia. Xianxia was simply unable to withstand an attack of this level. A single bombardment shattered Xianxia's hands. However, Xianxia's body quickly recovered from the flames. The pseudo-gods bombarded again, shattering Xianxia's recovered body. However, Xianxia once again entered the state of being reborn in flames. The star trace shouted, "We can't use the aftermath of the collision to blow him up. He has the ability of the Vermilion Bird Clan to mutate and revive. Everyone, use the power of faith and use the divine spear to hit him. You must use the divine spear to touch his body. Only in this way can he be unable to be reborn." Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. This female pseudo-god's logical ability was simply heaven-defying. Her ability to observe the details could be said to be abnormal. It was only because Xianxia had seen through a lot of things in just 2 short battles. Once he was reborn from the flames, once he was hit by a divine spear, divine shield, or flesh-to-flesh attack, it would no longer be effective. Immediately, the 10 pseudo-gods gave up their range attacks and chose to face Xianxia head-on. They rushed forward with divine spears in their hands, completely surrounding Xianxia. 10 extremely tyrannical divine spears launched all sorts of crafty attacks at Xianxia. Xianxia soared into the air and slapped down 3 5th-level heavenly tribulation divine spears with a thunder dragon palm. At the same time, 2 heavenly tribulation 6th-layer divine spears approached from behind. Xianxia hurriedly turned around and struck another thunder dragon palm. With a loud explosion, the thunder dragon palm was unable to gain a suppressive advantage after hitting the 6th-level heavenly tribulation divine spear. Not only did Xianxia fail to smash the 2 divine spears away, he was instead sent flying by the impact. A 6th-level heavenly tribulation pseudo-god is too powerful. We are no match for him, the big snake hurriedly roared. I'll do it. The star trace pushed away the 2 false gods beside him and rushed towards Xianxia first. She held the divine spear in her hand and shouted, "White lightning! 7 stars leap!" White lightning flickered on the divine spear, and 7 divine spears simultaneously appeared from all directions in Xianxia's direction. Above the 7 divine spears, there was the largest white bolt of lightning that jumped back and forth on each spear shaft, connecting the 7 spears together. Originally, of the 7 divine spears, only the divine spear that Star Trace personally held was the most powerful, while the other 6 divine spears were much weaker. However, once the white lightning connected the 7 spears, the 7 spears would simultaneously possess the same destructive power. Thunder Dragon, go out to sea! Xianxia held the huge saber in his hand and immediately sent a high-grade Dao-grade lightning dragon that had been transformed from the roar of a lightning dragon out to sea. This tyrannical charge was incredibly powerful. That charge knocked the 3 divine spears back, but the other 4 still hit Xianxia. Xianxia's left thigh, right waist, and shoulders were all hit by the divine spear. The Star Tracer divine spear shook and Xianxia was immediately thrown away. No way! Xianxia snorted in pain and thought to himself, not to mention 10 false gods. I can't defeat her with just this heavenly tribulation 6 star trace. This woman was a small realm higher than the star sea of the infinite mountain. Looking at Xianxia, his shoulders were pierced, his shoulder bones shattered, and he was unable to even hold a knife. The other 9 pseudo-gods were overjoyed. Indeed, it is impossible to recover. Kill him in one go. Xianxia's eyes were firm, and his face was still filled with unyielding stubbornness. However, he knew very well that this time, he was afraid that he would really not be able to do it. There were still 14 minutes and 30 seconds left before tomorrow's Dream Dao reproduction. He used all of his strength to drag it out, but it only lasted for about 30 seconds. Right now, he was even more injured. He had no chance of winning against the 10 gods alone with just one person's strength. The Eye of Fall. Xianxia had no choice but to struggle to the death and release the Eye of Death. A pair of deep eyes slowly opened in the universe. Xianxia pointed at the meridians in his body, causing his body to explode. This time, Xianxia directly exploded into a state of near death. The 10 pseudo-gods that were shrouded in the site of the fall also exploded, entering the same degree of injury as Xianxia. The 10 pseudo-gods were all half dead. The 10 pseudo-gods were shocked, and the star trace said in shock, "What kind of Tao luck is this? To think that it has such an unbelievable ability." However, the fallen eye could only delay time at most. Very quickly, the 10 pseudo-gods all recovered, returning to their complete state. However, Xianxia was wounded by his own Tao luck, and he couldn't even recover from his injuries after bathing in flames. The pseudo-gods were intact, but Xianxia was seriously injured. At this moment, his eyes flickered, and a gleam of death appeared. "Big snake, little sparrow. It has always been my honor to have all of you with me. Goodbye today. I hope we can meet again in the next life." The snake choked. The little bird cried out. Xianxia smiled. He hung the giant saber in front of him and said, "Don't cry. Being able to die on the battlefield is the best home for a martial artist. This life is worth it." With that, he bit the giant saber and rushed towards all the pseudo-gods. "Let's end this today." Even if he died, he would still die on the way to battle. In the universe, 10 divine spears slashed towards Xianxia. Xianxia had never given up on his journey and rushed forward. Xianxia, who was severely injured and was about to die, did not even wait for this final blow to come into contact before he felt dizzy and his consciousness quickly blurred. He didn't know if he was hallucinating or not, but in a daze, he saw a wave of light suddenly appear in the space between the pseudo-gods and himself. In the next second, Xianxia had already fainted and lost consciousness. After an unknown amount of time, he opened his eyes in a daze. He felt a severe pain all over his body and a splitting headache. He was so weak that he wanted to struggle, but he realized that his entire body was naked, but he was wrapped in a thick bandage. Am I dead? Or